Folks, welcome to another week of the Call of Duty Vanguard Varsity League. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Cruz. We're here to bring you the action for the night. But before we dive on into things, let's take a look at what we have for NACE throughout the week, because there's plenty of action for you guys to be checking out here and there. I mean, I know we got League of Legends on Tuesdays. We just saw that last night. On Mondays, Rocket League and Overwatch. Wednesdays, today, Call of Duty. Banger every single week. You guys don't want to miss out on that one. And then Fridays, to top off the week, it is CSGO. So plenty of action for NACE for it to be covered, or plenty of action for you to be viewing and entertained by. But Jesse, for today, for our matches, it's going to be a fun one. You know, a lot to prove out of things. You got Davenport University versus Southeastern Illinois College to lead us off. But why don't you talk about the rest of the matches that we have?
Yeah, we got a lot of top collegiate teams coming into today's matchups. And like you said, starting off with Davenport versus SE Illinois College, but then a big one coming out in our second match. It's Penn State University going up against West Virginia University, a rematch from earlier on in the season. I mean, they haven't played yet in the Call of Duty Varsity League, but these two teams, I think this is quickly becoming a very good rivalry. Then our third match of the day, it's Texas A&M International going up against University of Oregon. That one should be a banger of a match as well. And then, of course, our final match of the day, we get to see the defending champions in ICC once again on the main street, going up against Stephen F. Austin State University. I mean, and like I said, we're in for a really good day, I think, because we're getting to see a lot of top teams inside of this Call of Duty Varsity League right now coming out today.
A lot of top teams and a lot of teams that have something to prove. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see if we get those upsets, if we get those teams to kind of get their next step into the season. But aside from all that, I mean, you talked about the revenge story for Penn State versus the Mountaineers. That's one of the ones that you have to prove. But other than the matches, other than the series that we do have, Jesse, I mean, the NACE League, we're 4 weeks in for this Call of Duty Vanguard Varsity League. And I mean, the format, it started to tighten. So why don't you tell me, what are these teams playing for? What are we looking at the end of the regular season?
Yeah, so I mean the format, it's basically you're gonna have 6 different conferences, and I believe it's 10 to 12 teams in each conference, depending on the size of the conference. They kind of open it up and down, but it's gonna be the top 3 only from each conference make it out. So that's where things get really interesting within this league. It really comes down to you needing to be at the top of your game all the time, because only the top 3 teams make it out of each conference. Once you make it out of the conference, you then go to the conference play-ins. The 3 seed plays the 2 seed. The winner of that match will then qualify for playoffs. If you get that 1 seed, you're guaranteed to make it to the playoffs. But then in the conference play-ins, after the 3 and the 2 seeds play each other, the 2 seed and the 1 seed play each other for seeding going into the playoffs as well. So as long as you make that 1 seed, you're guaranteed. But the 2 and the 3 seeds, you still have to play. So that's what everybody's aiming for today.
It's going to be a tough one. Top 3, your eyes are going to be on the prize. But it's about time. Let's talk about this first match, Jesse. Let's dive right into the head-to-head between Davenport University and Southeastern Illinois College. This is an interesting one because we have yet to see Southeastern Illinois College play a match in NACE, whereas Davenport University have been taking names. They land number 6 on the coaches poll this week. Yesterday, taking down St. Clair 3-1 in the CCL. So Davenport, they've been making a name for themselves in collegiate Call of Duty so far, where on the opposite side of the board, this is your first chance to really show people what you have to offer.
Yeah, for Southeastern Illinois, this is their first legitimate match so far here in the Call of Duty Varsity League. I mean, they had a bye week 1, and then 2 forfeit wins. So, I mean, hey, guess what? It's fantastic because we're getting free wins, but unfortunately, not getting any experience under your belt at this stage of the year. So now you come to this match up against Davenport University. And like you said, Davenport has been making waves so far in collegiate Call of Duty this season, already kind of breaking into the top 25 within like just what a lot of teams are considering to be top teams. And then also, like you said, number 6 coming into the Call of Duty Varsity coaches pool as well. This team, they're absolutely no team to be sleeping on. So hopefully Southeastern Illinois are bringing their game today for this matchup.
And when we look at them, these two teams haven't played each other yet, but, Davenport is going to be a tough one for Southeastern Illinois. In a tough conference as well, with Northwood and the Redbirds both in here. I mean, if Southeast Illinois come out, smoke Davenport, maybe not even smoke, just take the win off them and upset tonight, that's going to spell trouble for Davenport having to get into the playoffs even. Having 2 losses under your belt, not going to be what you want to look at. But, let's talk about this roster for a little bit because, I mean, Davenport, they have a lot of notable names: Anthrax, Sheldon, North, and Gecko. A lot of players who can for sure pop off at any time. And I think, like, really when you're looking at this Davenport squad and the players behind it, if they can heat up right off the bat, that might push this Southeastern team up against the ropes early.
Yeah, it could hurt them. It could absolutely hurt Southeastern Illinois. I think the big thing for Illinois is going to be, can they keep up with the slaying of the likes of this Davenport roster? Because like we said, we have not even seen a kind of a hint from this Southeastern Illinois roster yet. So it's going to be our big question mark, is if they can keep up, because the guys on this Davenport team are going to be very good. Gecko is a player who I want to keep our eyes on all throughout today because he's a very good player for this team. We saw it yesterday, like we said, inside of another league. And then today, I expect nothing less but to see this player come out and playing at his top level. So should be interesting to see what we get. And I mean, when you're looking overall at this series, I mean, we're getting a really good map set for it as well. So I think that this could end up turning into a good match.
Well, let's take a look at those maps, Jesse, because I agree with you. It's fantastic. I mean, starting off on Gavitu, Hardpoint, Tuscan for the Search and Destroy. You go to map 3, it's another Tuscan. You go to map 4, it's another Tuscan. So a lot of Tuscans to be looking out here inside this best of 5. But then that game 5 at the end of it, Berlin, Search and Destroy, it's going to be a tough one for Southeastern, especially when you were looking at 3 out of the 5 of these are Davenport's choices.
Yeah, that's another big thing, right? So Davenport gets that first 3 and 5 game mode as their choice, and choosing to go to Gavutu, that's an interesting one to me as well, because this is one of those hard points where if you're really kind of coming out hot inside of the hard point, it's going to be very tough to keep up with you. And I think that's why you keep this map in if you're Davenport. If you can even slay out in hill number 1, you can turn that hill into a money hill. And then as long as you stay on point on your rotations and are winning your rotational gunfights, this hill and this map can get really out of favor really quickly. So I think that's why you see this one come through. And then the rest of them is just kind of your textbook Vanguard maps, and we got the triple dose of Tuscan across the board, and then Berlin to finish it off. It's a good map set, man. I can't complain.
If this was any more textbook, I would literally be at school right now. And this being a varsity league, I think that's what they're trying to get at. But I like the map sets. We talk about the coaches poll, and we talk about how Davenport, number 6 right now from the coaches poll for this Call of Duty Varsity League. You look at who's number 7, it's the St. Clair College Saints. And yesterday, Davenport took on the Saints. In a similar kind of map set like this, when you're looking at the first 2 maps, you had a Tuscan Hardpoint and a Tuscan Search and Destroy. This time around, you swap out the Tuscan Hardpoint or for a Gavitu Hardpoint to lead the way. And I think that's a big change, because yesterday, facing the Saints, they lost that 250 to 206. It was close, but they lost it. So now changing things up to Gavitu, this might be a little bit more of a comfort pick for them.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit surprised to see the Saints even come through in that top 10 in the coaches poll with how their season has kind of started off so far. I think that a lot of coaches probably still riding on the high from the end of the last season, but I think the Saints need to do a lot before I can put them in the top 10 for any of my divisions and any of my standings at the moment. But we'll have to see what they can do here. Off the start, though, Davenport, they're going to be trying to prove us why they are in that top 10. And you know what? I have absolutely no problem with it right now. This team has been so good to start the season off.
North on the inside, loses a 1-on-1, allows for the contention out of Illinois. Big 3 down, so Davenport get right back into rhythm. Collecting this time on hill 1, and you look at the mini-map, they're already starting to hit this rotation over to the second hill. You look at this spot from Cryptic all the way up top, but Gecko slipped the lines. Player on your radar, and look, already making moves.
I was going to say, classic Cruz and Curse. He comes out with an 0-2 to start the game up, but, you know, he will find that one. Anthrax on 4 in a row as well. Got to be keeping our eyes onto this. And I don't know if you guys can notice this or not, but the streaks have been changed around here. Anthrax gets 5 in a row, but that glide bomb now earned at 7 kills in a row, no longer needing 5 in a row to get that glide bomb. It's a good change to come in because that is the more powerful of the 2 streaks, in my opinion. And that strafing run will still be earned at 6, and you see him earn it right here.
Hill 2 unlocked. Streaks on board. Davenport in full control. And look at this setup from Anthrax. He's looking to cut off these rotations before this retake even starts. J-Murph trying to work his way on the inside. May have slipped the lines, but the shots come through nonetheless. Sheldon's going to win the one-on-one in the inside. J-Murph does find the trade. Doubles down, in fact. It's just not enough to keep Davenport out of this time. It's up to Cryptic to try to keep Davenport at bay for right now. The Panthers working their magic around the outside of this, denying Illinois of this time. And with 21 seconds, you're finally seeing a break, but it's just not comfortable enough when it does happen for Illinois. By the time they get into it, Davenport, Panthers, they've already adjusted.
It's not the time that you want to break into this left-hand side of the map either, because down the next hill, it's up in the top right-hand portion of your mini-map, going to that west beach. And Davenport, they're actually going to get the remaining time here as well to get at least get southeastern Illinois off the hill. And now we move up towards our next hill. And again, Davenport will be the first team here. They'll be the first team ready to go. North should be able to hop inside of this hill and just be able to sit inside of this tank. And this should be easy time here for Davenport. I think the player we need to keep our eye on right now is Low Dog. He has a chance to maybe make a flank play in from behind here for southeastern Illinois, and maybe possibly disrupt this setup a little bit.
Could be the case. Contention comes through. Not for long. Low Dog. Slow to make this happen, but pulls the spawns.
He does pull the
Illinois.
spawns.
They're going to be able to reinforce this and hit this really quickly off the respawn, though. Anthrax cutting them off with the power position. In comes the contention. North trying to stay down while his teammates pick them off from that. The slides in. North finds Low Dog. No break just yet from Illinois. Still keeping their toes on in, so still a battle for this point control, but North holding it down on the inside of the tank. 11 seconds left. You need to start looking at Hill 4.
I think something that you said is really important there. Low Dog, I called him out with, what, 50 seconds into that hill? Sorry, 50 seconds left inside of that hill. We call him out. We say, hey, this is a player we need to be watching right now. And it took him until 20 seconds left to make that full push through and around for his squad there. And what happens is you get the break into the back and you get the right spawns at the wrong time once again here. North will go on a 5 spree. He's now possibly looking to find some streaks through the middle of the map. And again, Davenport, they're just making the perfect rotations at the perfect time. And this is something I talked about when we came into this map call. And I said, if you can really just run each hill to each hill, this map can get extremely scary right off the bat. And you're already seeing a 100-point lead come in here from Davenport.
And you have streaks. You have so much on the table to keep this snowball going. And you talk about textbook maps. Well, what's better to go with textbook maps than textbook Call of Duty right now? Out of the Panthers, Anthrax on 8 in a row, by the way, keeping the streak live.
Didn't even have to
9
use
in
his
a row.
other streaks.
You don't even need streaks right now when Anthrax, he is the streak for the Panthers. Another one, 10 in a row, double digits, 22 and 3, having quite the game one right now against Illinois. And for the first time ever, Illinois are the first ones to the rotation, but Davenport, they won't want to let that happen.
Oh, and look at the way that Davenport's kind of circumferencing around this hill. Everybody's inside and around it right now, looking to try to make a pinch. I think the big play will be on Anthrax. If he can find a few kills up here in this North Beach area, or sorry, in the South Jungle area, this is where he can really find a few kills, maybe even influence these spawns and just flip it out for Davenport once again.
Cryptic finessing his life. Still 40 seconds. Good time that Illinois could pick up. Here comes the hit now from Davenport. Contention's in the break. Seamless, smooth. It's buttery right now for them. Still a player on J-Murph, but not for long. 27 seconds now. The Panthers in control of hill number 5. Looking to end this first set of rotations with a bang right now. Low Dog trying to keep their feet on in. Panthers get broken, but right back into it to resurface. 15 seconds here. At the second set, we're looking at 172 to 30.
And you can see with 10 seconds left, Davenport just say, hey, you know what? We'll leave one guy there. Let's rotate over, set up fully for this new hill. We head into our second set of rotations, and Southeastern Illinois have 32 seconds. Yes, you heard me right. That's not after hill number 1 or 2. That is after 5 hills. 32 seconds here for Southeastern Illinois. Not a performance that they want to see come through very often here inside of the Call of Duty Varsity League for this roster. Just having a tough time on the map, keeping up in this lane department with Davenport. Davenport haven't even had to invest their streaks yet in this game. This snowball is just getting out of control at the moment. They can't win it unit here on this hill, but they've already got a little bit of a player over towards the new hill as well. You've got some pressure on the map. This is just not looking good right now for Southeastern Illinois. Davenport now breaking that 200-point mark. They can get to within 20 points and closing it out here on this hill.
And while all the pressure is stacking up on your shoulders, you even have Gecko cutting you off from that top ship area, and he's not missing. 7 in a row, full streaks on another player. Anthrax is like, hey, I have the streaks, why not use them? Glide Bomb's gonna drop, hammer down on Low Dog's head. 11 seconds left on this hill. They have rotations, and Panthers, they are looking to put this one away with class.
It's another flawless rotation as well. From P1 to P2, they've got the full setup that they need. They can put this game away here with 20 seconds. You basically get one solid break here if you're Southeastern Illinois to try to break back in.
Anthrax, again in behind. Inside the hill, affordable kick. Makes the break for Illinois, but it's not for long. Sheldon from the top ropes, cuts him down with the automaton. The hill control, 16 seconds left, and that's going to be all she wrote for Gavitu Hardpoint. As the Panthers are looking quite spiffy in this first one. Up to 240. The brace could come through for Illinois. Here comes Gecko around the outside. See you later, Low Dog. Back into it. As this is looking like all she wrote for this first game. Illinois is going to make one last push to try to make this happen. But Gecko is going to hop in for this time. And while all this is happening, you just look at Anthrax. It's not even making it possible to touch this hill. So we're looking at a 250 to 37 Map 1 score for the Davenport Panthers, looking as good as ever inside the respawns and as clean as ever on Gavitu Hardpoint.
Yeah, and I think we got to talk about Anthrax just a little bit more. I mean, he started that game off, what, 9-0. We saw him go on a 10 spree throughout. Highest kills in the lobby at 36, lowest deaths in the lobby, sorry, at 34 kills, and lowest deaths in the lobby at 6 kills for himself. So absolutely unreal map there from Anthrax. Really, I mean, I can't even say putting the team on his back because everybody on the team was slaying out like crazy. I think the highest amount of deaths on this Davenport roster throughout that game number 1 was 8 deaths, and that was for the other 3 players on the team. So can't really complain about those numbers if you are Davenport. If you're Southeastern Illinois, you're going to need a turnaround here in this series very, very quickly. And I mean, Davenport, I think they're just raising their stock higher and higher, coming in and just being able to handle business like that, exactly like we want to see out of a top 5 team.
Well, it's one of the kind of touches that we had for this team for winning. I mean, when you're looking at the Panthers, you wanted them to make it look convincing. I mean, you're top 6 inside the coaches poll for this varsity league. You're top 25 inside the CCL. You are a good team, and you want to make it look like you're a good team and make it convincing when you go up against teams inside your division. So right now, I mean, that is a statement. That is a big exclamation mark on your resume to start this one off. And across the board, I mean, like, what do you need out of Illinois? I mean, Southeastern Illinois, we haven't yet to see them, and this was really like their first chance to like show us what we offered, or what they offered right now to go up against the Panthers. We didn't see too much out of that. Now, like, to give kind of benefit of the doubt going into the Search and Destroy, you can see a turnaround here, a couple adjustments. You know, Search and Destroy, definitely very different game mode from Hardpoint. A lot slower, a lot more methodical, and this is where you can let your brain flex rather than your gun skill. And I need to see that big turnaround right away for the Search.
I mean, if I'm Southeastern Illinois and I'm going into this match right now, you just got blown out of map number 1. No question about it. You got 50-point clubbed. It was not very close. Going into map number 2, we had to Tuscan Search and Destroy. Now, this is where I think you really need to think about making a change in your gameplay here for the likes of for the likes of Illinois. You come into this one and it's your map pick. You're going to Tuscan. I think you need to completely slow down the pace of play here, Colin. I think you need to really either make slow hits over towards the A site, really try to keep Davenport guessing, but even more so than going to the A site, I think the B site is going to be so important on this map for them, because if you can utilize going to B early on in the game, keep Davenport on their toes, keep them guessing, keep them uncomfortable. I think that's going to be a big thing, because Davenport just looked way too comfortable in that map number 1, and it made it look that much easier for them to close that map out. If you can make this team uncomfortable, that's when you start to get some inconsistent gunfights coming in from the players, and that's when you can start taking advantage and taking some map wins.
You know, when you see like an early morning like group of people fishing out on the docks and they're just sitting there laid back, you know, having a blast, just going at it for hours. That's what it looked like for Davenport. They're just big chilling.
It's just a walk
inside the Gav. It really was a walk in the park for that first map. So I do agree with you. I mean, they're in their comfort zone right now. They're in autopilot after that first map. And really, if you want to shake things up, you know, make it creative. Why not? I mean, a lot of teams in Tuscan, you know, these days for Search and Destroy, we will see those kind of quarter of the year adaptations and see a B hit come out right off the rip for a lot of these squads just to shake things up early. I want to see some creativity out of Southeastern Illinois to open up this Search and Destroy and catch Davenport off guard. Like you said, I think it would be interesting to see something new.
I saw it yesterday. We were watching Challengers last night, or I was casting Challengers last night, and there was I can't remember exactly what team it was, but it was on this same map mode combination that we're going to next, Tuscan Search and Destroy, and they just hit the A site over and over and over again. It was successful in their first round. And then every single round after that, it was unsuccessful. They were not able to get it down. Because, yes, you know what? It is a good hit. You can hit towards A, you can get the bomb down for free, and you can watch it from the back broken window. But the thing is, though, is as soon as a team starts to expect it, the play style changes. You start to try to defend. You start to flank through command center into that area, and you can shut that push down so easily that you just can't allow it to happen. I like this pace of play change already coming out as well. Cryptic's going to pull out a sniper here and try to watch this A lane. I really like this.
The two. J-Murph opens up first blood. Cryptic getting pressured out here. Anthrax wants to put pressure on the sniper rifle. He's going to get that. Expects the second as well. So quick 2 down from Anthrax. Make it 3. Sheldon watching the middle of the map, and all of a sudden, Low Dog backed against the wall, 1v3.
Just going to take a little peek through the window, see if he can find anything, but not going to be the case here. And he's going to be making the full wrap over to A, but the bomb goes down at B, so he's just like, oh, man, I got to make my wrap all the way back to the same spot I just came from. He was fully expecting that bomb to go down at A. I like this play from Davenport, really keep you on your toes here. And, I mean, Low Dog, you are just in a rough spot at this point.
Yeah.
1 versus 3. Not only do you need to find a few kills, you also need to find that defuse. And, yeah, you were never going to win that situation against Davenport. With the positioning and the post plant setup that they had on that map, it was kind of just an impossible situation there, Seymour.
It started off so good. You had a first blood, and Anthrax slipped the line. You know, the sniper got pressured out. Affordable Kick wasn't watching to kind of...
We change our keys to victory.
Yeah.
I think Southeastern Illinois, I think keys to victory. We need to stop Anthrax from taking over the map. How do you like that one?
No, I like that because Anthrax put way too much pressure on Cryptic for free. Affordable Kick needed to be there to back him up, and it just didn't happen. And again, Anthrax through mid, looking for the first blood. Bomb down. Easy as pie right now for this SMG.
There's nobody else there. Anthrax just had the freest push through middle of the maps. He's going to find his 5th in a row right here. No doubt in my mind, because he is just tearing it up right now. Anthrax going for all 7. He can find a glide bomb in just round number 2, and he finds the kill. Anthrax, I mean, like, what more can you say about this man? An ace in round 2.
Well, we were talking to our observer earlier. We're like, hey, watch out. You know, like, glide bombs, there's 7 in a row now, not 6 in a row. So we might be seeing a lot less today, but we had full streaks in the hard point. Now we already have full streaks inside the Search and Destroy. Anthrax is just on another level. I mean, we saw him in Challengers last year making work on KCP, and now inside Collegiate Call of Duty is just making it look like another walk in the park through Tuscan.
And that KCP roster was a very good Search and Destroy roster. And I think we're seeing why right here. Maybe it was just all on the backs of Anthrax, but he's going to push very aggressively again through middle of the map on 7 in a row. And he's just going to take the fight right to the middle of Church.
The timing is against Illinois right now, and Anthrax is okay with that. Going for the aggression around the outside. Double swing. Gecko's going to find Crypt. Off of that Sheldon first blood. Now retake. Numbers out of their hands. Illinois, that make it all happen. Anthrax again trying to make the play. He does it. Low Dog not expecting him. Now J-Murph 1v4. Able to make it a 1v3, but now information in the hands of Davenport. And Anthrax is flying. He is on another level right now.
Anthrax is feeling the most comfortable that he has ever felt in his entire life. He is just at home in the recliner, sitting back. He's got Mountain Dew in one hand, Cheeto Puffs in the other hand, and just absolutely tearing it up here for himself. I mean, like, I don't think I've seen a player have such a dominant factor on a map since, like, Simp Black in Black Ops 4 right now, watching the way that he's playing in this match against Southeastern Illinois at the moment. He absolutely tearing it up. And I mean, I'd be very surprised if we don't see it continue on here. We're going to get a 4-man hit from Southeastern Illinois. It's going to be going right through middle of the map in towards the command center. So I like this play call. It's going to be something different, but there's only one player here for Davenport to really make this play stop.
Oh, Gecko, disengage. Are they going to walk into this? They do. Low Dog. Affordable Kick. They're lining up, and Gecko is tearing them to pieces. Inside radio. You already see Anthrax is on the flank, and they're not ready for him. 10 in a row for Anthrax. 4 in a row for Gecko. They are dropping Illinois in the blender.
Respect to Illinois. At least they tried something different. They didn't just keep it the A side. I throw respect to that play call to do something a little bit different. But now here's the thing, though. This is, I think, where you're starting to see the lack of reps come in for Southeastern Illinois at the moment. They're having a rough time kind of keeping up in terms of where players should be set up. They're not fully ready for it when they're on their offensive pushes. And I think that's what we're seeing right now, Colin. I mean, like, you should be expecting somebody to be on that stair, on the B steps going down to the site there. Like, I feel like there's always a player there in terms of defenses. But again, we'll see Southeastern Illinois this time on defense. They're going to actually set a 4-man unit all the way in just throughout church, and they want to try to hold off. But how can you even hold off when Anthrax and the rest of the crew are pushing through? And Anthrax finally dies at 11-1.
I never thought I'd see the day. Never thought I'd see the day that Anthrax falls inside this Tuscan Search and Destroy, but it happened.
How dare he?
Not to mention, you know, Sheldon here pulls out the sniper, closes this round with a nice quick scope onto affordable kick, making it look flashy. 5 rounds in a row for them. Anthrax may fall, but I mean, the damage has been done. I mean, you made it look good. You got it that far. 11 kills in a row. Very tippable. You don't need a rocket scientist to tell you guys that. He's looking great right now inside this Tuscan Search and Destroy, but 1 round away from Davenport going up 2-0 into the series. Illinois, I haven't seen anything just yet to make me doubt that this is going to be a full sale. Anthrax decides he wants to drop the hammer from them. Glide bomb's going to get called in. Look, 3 players right there. That looks juicy, and it is. Low dog affordable kick. They got a headache.
Oh, man, I thought he was going to get all 3 with that, but you've already got a player in from behind as well here. North's going to make the push. Or, sorry, Gecko going to make the push. That's just going to leave J Murph all by himself. He catches out Sheldon, but 1 versus 4 against a Davenport team you can't even kill at all. And Davenport is just going to continue to run away with this game. 50-point club in the hard point. 6-0 here in the Search and Destroy. And Colin, I mean, what can you even say right now? This team is just on another level, and it's as simple as that.
Well, they needed to look like they were on another level with the division they have. I mean, if you want to take down Northwood, if you want to take down the Redbirds, you got to step up your game. And right now, I'm seeing that out of the Panthers. Every single time I see this team, they get better and better. I mean, it's whether they're getting those reps, like you say, they're synergizing behind the scenes. They're just becoming more so good teammates to get vibe out on the field. They're looking good right now, and it reflects in the scores that we're seeing against Illinois, who haven't really had the reps to kind of show themselves inside this Call of Duty Varsity League just yet. So honestly, I'm impressed with what I'm seeing out of the Panthers. Like, yes, they're smoking them, but it's the way that they're smoking them. It's not just like they're styling on them and showing off. They're making it look fundamental.
They are, but also I feel like Davenport just has 0 respect right now for the Southeast Illinois roster. At least Anthrax is just running at them. No caution in his mind, no caution for his life, and just trying to tear it up here. We can take another look at our maps and modes, and you can see 1 for the likes of Davenport, 2 for the likes of Davenport. We head to their map pick next as well. We go to Control on Tuscan. And I mean, you know they're going to feel comfortable. We just saw them on Tuscan Search and Destroy. We've seen them in a hard point on Gavutu. You know they're going to be comfortable going to this match. And I think I kind of want to take a kind of step back, Colin, from like where we were looking. I know you were kind of talking about the division that they were in, and I kind of had something I wanted to say on that. I really like the division that they're in with Northwood and Redbirds because it's going to be a big test for Davenport, right? Because
it is.
This team is very good. They've already lost to Northwood, though. They kept it respectable, though, and I think that's a big thing for them is that they were able to keep it respectable. I think the match against the Redbirds will probably determine who gets second place within this division. But the Redbirds have not been the hottest team this year either. They don't look like the same 9-0 Redbirds that we saw from last year. So I really do give Davenport a good shot in that one. And I honestly might even, looking after this week, I might even be bumping Davenport up on my own personal top 25 within Collegiate Call of Duty. Maybe even over the top of the Redbirds. Because I really like that Redbirds roster. I'm a big fan. But this Davenport team is really turning my head right now myself.
And on top of that, I mean, if you want to shoot for the stars, if you want to be the champion for CCL, for Call of Duty Varsity League, for any Varsity League inside Call of Duty, you got to take down Northwood at some point. And why not do it in your own division? So I honestly, with this Panther squad, you know, that is going to be the big test out of it. Is Northwood at the end there? If you can take them down, I mean, you are going to be in a very comfortable position for the rest of the semester. And it's going to be exciting when we do get to see that. But right now, I mean, you kind of pan it to the other side of the field in Illinois College, you know, Southeastern Illinois. They need to figure something out behind this. And I think that the fact that we have, you know, they got the first bye week, then 2 forfeit wins. They haven't had a chance to really kind of sit back and be like, okay, we don't have any material to improve on right now. So this match, you know, going up against one of the best teams in your division right now, like you say, possibly the second team in your division, you got to look back at these. I mean, if there's anybody you're going to learn from, it is going to be this Panthers squad, and you can make adaptations future games. You can make adaptations for the next time you're going up against the Panthers, maybe, and hopefully look a lot more competitive after that. But I mean, this has been nothing but Panthers for the first set of this, and hopping into another Tuscan control. You know, maybe if this was a Gavitu control, you could go defense for defense, but Tuscan control, I've been seeing a lot more 3-0s on Tuscan show up.
Especially because I feel like people are starting to finally figure out that you need to stack the damn B point to get the ticks,
Stack the
and
points,
to get the progression. Like us as casters, we say it all the time. Or I'm gonna drill it into these players' heads. You need to stack the point, please. You get the progression that much quicker. I think it takes 45 seconds to get a tick of progression without having the point stacked. It becomes quicker and quicker and quicker with every player that you get inside and onto the progression hill. And if you can just get that zone complete, it makes it that much easier. And I mean, I'll be surprised if we don't see Davenport on their first offense go towards A, but we'll actually, oh no, I believe our colors might be flipped back to where they were. Do we have Illinois as red originally? I can't remember, but either way, it's fine. We got Davenport in the blue now, Illinois in the red. The team names are still correct, and it will be Davenport as the first team here on offense. They're going to be bouncing right into the A side, and Sheldon with already 2.
Already 3. Anthrax pushing through Church. A-site is going, and it is going fast. Anthrax wants to put some pressure. After respawns, and a little bit ugly on the shots for J-Murph. Gets the job done. The trade will be there, but the A-site is kind of Gecko. He was having a great time on this hill. Big chillin' inside the hill. Congestion comes through. Sheldon shuts him down. A-site, it is gone.
Yeah, Sheldon looking like me right now, out there just spinning around when I'm flying in the air in Warzone, but gets the cap onto A, like you said. But now the hard part comes. You need to get on to B, and you know, even though we've seen the Southeastern Illinois team getting kind of run through in this series, B is still a very, very hard zone to be able to break into. You not only need to be able to find a first wave of kills, but a second wave, and then even hold them off and get them to spawn out. It's not the easiest thing to do in the world, and I wouldn't even be surprised if we see Illinois still be able to hold on to this zone.
Lodog cuts off Anthrax. That is going to relieve some pressure on the squad. Panthers haven't been able to get inside this B site just yet, but now with a kill onto a forward kick might be there. They line up for Gecko. 3 in a row, almost found all 4. Cryptic makes it a little bit interesting. It's going to shut down North as well, so denying the Panthers of a chance to hop on this. Respawns come through, and wow, Illinois, they've actually dealt with the aggression.
Yeah, they've really been able to stabilize their base too, so now you can actually start to push up, get some mid-map control as well, but actually it doesn't even look like they want to push up. It looks like they kind of want to just sit back, play their head glitches, and just try to be able to take it away here and keep these players on Davenport guessing. That seems to be the plan and the play call right now for Southeast Illinois. And you don't have affordable kick, you'll get another one here, get another 2, and I mean, this should completely slow down yet again another push here for Davenport. Gecko will be the only one being able to hop onto this hill for now.
Well, first time we've seen them hop onto the hill. There's a player to help them out. In the back line, it's Anthrax. Of course it's Anthrax throughout this. Trying to win the one-on-one up top. Lodog gets the better shots on, so no progression to beat just yet. North is at the platform. Respawns. Going to be hopping up. Back Church for Illinois. Gecko's going to be hopping on this hill. Stops the clock at 39. Look to push the aggression. Another 3 in a row for Gecko, as they are literally lining up for him. J-Murph trying to land that set nade, and he does. Is able to trade out Gecko, but it's going to be locked down. Anthrax, top burning, is going to find 2 North inside the hill. Goes down. 35 seconds left.
Oh, there's only 1 life left as well here. So,
oh, wow.
So, yeah, I didn't even notice that, but yeah, they got outslayed pretty hard on that first zone. So when they went over to the second zone, I was actually just about to call it out, but I was enjoying listening to your play-by-play so much there that I didn't really get a chance to kind of buffer into you there. But yeah, there was like 9 lives left, and then it was just pretty much not search or destroy. It's pretty much team deathmatch at that point for Davenport. All they really needed to do was clear off the last couple of kills there. And you know what? Now, if you're Davenport, you've done the hard job. You have won an offense. So now Southeastern Illinois, it becomes that much more apparent that not only do you need to win an offense, but winning your defense on your next one will be so important, because you very likely could get 3 out here inside of this control, and a triple nade right off the bat from Gecko. I mean, that had to have been 2 nades, right? Like, there had to have been 2, and his just hit second, right?
I sure hope so. That is absolutely disgusting. Now, off the respawn, Southeastern Illinois, they want to go to B. Already losing out on numbers, though. Gecko from the top ropes into the hill, stops the time, and Sheldon's going to clean things up. So, back to the respawn block. Our Southeastern Illinois. And not even that. Look at the map control that Davenport have. Anthrax, again, slipping through. They're going to pick these players up as they push in. Finds a affordable kick. Gecko's going to win the one-on-one on the inside of that point. And nobody on Illinois. Able to resurface to get into this hill. Low Dog comes up with 2, but it's still not enough.
And the hard part right now is, again, you're down so big in lives that Davenport is just going to keep pushing you. And either you're going to lose to time or you're going to lose to lives at this point, because Davenport is not even letting you get anywhere near this hill. I mean, you get to touch on it for a little bit here. But look, right in from behind, from the ashes again, Davenport comes from nowhere. They'll be able to pop another few kills, and it's basically zone tag at this point for Illinois. They say, hey, you know what? One doesn't work. Let's try to run over to B. And then instantly they start getting chopped down. It's going to be Anthrax trying to come in from behind, and he should be able to spot out a bunch of players again here.
Pitch coming through, North on one side, Anthrax on the other. Kick is able to find Anthrax, so still progression at B. They get a tick, a affordable kick. Okay, big kills coming out. You still have some kills to pick up, though, before you are going to successfully get this B site. But a good flurry for Southeastern Illinois, showing some life. And while that all happens, Gecko makes the heads-up play to overextend through the A site and cut them down off the respawn. So all that amounting to not a whole lot. Still, the clock is stopped towards A at 20.9 seconds, but the kills come through. 4 lives left for Southeastern Illinois. It's only a matter of time for the collapse on this last player. Anthrax is going to take them down. One last chance to play zone tag, but North is here as well to take down the players who are funneling on into him. And in 2v21, it's just not possible.
Colin, they didn't get a zone. So Davenport just got 30 kills in a minute and a half against Southeastern Illinois.
Holy.
Because you get a minute and a half on your first, push. I mean, I guess it was probably a little bit longer than that because the zone does stop when Southeast Illinois touches onto the hill.
We weren't on it very much.
Touches onto the hill, but yeah, Davenport, had to have been at least a 2-minute round of control there for Davenport, I would say. And very impressive from themselves. I mean, it's what we're coming to expect right now from this roster, though. They're just playing on another level against the Southeastern Illinois roster. Anthrax and North will combine for 3 off the start of this round. They can hop right into A off the rip again. You can already see, look at all the blue arrows pushing forward. They just want to cut these players down off spawn. Already a 6 life lead, and Southeastern Illinois, they are truly in the blender right now.
They truly are. A site about to be gone. Affordable kick catches them looking the wrong way, and honestly may have caught them sleeping a little bit. North inside the spawns of Southeastern Illinois. Has the pinch onto affordable kick inside the hill. J Murph coming to help him out. Is able to find one. Affordable kick still alive, so Davenport struggling to get to the A site for now, but once they do, it should be gone fast. Low Dog wins a big 2 kills over towards Command Center, so that's going to slow things down out of the Panthers once more. But like I said, off the respawns, here's the Shriek. Sheldon dropping the hammer on Cryptic. 3 go down. It should be the A site gone.
J Murph is still alive here. He does finally end up falling, so, classic caster curse comes on in. This should, like you said, probably be the A zone at this point, though. You've got 3 players sat in and on the hill, and it absolutely does go through. So now you got 2 minutes left and a 7 life lead for Davenport to push over to this B site. I will say this, out of all the players on the Southeastern Illinois team, and I know he just fell, but I just want to say Affordable Kick has been a shining light for this team so far, from just a little bit of points that we've been able to see from him so far here in this game. I know that you're getting run through, and Davenport is just kind of going to play team deathmatch here to close this game out again against these guys. But I really like how Affordable Kick has been playing for this roster, and you know what, if they can kind of start to piece a few more players together and really start to get something going towards the end of this season, you never know with this team. And you know what, it's been a good try. We can leave it at that.
I mean, it was going to be a hard matchup anyways from the beginning. I mean, this team in Davenport, they have been really turning heads this year. In Southeastern Illinois, I mean, we haven't seen them at all. So this is the first look at this team, and, what I expected was Davenport to just show their strengths, and they have a lot of strengths to show. Tuscan Control is going to end in a 3-0, and so is this series. To open up the day here in the Call of Duty Vanguard Varsity League. And they made it look good. They made it look nice and smooth for this. Exactly what I wanted to see out of Davenport as well. Games like this, it's only going to add pluses to the resume for Varsity Call of Duty, and maybe even bump them up in the coaches poll, maybe bump them up in the power rankings elsewhere. I mean, this is a team with a lot of ceiling to them, and if they can find their prime, they might be able to take down some Titans.
They're absolutely no joke, this Davenport roster. I'm right there with you. They can take the fight to a lot of these top teams. And you know what? By the end of this season, I'm going to be really excited if they end up getting a rematch against Northwood, because you know what? This Northwood team is very, very good, and there's no question about that. But if Davenport can keep getting better and progressively better every single week, week in, week out, I don't see a reason why they can't take the fight to Northwood at some point. Even in their last match, it was not like it was a blowout by any means. Yes, you lost by 100 points inside of your first map. It was, I believe, it was a Bacage hard point. If I'm looking at it, finishing at a 230, it probably went down to time. It was a 6-4 in the S&D, close, and then a 250 to 139 inside of the last hard point. So clearly, what they're going to need to work on inside of going up against top teams is going to be respawn. I'll probably end up asking whoever we end up getting to come through to come into the interview, ask him what he thinks about, like, what he thinks they need to improve on against top teams. But from what I'm looking at, it's probably going to be your hard point and your respawn that you need to really improve upon. But if you can keep getting better week in and week out, there's no saying where the ceiling is for this Davenport University roster.
No, they're definitely turning heads, as we've been alluding to throughout this. And I mean, except for that, I mean, you say that coming up later into the year, you're going to have to face the Redbirds. That's going to be your fight for second place ultimately inside this division for the Midwest. And a match for Northwood, I mean, it is going to be one. It's going to be one for the ages, I have to say. I think that's probably going to be the best game we're going to see out of this division. And when it does happen, I mean, wouldn't that be something to look out for? An upset against the number 2 team right now in varsity Call of Duty?
Well, here, I can go take a look actually right now. We can see when the Redbird match actually will be coming up for these guys. So that's going to be next week, I believe, actually. It's February 23rd, Redbird versus Davenport. So that should be next week's Wednesday matchup. So hopefully we can get that one on stream for you guys. Get 2 really good schools going up against each other in Davenport and Redbirds. That's University of Illinois. That should be a really good one as well if we do end up getting that one on stream. And now it's got me tickling. I'm going to be pushing for it. Hopefully we can get both those teams ready to go and on stream, because I like this Davenport roster. I like that Illinois roster as well. So it's gonna be if that match is gonna be a good time, that's for sure.
You know what I like out of the Panthers is yesterday, you know, that matchup like we were talking about against St. Clair. You know, you lose that Tuscan hardpoint this week. You sub it out for a Gavitu hardpoint. They looked good inside that Gavitu hardpoint, 250 to 37, and they were on the rotations. When they weren't on the rotations, you saw them fighting for the rotations. You always saw them being proactive inside that map number 1. And even against a team that you might not know a lot about, you know, it shows that this is a team that doesn't take things or takes things seriously. They don't fool around. They don't mess around. They are going to take it seriously, and they want to be a good team.
And talking about taking it seriously, I know you said they subbed out. It wasn't their map pick, but Tuscan did get picked later in the series as well. So if we did end up seeing that game 4, they were just gonna get more reps on it, more practice on a map that they did end up losing last night too. And you know what? You never know. They really probably could have. I mean, going up against Illinois after what we've seen in this one, I probably don't have a doubt in my mind that they would have come out and taken that hard point against them after how significantly they took that map number 1, but Tuscan's an interesting one because it's like always one of those maps where you need to make sure you're on point with your rotations. And so watching Davenport in that map number 1, like you were alluding to, I feel like they only weren't the first team to a hill one time. And I think that was the Dox hill. Besides that, I felt like they were the first team on every single rotation to the first hill.
And even when they weren't on the rotation to the hill, you saw them fighting for it, like right away. Like as soon as it popped, they were there. They were taking it down. They lost the gunfights, but that's because you were able to set up for power positions for Southeastern Illinois. And, you know, it was only a matter of time before they broke in. They eventually did, and they still had, 30 seconds to accumulate after that hill. And then no matter what, I mean, like right away, what was it? Anthrax was like 36.
9-0. Yeah, he was 9-0 right off the rip. I think, 36-6 or something like that.
36-6 is just, those are numbers that you can't compete against when you're letting that happen inside the game. So a lot for Southeastern Illinois to work on after seeing them right now. And, you know, not the greatest start to the season. You have that bye. You have 2 forfeit wins. It sucks. I mean, it's definitely a vibe kill when you're not able to play your matches. But now that you've gotten this match underway, it's only going to get harder from here. You still have to play Redbirds. You still have to play Northwood. And the fact that you are just getting to that now, you need to make changes. You need to make changes fast.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree that it's going to be just kind of needing to make changes for this roster, but also at the same time, just kind of sticking to your guns in some ways. You don't want to change up too much. Stay stay confident, stay composed, and your season should turn around.
Well, folks, it's time to begin this interview. But before we get into the interview, let's talk about our sponsor, LLS. And in 2015, we're looking at Brenda, who was battling what she thought was a cold, but didn't get better. She got to the point to where she couldn't breathe and was burning up, so she was taken to the hospital, and in total disbelief, she was diagnosed with AML. Brenda's treatment started immediately, but it wasn't an easy road mentally. She was bullied for having cancer, lost friends, and started to see her family at its lowest. She barely went out and spent a lot of time indoors, having found games on her computer and clutching to the friends that stuck with her. After some time, she started streaming on Twitch, creating a place where everyone would be included and treated fairly, but also a place where she could help others. Since Brenda started doing her charity streams, she's raised over $2,500, and it is a true LLS hero. A big thank you to Brenda for everything that she does. And just like Brenda, LLS, they'd like to make an impact in the cancer community. The LLS hero of the game here is going to represent the player who made the biggest impact in the match played. Whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it matters most, our LLS hero of the game is Gecko. So we're going to bring Gecko on into this. Welcome him to the booth. Congratulations on that victory, man. It looked insanely good from you guys.
Wait, I don't think we could hear you. Can you repeat that?
I was saying congratulations on the win. You guys looked great out there.
Yeah. We've been getting our reps in.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But I'm going to ask you because, sitting number 6 inside the coaches poll, Gecko, and, inside the top 25 for CCL, to push even farther, what is next for you guys? What is that next pushing point to get farther on?
Oh, I'm back now. Can you?
Okay, so the question was, the fact that you guys are pushing into the coaches poll, number 6, you guys have made it into the power rankings for CCL. What's next to kind of battle against those top teams?
I mean, really for us, we're just getting the reps in. We have 3 players like me, Sheldon, and Anthrax. We grew up playing together. So we're from the MES circle, which if you don't know is Michigan Esports. It used to be a big local scene in here in Michigan. And we kind of grew up playing together. So when I had the opportunity to bring those 2 in, just jumped on it. And Jay's part of our circle too from MES. So we brought Jay in, and we're just trying to get our reps together because we're all skilled, but we kind of been in and out, not grinding. So we're getting the reps in, and we're getting better every day.
This sounds great. I mean, definitely look like it's working so far. But I'm going to toss you over to Cruz because I know Cruz has some questions to ask.
First of all,
go ahead.
Love to hear that you guys are playing with people from that you guys have played with before. I mean, that's always a great time growing up, playing with the boys. Now you get to play with the boys again in college. Absolutely a good time. My big question for you guys, though, is going up against those top rosters. So, you guys obviously had a loss to Northwood earlier on in the year. What do you guys think, the biggest thing for your school right now? And, what is your biggest weakness right now going up against top schools that you think you need to work on the most?
This is our team chemistry, just getting back into things because we all had our days where we were grinding when we were younger, and we're all growing up doing more things. So as we play together, we're getting better, and I think next time we see Northwood, that will definitely it'll be a way better match. I can pass it over to Anthrax too if you want to ask him a question or two.
Oh yeah, sure.
Is it a man, myth, a legend, brother?
Yeah, let's bring him in.
I mean, Anthrax was absolutely tearing it up there in that series. Anthrax, I will say, sir, you had absolutely no respect for those players. The way that you were just running through them off the start of that Gavutu, you were on another level today, sir.
Just trying to play more, and like he said, we're all adults now, so we have actual responsibilities. So we can't sit there and play the game all day. But now we're playing a little bit more, and it's just reflecting.
Yeah, I mean, you guys look like you're on another level.
Now, against this one, do you guys think you got what it takes, to take down Redbirds, take that second place spot and go up against, Northwood again?
Of course.
Of course.
If you're competing, you have to think that you're going to be able to beat anybody, and you have to be able to beat everybody to compete.
For sure.
It's definitely the right mindset.
I want to just thank you guys for coming on. Congratulations for the victory tonight. And, before we let you go, though, Anthrax, anything you'd like to say to the people back home, maybe?
Honestly, shout out to DU for helping with the education. That's about it.
Sweet. Well, I'm gonna leave you guys be. You know, you guys, big win out here tonight. Now you guys can go enjoy it.
Thank you.
Jesse, I mean, simple as ever. I mean, they came
Yeah.
in, they had a job to do tonight. Win, they got it done.
Yeah, they are all business. You can tell from that interview. Anthrax is here to come in. He's come to come and win, and then just leave and go home. That is what that felt like right there from that interview. He's a definitely though. He was on another level tonight, and he looked like he was locked in. He was locked in for the interview. He's locked in for the games, and you absolutely love to see it. And you know, it showed out like he said, Davenport University, giving them all a chance there to come in, played their best COD, and then also get a collegiate. What's the word I'm looking for? A collegiate education as well at the exact same time. Things you absolutely love to see.
Things you love to see as well. But folks, while we get set up for our second match of the night, which is going to be Penn State versus the West Virginia University Mountaineers, we're going to throw it to a break. And when we come back, our second match is going to be a big one, a revenge story that you don't want to miss. So catch us on the flip side. We'll see you in a bit. Folks, welcome back to the Call of Duty Varsity League. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Cruz. We're here to bring you our second match of the day. We got Penn State University and West Virginia University Mountaineers going head-to-head now, Jesse. It's going to be an interesting one. We kind of hyped this one up for a revenge story. We just saw a 3-0 smoke, so I'm hoping this revenge story is a little bit more drawn out than that one. But and overall, just above all, I'm hyped to see these two teams go head-to-head once more.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this one as well. I mean, anybody who knows me knows I'm a big fan of this Penn State roster. Don't worry, no caster biased here, but this team has been a very good team throughout the season here so far. I mean, 2-1 start inside of the Call of Duty Varsity League. It was a win over Shenandoah, a win over Lebanon Valley College. But unfortunately for them, they do end up falling to Bay State, the juggernaut that is inside of their division. When you look over to West Virginia University, it's a 2-1 record as well. I mean, and this team has been very good to start this season off. They've been kind of a team that's been on the outside looking in of a lot of teams' power rankings, but I mean, you get a good win week one. You end up beating Shawnee State week two, but unfortunately a loss in week three to Shenandoah. So they'll be looking for a big rebound here in this game against Penn State.
And I'm excited for this because when you're looking at Penn State, they have a stacked roster. Taze, Johnson, Shades, Epics. And when you're really highlighting them, you're looking at your SMG duo between Taze and Shades, who don't let you to breathe whatsoever. They're always on you. They're a big staple to why this team is one of the top 10 teams in collegiate Call of Duty at the moment. And when you have just a good backline with Johnson and Epics just to keep you kind of at ease and keep you comfortable to be able to play, keep the pressure up. I mean, Shades and Taze, they are in go mode all the time at every moment inside this. So I'm excited to see them. But when you look across the border from them, with West Virginia University, Bruford, Mr. Toxic, Ethan Swiro, I mean, this is a team that haven't been able to kind of see them take down notable teams yet. So when you're looking at them going up against a stacked roster in Penn State, you're going to be looking at some of these players to kind of find their own and get in that comfort zone to kind of go toe-to-toe with these heavy hitters.
Yeah, and I agree. You're really trying to look at this West Virginia University team and trying to figure out who is going to step up, especially in a matchup like this and against a team who, like you said, is widely regarded as a top 10 team within collegiate Call of Duty. And you're looking at probably Swiro and Bruford to probably be the two players on this roster to really step up. That's your main SMG player. That's your main flex player on the likes of West Virginia University. And you need them to step up here in this matchup. I think a little thing that we can bring up as well for the fact that we have seen these two teams play earlier on in the year, and that's why we're kind of regarding this as a revenge story for West Virginia University, because that was early on within the CCL season that these two teams have played. It was a 3-0 for Penn State. West Virginia University, though, they did keep it quite a respectable matchup, though. It was a Berlin hardpoint that started it off. It was a 250 to 223. A Berlin search and destroy, which was a 6-3, and then a Tuscan control, which ended up being 3-0, but I believe that was the first week that control had been added. So again, it was early on within the collegiate year, so I don't want to take anything away from them. They kept it close, and I think if they have gone back and they watched that back, and funny enough, it was me and Colin that casted that game. And now if they've gone back and they've been able to watch that series back, learn from their mistakes, I'm excited to see it because I do see a lot of the same maps as well coming through for our series here today.
Let's take a look at those maps. Let's see if they've made any changes to the vetoes. You know, you look back at it, you have a good basis on what you want to kind of go into this series now if you are the Mountaineers looking to get your revenge on them. And we're starting off at Berlin. You got a double dose of Tuscan. After that one, heading over to Gava 2 if this does get pushed to a map 4. And a Berlin Search and Destroy in the map number 5 now. Jesse, you're saying we're seeing a lot of the same maps out here. Has there been like... yeah, I mean, there haven't been much changes.
Yeah, so you get the same 3 maps that we saw in the last time they played it. It's actually going to be maps 1, 3, and 5 will be the same. So Tuscan Search and Destroy will be a different one that we're guaranteed to see. But that Berlin hardpoint, it was a 27-point game the last time these two teams played on it. The difference that 27 seconds can make in a hardpoint could be just breaking a hill versus not breaking a hill. So that just gives me a lot of hype for West Virginia University, seeing that they were the ones to come through and pick this map. Because you come out, you see this map come through. As Penn State, you're probably feeling pretty comfortable. As West Virginia University, you're coming into this one with something to prove here in this matchup. You want to come in, you want to set the statement that, hey, you know what? You may have beat us the last time. We've made adjustments. We can come out and we can beat you this time. This is what we're looking for from West Virginia University. We want to see this team come out. We want to see them come and really just show what they've got, show how they've improved, and really try to take the fight to Penn State this time.
And I like that they're going back to Berlin personally because realistically, you don't know what you're going to get against this Penn State roster if you go to a Tuscan, if you go to a Bokosh, and you might not even be able to hang if you go to a Bokosh. That's big sleigh heavy map. But if you go to something that's fundamental like a Berlin that you've seen this team against, you have, again, something to look back at, something to change, and as you said it, something to prove. So I like this where we're starting with this Berlin hard point. But let's talk about, the rest of it. That Tuscan search and Tuscan control, that I think is going to be where this one, it kind of gets a little bit troublesome, because Tuscan, it's hard to make those adaptations once they're set in stone. And going back to that control map, Penn State, they just look so good on it.
They do, but the thing is, again, it's a map that we played before, so that gives West Virginia University a chance to go back, kind of learn from their mistakes that they made on that Tuscan. And like I said, I believe that was week 1 of control really being in the game that they lost that match to Penn State. So I can't really take that 3-0 super seriously from that point on. I think that West Virginia has probably gotten a lot more reps inside of control now going into this one. So I feel a lot more confident in them, and I don't think that we'll see a 3-0 at the very least in that map mode combination. I think that we'll probably end up going the full 5 if they can keep up with the slaying of Penn State in that map. I think we could end up seeing the full 5, and whoever ends up getting that defense will probably take it very much so like how we normally see from control.
And that kind of brings into the question on who's going to step up to be those slayers, to go toe-to-toe with Shades and Tased. And, you and I were talking about it. We think it needs to be Bruford and Swiro, 2 players that definitely will have to put these 2 in check.
Yeah, I could not agree more. And it was in our keys to victory, and it's what needs to happen for this roster. You need 2 players to step up and go toe-to-toe with Shades and Taze. And if these 2 players can step up and they can really bring the fight to them, that's when you're going to see this roster really kind of start to not only win out on some hills, but also probably win out on some maps as well, if these 2 players can really step up to the same play, especially going to a Berlin early on, because we're highlighting the flex players on both teams. And Berlin's a map where you can see 3 SMGs on some of the hills, but on other hills you're going to see the 2 AR setups come out. Well, I think most notably probably hills 4 and hills 3, you'll probably see the 2 AR setup, maybe even 3 subs sometimes on hill 3, but most notably will be that hill 5, that hill 4. That's where you're going to see those double AR setups, probably in the back of the map towards the train yard, and that's really what could give you your best chance of being able to take it if a player like Spyro can really step up to the plate here today.
There's going to be a lot to prove, and just another thing to add into Berlin is, the fact that it's not really as brawly as a Bokosh can be. It's a lot more systematic. It's a big word that you like to use, Jesse, and honestly, I love the way that it describes this map. And when you're looking at a team like West Virginia University and the changes that you made, you don't need to change your gun skill if you want to go toe-to-toe with Penn State, really. Yes, it'll help, but in a map like Berlin, you can get proactive. You can look to set players up on those headies, on those god headies for your ARs like you've been talking about. And I think that a map like Berlin, it allows for those adjustments to kind of be set in a lot smoother.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And if you can win a lot of your rotational battles, that's what's going to set you up for success on this map. Because like you said, it is a very systematic hardpoint map. Even if you can get a break into the first hill, that's what like on the very first set of rotations, if you can get a break into the first hill, that's when you can really start to kind of see the success from this roster really pull it out. Because if you can get that break, get a good hold on P1, and maybe even transition that over to P2, get a nice big lead right off the rip, West Virginia will make you feel a little bit more comfortable. And I think that's what we need to see from that roster right off the rip.
Well, folks, it looks like we're having trouble getting these players into the lobby, so we're going to be cutting to a break, getting everything all ironed out. When we come back, Berlin hardpoint. That's what we're going to be looking at. Folks, welcome back, and it is ready to go now. Penn State, West Virginia, a battle of the ages, a revenge story, whatever you want to call it right now, Jesse. It is a hard point as we're going to be hopping on with Penn State to start this one off. I'm going to break from the worst side. Days leading the way. Big gunfight on the outside. Bruford, Swiro, two players we want to see turn up. They get the job done.
That's a big start, too. This is exactly what I wanted to see from West Virginia University. Right off the rip here, you're going to come through the first hill of the game, be able to hop in, get a good amount of time. And you know what? They had the good spawns, so that was something I absolutely wanted to see was a good chunk of time here earned on hill 1. And already 20 seconds going to their favor. But a pinch setup coming in from Penn State, now they might just be able to break back in.
We're going to get back into things. Still time to leave us even as it's 3 down. Swiro, the closest one to this hill. Looks like he wants to take another swing at this. And Johnson, not even looking at the contention break. Swiro in for the scrap time. There's going to be some big battles on the rotation, Jesse, to see who locks down the initial.
Scrap time might end up being a big thing here in this game. We saw it the last time these two teams played. It was a 27-point game. So any bit of scrap time, that can end up changing the way that things go through here. And you know what? You might just end up seeing it. But Penn State, they'll be the first team again early on here. But Ethan, he wants to break right in.
Oh, Ethan trying to go toe-to-toe with Shades. Inside that God Heady, and no, he heals up. Able to take him down one-on-one on the inside. Johnson there for the trade for the reinforcements of Penn State to come to the rescue. A quick nade from Johnson looking to hold things out. West Virginia now on the retake. Swiro from above. And for the edge, and Johnson working him, but here comes the teammates still going 1 for 1 on either end. On top when the dust settles, Penn State looking to lock down the rest of this time, and so far so good. West Virginia, they got to keep their eyes on the rotation.
I think that if you are Epics there, I think you actually want to fall. I don't think you want to stay alive in that situation. Like, you're not in the best spot to be able to guarantee your team spawns, and it actually flips the spawns out for his team as West Virginia get the numbers up by this fire building going into P3, and that's unfortunate. It's one of those times where you actually don't want to win the gunfight, where you want to throw your life away because of the way that the spawns were coming in for your roster, and it's actually going to allow West Virginia to be the first team over towards our P4 hill.
Yes, it is. Already some good changes out of the Mountaineers. Penn State haven't been as dominant. I'm looking at Mr. Toxic, 1-6. Gonna step up to the plate to pick up the pace with his teammates inside the hill. He's able to find one. Break comes through from the front, Penn State, so they're starting to collect time on the inside of this. 34 seconds to grab on the respawn. Swiro back into business, able to take down Shades from behind into the hill for the contention. Not looking the right way, and Epics turning up on the inside. Finally traded out, but a lot of time picked up from Penn State, and still 20 seconds, so might want to take another swing at this. And yeah, it's a big one. Shades, Taze, they take everybody down, and Penn State flip it out.
Look at the way that they're keeping them spawned out now as well. Penn State don't push too far forward, so the spawn for West Virginia still comes into the top crane portion of the map. And look how far away they are spawning from the next hill right now. They have every line of sight covered for Penn State, and it's going to take at least 20 seconds for West Virginia to get even close to this hill.
Johnson set up in such a good spot. Finds Swiro early trade.
The spawn in the back!
It allows for this one, and yeah, Swiro blessed right now. It causes Penn State to turn around like, hey, what just happened? And just like that, 4 down, Mountaineers, they get blessed.
I thought for sure West Virginia were going to be spawned out of that hill, but no, unfortunately, Penn State, they just push a little bit too far forward. They don't have the spawns anchored exactly where they need it, and no spawn pockets were open on the left side. So West Virginia, they get blessed with the spawn on the right, and now they can look to guarantee themselves a little bit more time here. That might just be the break they need here in this game.
Sharks in the water, they have them surrounded. 20 seconds to play for. Toxic wins a big fight, gets traded out. Still duels on the inside of this hill as it is battle for the scrap time at the moment. Penn State 87-77, 10-point lead, and they can push it a little bit farther. We're headed to this hill 5, Jesse, and notably, you're not going to see a lot of time on this hill.
No, usually very scrap-heavy hill in this P5 hill, but Penn State actually have a pretty decent setup for it here right now. I say that, but then you get a couple kills going the way of West Virginia. And Swiro, again, we talked about how we need him to be a good player here in this game, and 13-10, off to a very good start, really keeping up to the slaying of this Penn State roster off the rip. And as you said, Colin, a very contest-heavy hill, looking to be very contest-heavy once again here.
There's 44 seconds that are looking to be contested. Epics is on 5 in a row, but as you remember, the changes have come through inside this, so it's not until 6 and 7 that you're going to be locking down those streaks. 97-80, Penn State back in control. They clip, don't just yet. Johnson cutting off the rotations through the middle of the map. So far, so good for Penn State. It has been a lot more competitive this time around in the Berlin than we saw last time, but Epics drops, so no streaks in his hands. It's a big kill out of West Virginia. Not only that, but they get flipped out from Penn State, Jesse.
Yeah, Penn State, they do a good job. They just don't push too far forward. They hold on to those left-hand spawns, and I think this is going to be a big thing for West Virginia here. Last time through, you had the better side spawns. You were able to reinforce this hill. You were able to get the break. Can you get the break from the less preferred side here?
That's the question. What's the answer? Swiro flying right now. Finds Johnson. Chase for the trade. 3 down for the Mountaineers. Now they're going to need to break from the front. Not a lot of pinch potential. No pinch potential at all. Toxic's pushed through this doorway. Ethan opens it up onto the kill from Taze. Nice shots down range from Johnson. A little bit of a Hail Mary to keep Shades in check. Now Epic surrounded with still time coming through. You need a break from Mountaineers, and there it is.
Wow. So answer completely given to us there. West Virginia, they can break it from the left, they can break it from the right. Favorite side, non-favorite side, does not matter. West Virginia is here to play today. And I mean, I'm very impressed with how this team is looking. Even Mr. Toxic at 7 and 15, he's coming in with some good shots with that AR. He is the main AR on this team, so he needs to kind of step it up a little bit in some of those situations where you need to be anchoring down these spawns. But still not the worst situation for this team. But again, going towards this mailroom hill, the hill that we probably saw Penn State get the most amount of time in that first set of rotations on, they're going to be the first team here set up, and they have a really good setup right now, giving south spawns to the likes of West Virginia.
Look at this play from the Mountaineers. They're trying to hit it from behind. They pull a spawn out for those squad spawns. Player number 8 and 6 looking to make a play through this back warehouse job. Johnson gets spotted up top, but really just dealing damage before this comes through. Contention inside the hill. Epics wins it. Still time for Penn State. Swiro's hopping in now for the job. Johnson still top third, raining down on these players for Mountaineers. And they haven't been able to get anything going just yet. It's a great job from Penn State just to box the Mountaineers out from this hill number 2. 23 seconds left. You need to start thinking about overextending and flipping things out the other way.
So on the last set of rotations, Penn State, they unfortunately got an unfortunate spawn out on the right-hand side, but then they pushed it and they started winning fights on that side of the map when this hill was starting to come to a close, and that gave West Virginia the close spawns. This time through, you can see no mistakes coming through. Epics and Johnson already pushing across the map. They hold on to the spawns on the crane side of the hill, and they are perfectly training these two hills together, hill 3, hill 4, and hill 2 and hill 3, and we're heading towards our third one now, and they have a very good setup here. 2 players will fall, so West Virginia might just be able to break this from the front still.
Johnson set up deep. So it's going to be impossible, really, to fight from that boulevard. They take the fight on the inside, and the shots are good. Epic's in for the contention. 40 seconds to play for it. He is not missing at the moment. 2 in a row is going to keep that time collecting in Penn State's favor. Swiro looking to split through the middle of the map. Gets caught out. Johnson, though, going to fall. Trade from Shades. Eyes on the front door here from Epics. Good for 1. 4 in a row now for Epics. Didn't get those strikes last time, but potentially could be on pace this time around.
If you're West Virginia, you need to give it up. You just need to give up these back 15 seconds. You need to answer back to the big hold of your own here at the train yard hill. You need to do something to get yourself back into this game, because you're going to be given Penn State all the opportunity in the world to close this out if you try to take one last hit at this, and that's why you're seeing the full rotation from the West Virginia players back over towards this train yard hill, and you need to make sure you clear out player number 2. You have the information that he's trying to push in through this back warehouse. You need to make sure you find him and shut him down before he can make a big impact on the map.
Hasn't been happening just yet. Big fight here from Rupert, but Taste.
Oh,
He's going to get spotted. Nothing at all. Snake in the grass, and he's going to bite. That bite hurts a lot right now, especially because Penn State up 2-15. You get really close to putting away this map number 1. In fact, they can put this away right here, so you're going to need the Mountaineers to take a shot at this Bruford. What an angle. On to Taze on the inside. Now this is the collapse that Mountaineers needed. They need to turn up for this. Johnson finds Bruford up top on the inside. It's Ethan, but it's just not enough just yet.
And Penn State, they can't close it out here any longer, but they can get to within 5 seconds of being able to close this game out. Maybe a little bit longer than that now as we close it out, and they're kind of hopping on and off the hill at this stage. But even the rotation right now, it looks on point here for the Penn State team. And you can see Ethan, he's going to be the only player anywhere near this hill right now for West Virginia, so he has a big job to do. He finds 2, and this should completely slow down that push from Penn State. It's exactly what you need. West Virginia will be the first and early team here, but 6 seconds is all Penn State needs to close this game out.
Epic slides in. Bruford finds the kill. Still, good shots out of the Mountaineers. 43 seconds, and we say it a lot, Jesse, but this needs to be perfect hard point inside Berlin. Here comes the hit from Penn State. Still struggling to keep their numbers. Ethan up on the staircase, but it's Taze looking to work around the back of the map with Shades. Pinch is going to be out. Taze falls. Shades still alive and pulls the spawns in the back of the map. So, above all, you can see that Penn State, they realize that there is a win condition, and that is the rotation to the next set of hills. But Johnson's going to be here. Finds Ethan. The trade from Mr. Toxic back into the hill. Are the Mountaineers, but slipping on in. It's TAZE. It's TAZE finding the kills, and nobody from Mountaineers are paying attention. He's going to close Berlin.
29-19 to close that game out for TAZE, the main SMG on this Pennsylvania State roster. And honestly, a map where SMGs are not always going to be the most dominant positions because ARs can hold down such long lanes of sight. He even gets the best play of the game here for himself. TAZE, we highlighted him coming into this match. We said you need to shut him down. Well, in that second set of rotations, it was very hard to shut anybody on Pennsylvania State down. They absolutely came out. They played so well, Penn State did, in that second set of rotations. It was, what, a 20-point game heading into the second set, and Pennsylvania, they just set up early and often on every single hill, and the only hill that you had early setup for on West Virginia was the train yard hill. We thought that they had a good chance, but TAZE again, he's the player. He makes the push through the back, and you had the information. You knew he was there because he had already won a gunfight outside a warehouse, and he makes the push through the back. Nobody is aware of his positioning. I think that if you're West Virginia and you're looking back at this game again now, you just need to do a little bit better of a job of keeping track of where all the players on the map are, with those little kind of call outs of just like keeping like note of where players are. You see it a lot in CTF and other game modes. You need to do a better job of it in Hardpoint because he snuck through the cracks, and that's really what lost you that game there.
Even if there's no information there, it's just, okay, we haven't seen him in a while. Could be behind us. Somebody turn around. He's there. Take him down. Things are okay. You're not getting shot in the back, and that's the real annoying part. Is one thing that we touched on as a key to victory right now for this Mountaineer squad is being proactive. And that means rotating early to those hills, finding the wins, and setting up to shut down the slaying of Penn State. We didn't see that in map 1. You know, here and there we may have saw glimpses of it, but they weren't trying. They weren't setting up, and they didn't have an idea for those rotations. So, you know, in the rest of the series, it still stands. I need to see the squad be more proactive, Jesse.
I think they were trying to be proactive. I think the issue was that even though you set up and you're going towards those hills, you got to win the gunfight still, right? And they weren't winning the gunfights on the rotations, and that's the issue. You had the presence on those hills. It was just unfortunate for you that TAZE and Shades and even Epix was having a really good map there for himself as well. And it was just the SMG power on Pennsylvania inside a lot of those tight hills was what was closing out and what was giving them the wins on those rotations. So if you're West Virginia, if we do end up seeing that Gavutu hard point come through towards the end of this, that's going to be another map where your SMGs aren't going to be as prevalent. You're going to see 3 ARs probably on it. So we need to see the adjustments come through, and you need to, like you said, start rotating a little bit earlier. Just trying isn't always going to be enough for you. You need to at some point start to make it happen.
Let's talk about this map coming up, this Tuscan Search and Destroy, Jesse. We saw it earlier inside our first best of 5 between our first matchup. Now, anything you saw in that you may need to kind of touch on for these teams to change up?
I mean, it's tough. I think that we'll probably see a sniper on the side of both teams come out here on this map, going to watch over towards the monument side of the map, just which would be the A site if you're still kind of just new to the maps and modes. Got to keep it fresh for everybody. But if you can keep a sniper out on that side of the map, especially on defense for West Virginia, it could open up a lot for them. Kind of shut down any of the Penn State players trying to get a little bit more aggressive on that A side of the map, trying to push through maybe into Church. Could be a good answer. I think just probably slowing down the pace though, because it felt like the start of that game they were doing a good job of playing at their own pace, but then as soon as Pennsylvania really started to pick it up in the slaying department, that's when West Virginia kind of fell behind in that last game. So if you can play this S&D more to your pace, that's when you might be able to just kind of pull off a win here against Penn State.
And it's something that we saw in our first matchup of the day as well. You know, from Southeastern Illinois, they tried to make a different play. They tried to change it up, and you know, the idea was there. It's just, I mean, Davenport were one step ahead of them, so it was hard enough for that. But yeah, it's the execution that we need to see, and it's something that kind of swings off of that Berlin hardpoint, the proactivity that you say, you know, it was there. They were trying it. Well, let's see it again in the Search and Destroy now. That slower game mode, it's going to make it a lot easier to expect these gunfights, you know, to be ready for them. So I'm looking at West Virginia to keep up with that, and this time around, win your ones.
It's all about timing as well in Search and Destroy, and you can see, I think Mr. Toxic not having a sniper up, but if he has a sniper in this situation, probably puts him in a good chance to find that first blood on Shades of player number 1 there. He would have had a gunfight. Not going to be the case, and I love this place. Spyro gets really aggressive, and he finds one, and they're actually going to get a 2-for-1 trade there. So good start for the round here for West Virginia on trying to take this bomb retake. But look at what happened to Penn State. Everybody just pushes back into their zone now, and they can try to just set up and fully watch this for the defuse.
Ethan needs to know Johnson's here. You know, somebody can set up on this. Shades is so far behind. If you find Johnson, you win this game right now. Around the outside, Bruford takes the kill. Now Shades, that's going to force him to run. He might be a little bit too far away. Player number 6 still Broford there to shut him down. Around the corner, Shades is able to find Broford, but the defuse comes out. The players watching him. A big play out of the Mountaineers to strike first.
Yeah, you love to see that. A 4v4 retake on the bomb site, and it's something that we're starting to see more and more often on this map, is that you get that bomb down there, but you don't really have smokes to cover your middle map anymore. You don't, unless you have a sniper absolutely taking over on offense, really get a lot of opportunity to win gunfights over at the monument side of the map. So good job there from the defense to really be able to take over their side of the map. And it's all in the back of Swiro there. He pushes right through the middle of the map, pushes right into A as soon as that bomb goes down and finds the right timing. Oh, and Ethan, I thought he was about to get caught out there, but instantly putting this bomb down and tased. He gets the set nade. Beautiful play.
Bounces it right off the ground. Epic's a little bit of struggle to get through that. Swiro was like, nope, can do this time around. Bomb still yet to go down. In fact, Ethan, with that set nade, wasn't able to get the bomb planted. 3v2 numbers to Penn State. See Swiro set up top, but that bomb is in such an unfortunate position, Jesse.
It's not where you want it. That is for sure. Especially when now Penn State, they can just kind of sit back, wait for you to pick it up. Not sure if not the audio cue, but the cue inside the game where it pops up the banner saying that the bomb has been picked up is still in the game. We'll probably see it here, but I know a patch did just come through, so maybe they may have fixed that little issue. Mr. Toxic will go for a gunfight, so they're going to know that this team is here. But Johnson finds the first. It's just going to leave Toxic all by himself here, and all the information in the world to the likes of Penn State. And yeah, that's the round.
You know, I understand why Swiro takes the wide swing around that corner. You know, maybe the player pushed out through, tried to overextend and set up a pinch, but, I mean, walking out like that into no man's land, basically, like a lost puppy, it's not the way to play that in the numbers disadvantage. I really did not like the way Swiro played that one whatsoever. So 1-1, Penn State are going to tie this one up with a big play from Taze to drop that bomb. And now you're switching sides back once more. West Virginia on the defense.
Penn State again. They want to go right towards this A site. Looking very similar to round number 1. Mr. Toxic should have a one-on-one here with Shades. He spots his head and he's just going to back up. Epics, he should get the go-ahead here from his team to get this bomb down. He just needs to make sure he gets it down in a spot where they can watch it from that back room. And Johnson needs to be a lot more aware this time of his flank. And you can already see he's going over to watch the command center this time through. They're going to try to watch this in a different spot.
Johnson hoping to find a kill here. Bait and switch, and Johnson recognized that he's just going to disengage, play his life. You know, it's more value. Set up once more, but they split. Swire from one side. On the other side, it's Ethan, but Johnson, he's got the gunny. Now the secondary is going to be on board. Swire catches him with his tail between his legs. 24 seconds left, and this retake just hasn't started yet. You find that one kill, but now Swiro has to expect that Shades are going to be so deep in this spawn, and that is hard enough to read. So Bruford last alive in a 1v3. Time against him. He's able to find Epics, but there's just no time to get this done.
And you can see here why Penn State leaves Shades in the back of the spawn. And as long as everybody else stays alive, it's a great spot to play in. But you saw the mistake come in the first round of the game. Once Johnson died in that top window, it left Shades in a really bad spot to be able to try to get that bomb defused. This time through, though, they take care of Johnson. It opens things up, but at the same time, he still had other players on the map where Shades didn't have to push up, and he was able to play that back spot. Nobody expects you to be there for the defense, and West Virginia absolutely caught with their pants down, not expecting that he gets the job done again. And now back onto their offense. West Virginia is going to try to get this down at A, but again, an instant aggression from Penn State shuts down that bomb plant once again.
Epics, two picks to open it up. 3 in a row still for Shades. But he is as passive as ever. You look at his positioning on the mini-map, and nobody even close to take this one. Broford, oh no, the timing for Broford. You just got to run, bud. You just got to run and hope that they're not behind you. And this is exactly what he's going to do. Regenerate that health. 2v4 still. Haven't seen a gunfight that the Mountaineers can take. Swiro and Bruford, the best thing that they have going is that they're together. Ooh. And with that, Taze is going to go down. This is in 3v2. Buford Bruford's still finding really bad timing, but look at Swiro as he's
Swiro.
jumping around corners. He's challenging everybody.
He is checking every single corner right now and winning out on a lot of those gunfights. You absolutely love to see it, but unfortunately, he will end up watching his teammate fall. But he wins another one, so
Swiro.
possibly going for an ace here. 20 seconds left. He still needs to get the bomb down.
Johnson's in such a good position with 15 seconds left. You know Swiro's looking for that kill. Is he checking every single corner that you need to? No, he's just going to hop this bomb. Johnson, he doesn't hear it whatsoever. So bomb's going to go down 1v1, 43 seconds, Jesse, and Johnson's going to go all the way around the outside. Take the battle to him. Swiro's going to check it. Swiro for the ace. Underneath him, Johnson hits the deck. 64 HP. It's a little bit of ring around the rosy, but an ace from Swiro, and Mountaineers take it.
And in a 2 versus 4, Spyro finds all 4 in the round. And I mean, Colin, the way that he was checking some of those corners, absolutely unreal. I mean, just checking the deep corners, checking every little thing he had to. And when he found those 2 kills, able to make it a 2 versus 2, his teammate falls. He makes it a 1v1 after as well. And I mean, you had 20 seconds to get the bomb down. I really think that that's a misplay on the Penn State side. I feel like you need to check that bomb at some point there. It does not get checked. Bomb goes down. He gets out with his life. And you know what? Now, if you're Swiro, you got to be looking to possibly make and find some streaks off of this. But Penn State instantly, again, no aggression from West Virginia, should be able to get this bomb down pretty easily.
Are they going to get that set nade that we've seen time and time again? Nobody. Asking out. Swiro's going to go for the check. Bomb goes down, so Epix is able to dip on out, but Swiro's still falling. What is that? What are you doing? That is so bold from Swiro, you know. Why not out that? But Epix almost took him down, and somehow he was able to get out of that. Now this trade's going to be through. Swiro still finds Epix. He's not stopped just yet. 5 in a row. Hops the bomb right away. Nobody's going to check it. Nobody's in a spot to check it from anybody on Penn State. Finally, Taze is going to go, but it's too late.
I think Taze threw a nade. I think that's what we just saw come through at the very end there. I think he was hoping he could just nade on bomb, get the player off of it. But you know, there's a perk in the game. I can't remember if that's what they're called in this game, but a perk in the game that allows you to not get dropped from nades. So I would imagine Fortified was in full effect in that situation there for the likes of West Virginia, and they're going to take another lead here. And now Swiro on 5 in a row, possibly looking for some streaks here in this round. Like, can we just say how ballsy of a play that was, though, Colin? Because, I mean, the instant bomb hop was absolute stupidity, let's be completely honest.
How did he live?
I don't know, but he lived, he got away, and Ethan should get this bomb down this time as well. The nades will come through, and it's not going to finish him off. You love Fortified on the side of West Virginia right now.
First bloods have been everything, whether it's Bruford or Swiro. An answer back from Johnson with the bomb down now. Need to take him through out the door. Swiro, a little bit of hello, but a goodbye from Taze. He's going to drop down into that pit. Numbers in the favor of Penn State, but you have to think that Bruford's going to be in this spot. Is anybody there to take him down in the back line? It's going to be Taze to find Mr. Toxic. Bruford looking to make the extension all the way through this. Hop into a spot where you can spot shades on that bomb. You do, but Johnson reads it still. And almost in a situation where you can shut that down was Bruford, but one step ahead were Penn State.
Yeah, I feel like he shouldn't have jumped down there. I feel like maybe if you challenge that from top window, you're probably in a better spot to close that one out. Just the situation was, though, you're at a 1 versus 3, and Pennsylvania has so much map control at that point that it was just tough. I feel like Swiro maybe kind of threw his life away a little bit there in that round. I don't think he needed to get too aggressive on the defense. I get what he's trying to do. He's probably trying to flank the defensive side of Penn State, but pushing through command center with either having to break the wall or run through the door, it just is never a really good look, especially when you're on 5 in a row and playing for streaks.
Shades on the other side. Mr. Toxic isn't going to be ready. Slides away. The nade. And the nade's going to land. Swiro goes down, though. Not Mr. Toxic. You should still know that he's there. And, the answer back. Able to get it done. He's going to be ready for the second gunfight. No, takes the wide angle, still wins it. Beams, Jesse. Nothing but beams.
Penn State, though, again, a very interesting setup in their post plant. Taze will get pushed up and get a little bit more aggressive, and they actually spotted the last player as well. So Toxic all by himself will have to be an ace.
Oh, finds one. Doesn't say they shall. Thinks he's going to be coming around from the outside. 14 seconds. Not a lot to make this play. Johnson's just waiting. Nicely. Toxic. He checks it, but the head glitch is not enough. And Automaton rips him off, and it takes Penn State back to the lead.
That's a perfect play from Johnson as well. I mean, taking this gunfight here is a little bit crazy in my opinion. I feel like you don't even need to. You can just kind of slide behind the box, get away with your life, but he wins it out nonetheless. But I liked the way he played that before. He doesn't get too aggressive, doesn't try to find that trade because they had absolutely no information on where he was in that situation. So he's in a close spot to be able to check that bomb defuse if he needs to. But besides that, though, the initial post-plant setups from Penn State, I'm not really liking too much so far. I mean, like, you've been in a couple rough spots here in this game to be able to stop these bomb plants to get the diffuses from going down, and he's going to get extremely aggressive again here on offense. Bomb down immediately, just barely escaping with the skin of his teeth.
Look at where Swiro is sitting this time. Not going to be taking the challenge out to command center. Leaves this to the teammates to play a lot more passively and be sitting on the monument to find the pick on the shades. Now Broford strikes from the pit. Is going to double down with your teammate, slides back on out. Johnson's going to win it, but taking a lot of damage in the meantime. The rest of his squad is down and out for the count. Now alone in a 1v3, 21 seconds to make all of this happen. And hey, there's not numbers, there's no time. He's on a streak, so you want to make this happen for the rest of the kills, but Ethan's going to spot him out, and it doesn't allow anything to go any farther.
WVU Mountaineers starting to bring their way back in once again here. Time is up at 4-4. I think my big question now, Colin, is when are we going to see a hit towards that B site? Because we have not seen it. 8 rounds up, 8 rounds gone, 8 hits. So love to see a B hit maybe come through. I don't know if it's the time, though, in the game where you might be able to catch somebody off guard because you've seen so many A hits. It kind of becomes a mind game like, hey, are they going to hit B? Maybe we stack B and then they go to A again. So it's one of those situations where it's just hard, especially when it's been working so well for both offenses to go towards this A site. And again, we're going to see Epics with the bomb. First player up, and it's just so aggressive through Monument. Can get this bomb down instantly over to A, but Swiro's in from behind.
Where was the check? From your back player, he's ducking down. He's so afraid, and Swiro can't be afraid of anything. Even still, Shades is going to take him down in the 1v1, so even Steven at 3-piece. Ruford's stunned up. Oh, he's got a lot to deal with right now, and I'm pretty sure that player saw him. 3v2, Penn State, once again, numbers. But nobody in a position to pick up that bomb.
Yeah, it is down in a really, really bad spot right here, so we'll see what they can do. But 2 players over towards B is interesting call from Penn State here without the bomb as well. It just seems like they're trying to get any information they can. Tased will find Ethan, so that's actually just going to leave Bruford all by himself here in the back of the spawn. And I'm not sure if Johnson just saw him, but the way that Johnson's mirroring his every move, I think he has, and he absolutely does. Penn State finds the round win after getting first blooded. And again, I hate to say it, but I feel like Swiro needs to kind of, we said he needs to be that impact player, and he is being that impact player. But I think he needs to find he needs to like get a chain put on him and just stop running at the other team, because it's like you get the first blood, you're in a great spot, and then you just push and try to get the second on the player. Over aggressive Chow, you lose it out, you give the man advantage right back away, and then Penn State just closes the round out from that point on.
It's cool. You know, it looks like a lot of fun, Jesse. It's not sustainable at all for the win. Ethan again going for the hit down mid. Stun's gonna get eject. Taze for the set nade. Ethan gets tacked out, but he's not gonna drop. So bomb goes down. The second nade from Johnson is able to finish the job. Bomb goes down nonetheless. So you're looking at this post plant from West Virginia.
Yeah, not very often do you see a nade go down and it just makes you buckle your knee. But you know what, with Fortified, that's exactly what you get here. Bruford's got a really good spot to watch this bomb in the post plant setup, and look at where Swiro is as well. He's in a great spot to watch if anybody tries to make the push right in and through this command center. But Epics, he's going to choose the wiser and not make the push through. He's going to go through courtyard instead.
No, he's not. Mr. Toxic, though, goes down to the back, so Bruford has to be thinking somebody could come down from below, but instead it's Taze in the window. Now Swiro last alive in a 1v4, making a 1v2. Shades just too many numbers to make it happen. Wait, what's their time? Was there time to get it?
I don't think so. He may have just gotten it. He got it just in time. The round goes to West Virginia University, and we're going to see a round 11.
Oh, my word.
That had to have been like 0.1 second, right, Colin? Like,
it had to be. You know, I don't know if you remember Toronto Ultra back in the Cold War playoffs when they were like literally a hairline away from getting the defuse, and it just blows. Man, it's just it's these moments that's just so tight that makes it happen. And again, it happens. Swiro making the play. Hey, it went down, but just enough to send him to a round 11 here right off the rip. Who's gonna find that first blood? Ethan trying to get that bomb down, but set nades once more. Taze looking to follow up with them. Ethan gets shot out. Swiro finds Shades on the outside, so numbers gonna be there. They get denied to the plant. Going in again is going to be Ethan, and this time it's going to cost him.
Taze gets tagged up though, so Taze can absolutely get shut down and taken out of this, and he does. Mr. Toxic and Swyra will find two. It's going to leave Johnson all by himself here. 1 versus 3. He has info on 1. He gets the first kill, so a 1v2 now. He needs to stay away with his life here.
Oh, Swyra almost finding the trade, but Johnson, a lot to do right now to find this round 11. Unless Mountaineers, they want to get this. Bruford's up top in a spot to check this NACE. Swyra comes flying. Johnson now 1v1. Bruford's here to shut this down. Johnson does not know what to do. There's this time of attrition. He's going to hop it right away. The nade's going to be out. Johnson has to hop off. This goes in for the pistol shots, but no. Mountaineers win the round 11. Clutch play galore from Swyra, and it's Bruford to close it out.
Oh, baby, we got ourselves a series here. West Virginia University not going down without a fight. The bomb does not want to be defused in those last 2 rounds, and you get to see it again there. And I like the adjustment off the start of that round there from the likes of West Virginia University. I don't know if you noticed or not, Colin, but there's been a lot of set nades off the start of those rounds over towards that A site, and they were getting the better of the Epics sometimes. What Epics does is he shows himself there like he was going to put down the bomb, and he backed up where the set nade would not hit him, so forced out all the nades right off the start of that round. And then eventually they were able to push up, get that bomb down. Tased, I thought he was going to be in a good spot to be able to close that out, but he just got so weakened from that first gunfight that as soon as Mr. Toxic peeked out and he was able to challenge, it shuts that round down, and it gives them that man advantage, leaving Johnson all by himself in just a tough spot. And, you know, a valiant effort from him. It would have been a 1 versus 3 to close that game out, but unfortunately just not able to get the job done there. And what was a 0.1 second away from being defused and seeing a 6-4 win for the likes of Penn State, we see a 6-5 win go to the likes of West Virginia University.
I mean, it would have been sweet to see him fly out there and take Bruford down with that pistol. But the high ground is just, it's so much of an advantage, right? And especially that spot that Bruford had. We've seen it so many times inside this Vanguard season. It'd be just the pillar to why a lot of those A sites are successful. We didn't see a single B hit throughout that whole game of Tuscan. Now, we did see the players take a battle towards the B side, but the bomb was down at A. They were just looking for the kills over there. We didn't see a single hit towards B, Jesse. It was just nonstop A site hits again and again, and they were okay with that. I mean, they were literally just going back to back inside those attacking rounds. It was just insane. It was insane.
It really just kind of felt like both teams were like, no, I'm not giving this up. I'm the better A team, and I will completely
I'm Dirty
shut
Dan.
this. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly like that from SpongeBob. I'm Dirty Dan. And yeah, they just could not get the job done. I mean, I feel like both teams deserve to win that map. I would have loved to have seen a B hit at some point from either team, but just not in the cards of the hand there for that game. And West Virginia University, they just get the job done. And now we got to look back at our map set again. We're going to be going to Tuscan Control for this final, or for the third game. And, you know, I'm really excited because this guarantees us another hard point, and a hard point that we haven't seen between these two teams yet.
It's a revenge story. I know Valentine's was just around the corner. It's not a love story. It's a revenge story today between West Virginia and Penn State. I mean, these two teams, they've been here before. But last time it was a 3-0. This time we are guaranteed to go the distance. And that Gava 2 control being on the menu definitely will change things up. But I want to dive in right now with this control coming up next, because we saw a Tuscan control earlier into this day as well. And it was a clear sweep 3-0 now. We got a hint of the hard point and a little bit of a taste for the respawns for both of these squads. But what do you need to see change going into this control for this respawn to work the way of the Mountaineers?
Well, I think the thing that the Mountaineers did really well in that search and destroy when the pace of play got slowed down a little bit was Swyra was doing a great job of opening things up on the map. I think he needs to do that here in this control again, but he needs to do it to a more controlled fashion. You like what I did there? He needs to just kind of push out at the players, but also at the same time, just don't push out for the hell of pushing out. Push out to find value out of your life. You can't just be throwing your life away with no value, especially in a mode where you have a certain amount of lives like you do in control, in search and destroy. He made a couple big plays in search and destroy, but he also could have been the reason why they lost that game. Even in that round 11, he pushed out of that top church and he just flew out of it, and he was an instant drop to It's Johnson. So, I mean, if he loses that and they lose that round, you got to look back. That could have been a reason why they lose that round. He doesn't. They win the round, but it was a very, very close situation. So I think Swyra, he just needs to do a little bit better of a job. He's making those big impact plays like we want, but he needs to do a better job of being careful with his life as well.
Look, Jesse, I mean, Swyra, Dude's a peacock. You just gotta let him fly. Just
Oh,
gotta
you're
let
gonna
him
steal
fly.
my line now too. Eh?
Not
I
that. A
see.
little bit of a callback from last season, but you know what? It is what it is, you know, and it's what he is. I do agree that you need to kind of put a leash on him right now. He's just
That was the word
cracked.
I was looking for. Thank you so much.
He's cracked, and he's doing good, but he's a little bit too cracked right now, and you need to slow him down because he's gonna be the guy that takes you and pushes you over the edge of taking down this Penn State roster, and you need to make sure that you're doing it in a very systematic way. You're not getting a little bit too over ambitious, a little bit too over aggressive, because as you saw in a lot of those rounds, like you said, that could have easily been a 2-0 right now for Penn State, and a lot of it was because Swiro was giving up a lot.
Yeah, it was. It absolutely was. But I'm really excited now. We got ourselves a series heading into Tuscan Control. It's going to be West Virginia on offense first as well. So I think this is going to be a big test for West Virginia. If they can come out and they can take a first offense against Penn State, that could be a big statement here in towards the rest of this map. But it will be right off the rip heading over towards A. And I would expect nothing less, Colin.
Let's see if they can find the kills, because Johnson going down. It is going to thin the lines of Penn State players. Epic's a shot to go through. No. Shut down once more. Two
How
ticks
is
going
Tased
through.
in their spawn already? What route did Tased take off the start of that game? He's trying to do the Swiro effect right now and just trying to get in behind these players, be that annoying player on the likes of Penn State. And they have so much map control. They push all the way up. They get all these players on West Virginia in rough spots now off the rips. And look at where Epix is playing. He's trying to push it in a little corner, but nobody's pushing through Command Center.
No, Taste is still alive in the back, and it's a hunting season right now to get this done. West Virginia, they're forced to go right down the middle of the map, and that they do. Swire in the back. How does Shades do that? Absolutely snaps on him, burns him into the ground. Epic's still alive up top. Taze did fall, but you still have a player to take down before you're able to escape your spawn. 2 ticks at the A site. I would like to see West Virginia just, forget about B, finish this A site.
I think the big thing for West Virginia right now is they know they need to clear out their spawn, but Epic's still going strong, finds another 2-piece. And the issue is you can't hop onto A if you don't know if there are players pushing in from behind you constantly right now, and Epix is still being that guy in the back of the spawn. Just being that annoying, pesky player, not allowing you to get anything. And look, as soon as he gets the call out that there's people over here, he's going to make this flank play in from behind, but his teammates are actually going to clear him up, so he's just going to push over where the other spawn could possibly come in at and be ready to push them and shut them down again.
It was such a good start from the Mountaineers, Jesse, but as soon as Penn State got comfortable, they haven't really been able to get back into this. Finally, a kill onto Johnson. That's going to open up A. 8 seconds left. Epic's coming around the back. Is anybody here to shut him down? Is anybody here to check this? No, nobody's looking at Epic's. He's going to hop in. He's going to clear them all out. 1, 2, 3. Say it ain't so. It's going to be a Penn State round off the back of a big Epic's flank.
Well, what did I say? I said you needed to shut Epix down and get them out of your spawn before you were able to push up and get onto A. Well, West Virginia, they just decide, hey, you know what, Jesse, you don't know what you're talking about. We don't need to shut him down. Well, guess what? You do need to shut him down. Epix, again, being that player, being that annoying, pesky player in the back. He was on 3 when we were talking about him a minute ago. And then towards the end of that round, they get onto A. Who's the player to shut them down from behind? It's Epix, because they didn't clear him out of the spawn. That's job 1 when you're in that spawn trap. Clear your spawn out, find a 4 down, then you can push up. They were just never able to get that 4 down.
Not at all. Big start to Penn State. It's what you expect on defensive rounds, though. You don't always expect the A site to be the one that's stopped. Here we go for Penn State right now, trying to do the exact same. Swiro's going to find 2 to possibly open up this map. Bruford to back him up. Swiro goes down, and so does the teammates. The A-site working on that second tick of progression. They're not stacking this, so it's going very slow, Jesse. They're just not able to find the kills to make it in.
It is going really slow, but look at all those angles that you have watched right now for Penn State. This is one of those situations where you don't really need to stack the point necessarily, and the point will be secured here. I think the big thing for West Virginia, you still have the lives even. You are on defense, and then you just get the 4-man wipe as well. So you get all the players off the site, and now you need to push forward on the map. You need to get Penn State into an uncomfortable position like what they had you in that last round. It's not coming through yet, though. It looks like West Virginia wants to play for one more full wipe before they really push up and try to get that spawn trap engaged.
Now, I hate to say it to contradict our point, but you got to let Swiro off the leash right now. You need to see him do exactly what Taze just did in the last, and Epix did in the last round. And it's going to be him. to be that one. Epix has a strafing run. You gotta watch your head into this one. Could open up this side. Instead, it's gonna be the guns doing the talking right now. Johnson finds Bruford. It's gonna open up a window of opportunity. Now Swiro finds the opening in the back, and they're all there looking the wrong way. Finds one, tucked away. The rest of Penn State still trying to look for this. Is Swiro. He's just not allowed to get these kills. Teammates, wait, Johnson, how are you back here? Nobody's looking at Johnson, and that is gonna open things up.
Johnson gets down on the heavy in the back now as
Ethan.
well, and completely contradict these spawns. And he finds 2 more in the back, so this is where you can really start to take over the map as Penn State on offense. You lose a couple of players, but Johnson staying alive back here is so huge because it's going to keep all the West Virginia players always spawning up in the top right-hand side of the church.
And they're trying to get to this hill, but right on their tail are Penn State players. Epix is going to take down Ethan now. Hop into this to stop the clock at a minute 14. Bruford looking to make a play now. Up top. Johnson still has control of the spawn. Nice shots from Bruford. That's going to take down Johnson. Tries to go for the player of the platform, but it's Epix again to make that play. One tick gets succeeded for Penn State. A minute 10 on the clock. A big life disadvantage.
I was about to say, you got to keep your eyes on the lives now as well, because 13-8, now 13-6 here as Penn State finds 2 more in succession. They can win this life just off TDM alone. You can just close it out here by finding trade after trade. You got the life numbers. You got the man advantage. It's exactly what you need to close out a defensive round or an offensive round here on Control. And with 4 lives left, this is West Virginia's last stand.
Last chance. Indeed, Johnson. He knows the player's going to be there on the chase, and it's going to be Swiro to be the one to fall. Big hitter off the table. You need some heroics out of them, but nobody can take down Johnson. Finally, Ethan finds the kill, but 9v2. How much magic do you have in this hat? Because it is seeping out, and it is going fast. Penn State, 2 rounds in a row. A defense, an attack. And now they're going to put the Mountaineers on the ropes.
On the ropes, on the back foot. I mean, whatever you want to call it, this is a disadvantage and a half now for West Virginia. Not only do you need to find 2 rounds, but an offensive round in itself, because Penn State won their own offense here. And this is looking very similar to the last time these 2 teams played this map mode combination. It was a 3-0 for Penn State, looking to best themselves here again, or just even tie themselves and get another 3-0 in the ledger for themselves here. And it'll have to be a better hit from West Virginia. They got 2 ticks off the rip onto A in the last set, but then it was just instant shutdown for Penn State, and it's tased in the exact same position.
Tased. I don't even think you can stop him as soon as he gets into this flow state. Epix hasn't even met him in the back yet, and when that duo is holding hands back there, it is scary. Taze now strikes on that flank. Toxic knocked away, not able to get that trade.
He didn't get the trade.
A missed opportunity. Shades again looking to make a play, and he is going to dethrone West Virginia from that site, neutralize that 3rd tick towards A, and a little bit of deja vu. I mean, I think I've seen this before.
It's exactly the same situation. Life's just about even, but zone progression completely shut down on the site. And look, Johnson already pushed up in the spawn, in the face of the West Virginia players, exactly where you want to be on defense. I think if you're Bruford here, I think you need to make a play and go towards B, just to throw a couple of eyes the opposite way on the map. But he doesn't. He dies over towards the church side of the map. And again, another 4-man wipe comes in from Penn State. And they just have West Virginia exactly where they want them. They look so comfortable once they get the spawn trap locked in.
I mean, it's just constantly missing these players on the map, and Penn State are for free living inside their spawn unchecked.
Finally,
hit to
a
B finally happens, but it's a big shutdown for the rest of them. Player number 2 is going to be inside the church. Bruford able to find Johnson and Epix off that respawn at the A side. Shades is denying West Virginia of any progression for that 3rd tick. B side gets ticked for 1. Haze goes down, so maybe this A side can go away.
Yeah, and see, putting the numbers onto B, what it does is it forces the players on Penn State to have to look away, look the other way, and try to shut this down. They do, and that's going to be A secured. So you get a minute and a half now if you're West Virginia. It's going to give you, maybe 3 pushes, solid pushes at this hill to try to break your way in. The thing is, though, you just get 4-man wiped. Now you need to wait, and you need to make sure you can hit this as a 4-man unit. You can't go individually. Otherwise, you're just going to get dropped 1 by 1 by these Penn State players.
5 life disadvantage. Taze again. He's here. Not where you want to be. You have to expect it at some point, guys. The Taze is going to be there now. Johnson, 2 players to push him, is able to find 1. Swiro makes it through, but he's the only one of the team to get there. 53 seconds. Taze still alive in the back line, and this is Penn State looking to grab their brooms and sweep this control. Mr. Toxic, Bruford, they find 2. That could be the opening. Player number 7, Johnson. If anybody's going to shut this down, it's going to be him, but Swiro makes the play. It's 3 down, and He's looking to get these kills with the respawn, and he might be able to, but on the inside, Shade shuts down Ethan, and there's just nobody to hit onto the site. 4 lives remaining, no respawns.
And this is tough. This is where you got one more shot now at this for West Virginia, but the life differential is just so big. Time is not with you as well. Johnson finds 1. Johnson finds 2 through the middle of the map, and this is really just, you're just in such a tough spot for West Virginia. You get a couple kills back for you, but 10 seconds left. Nobody near the hill. You got to expect this is going to be a Penn State win.
Days get him off from behind. Last one's going to go through. Penn State, a 3-0 inside the control. To go up 2-1 in the series, to get back into the rhythm of the respawns. I mean, they are a dangerous squad, and they are proving why. A dominant hardpoint, a round 11 search that didn't go your way, and you get right back into it with this.
I mean, a round 11 search that didn't go your way, but also a round 10 search where you hop to the bomb and just don't get the defuse by, what, 100th of a second? You don't get that defuse. And just very unfortunate for Penn State. They were 100th of a second away from being able to 3-0 out this West Virginia roster. But no, we go to another map, and it will be a Gafutu hardpoint coming up very shortly for ourselves here. And, I mean, Colin, we haven't seen that map between these two teams. And I think that's a big thing, because the 2 maps that we did see before have gone the exact same outcome. Penn State wins. The one map that we hadn't seen going into this was the Tuscan S&D. It was a 6-5 to West Virginia. We hadn't seen that map before. We haven't seen Gavutu before. Cards are still in West Virginia's hands. They can absolutely force a game 5.
We're kind of in uncharted waters right now, folks. We haven't seen a game 4 between both these squads. Gavitu hardpoint coming up after the break. We'll see you in a bit. Folks, welcome back to the Call of Duty Varsity League. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Jesse. And so far, we've been running through this rematch for Collegiate COD between West Virginia University and Penn State. Now, we're into uncharted waters, Jesse. We are into a map number 4. Last time we saw these teams, it was a 3-0 sweep for Penn State. And honestly, it could have very well been like that this time around, too. The Mountaineers, they've been blessed with an opportunity now to send us the distance to another search and destroy. They got to make it happen on Gavin 2 Hardpoint. Talk to me a little bit about what we've seen so far.
Well, I mean, what you've seen in map number 1 was just a perfect hardpoint play from Penn State. Clear and simple. It was a very close game through that first set. And I mean, what was it? A 20-point game, like 120 to 100 after the first set of rotations. Everything was looking okay. But in the second set of rotations, that's when you really started to see Penn State take over the game. And more so Tased, I think, even take over the game. Him and Shades running the submachine guns together were really putting into full effect on that map. You weren't allowing West Virginia to get any pressure onto the point because you were just constantly getting shot down and spawns pushed out from you. And even when you did have the spawns going into P4 on Berlin, you were getting shot in the back from Tased. Our big thing that we said you need to do a better job of, and they did not do it inside of the control, was keep a better check on where these players are and where they are on the map and who you have left on the map. Because if you don't see a player after a while, especially Tased, very likely he's behind you shooting you in the back.
Oh, very likely indeed. And that's a big staple to why we are where we are now. Gavin 2 Hardpoint, guys. Map number 4. We're going to the anti-air gun for this hill number 1. Most of the time, one wipe will give you majority in this hill, but with how these teams have been back and forth, it's definitely going to be interesting. Swiro and Mr. Toxic found 2. Broford with big win through the middle of the map, so that is going to give early time to the Mountaineers.
West Virginia, they'll be able to hop right onto the point, like you said, and that's a big win. Once you get a clear wipe like that right off the rip, it starts to give you a good amount of time on this P1 hill, and you're seeing it here. It's going to be a 1v1 right now between Epics and Mr. Toxic. And something that I find very interesting right now is the fact that Toxic has an SMG out, because he's normally a main AR player for this roster. He's getting the job done, though.
He is getting the job done, and on anti-air gun, sometimes that's what you need, that triple AR setup. So seeing him flex, definitely something that has helped this team. It's perfect for the Mountaineers right away into this hill. You see why this is what we wanted to see for this map 4 for the squad. Ethan on the inside finds the break. Shades big on 1 here. He is going to swap to the secondary, get the job done with the pistol. Now here comes the rest of the Mountaineers on the inside. Shades not ready for Mr. Toxic. The break on in for the Mountaineers. Can they hold on to this time? Mr. Toxic has to come to win this gunfight. And look, that 3 down 4 to the back. It's Johnson. And Johnson goes down. So far, Mountaineers, they've looked solid in this map 4.
They really have. This is looking much better than what we saw in that first map, and they look like they have something to prove here, and they absolutely do. They want to go to 5 with Penn State. They took the search and destroy in game 2, so you know they want to go back to an S&D here and on a map that they've already played Penn State on. And this is a great chunk of time here again, and look who's in control of the right-hand spawns at the moment. A big gunfight towards the top side of the map. Player 2 will win the first, but again, it's Tased. Tased wins the big rotational gunfight, flips those spawns for Penn State.
You saw how out of hand this could be when you're winning the rotations in our first series today, and so far it's been great for the Mountaineers, but finally a restabilization from Penn State. Johnson set up inside this ship. The full overwatch of this map has a big fight here, but Swiro to finally take him down now. It's a lot of ground to cover for the Mountaineers if they want to get into this hill, and AA gun is going to be in control of Penn State as well, so even if you cross that, you have to take these fights in 41 seconds. There's a lot of time about to be burned.
Yeah, and if you're West Virginia, you probably got 1 solid hit back at this hill. But the thing is, you don't want to overextend. You don't want to flip the spawns out at this point because, like you said, in our first matchup on the day, that there was way too much overextending going on, and it just kept giving the opposing team the spawns over and over again. So we'll see one more hit come through from the front, but it's a 3-man wipe, and you got to expect this to be the last hit now. And now Penn State, they can start to make their way forward.
It's what you had to think, and it's what we get to see. Tased finds a big 2 to close that heel. Now on the rotation with Shades, but Swiro. Okay, I see you. We're going to be watching out for this rotation for the Mountaineers to lock down this time in retaliation to that hit from Penn State. But through the beaches, we are going to be seeing Penn State now try to siege this one out. Bruford finds a big 2 with the help of Mr. Toxic. Penn State now lessened to these 2, but they're actually getting notable spawns at the AA gun.
It's a little weird to see, but Bruford, it feels like he might be that player right now on West Virginia running the main AR. I haven't seen him put it away yet, but you haven't seen the likes of Mr. Toxic running it too much on this map either. So we'll see what they can do. Maybe it's just a certain hill thing that they're doing. And I know he's the flex player, but a break from Penn State does come through the back. But it just looks like, again, it's the perfect time here for West Virginia because the break comes through. But now West Virginia, they can still hold from the front, contest from the front. But now they've got the sponsor Docs as well.
Johnson in a situation where you can cut these players off.
When did TASE get streaks?
I'm sure at some point. I mean, it's TASE. Come on.
He's 9-6 though, so must have had a very big pop off that I did not catch throughout that game. But he's got full streaks on him.
Most likely around Hill 3 when they were in control of those beaches. But now those shrieks have definitely opened things up. Again, Mountaineers are going to be here. TASE gets caught from Ethan. Mr. Toxic watching the overextension through beaches is going to call for a little bit of help from player number 4. It's Swiro to help him out. Rupert's still soaking up this time. And not even that, he's peeking out to find the kills too. Those boxes are going to block those nades, so Bruford, he's got help.
We asked for him to step up here in this series, and finally it feels like he's come alive in this map number 4, really showing his AR prowess on this map. Hasn't put the automaton away at all yet, but Penn State, they will, with that glide bomb, follow it up, get a few kills, be able to get inside of this hill. With 20 seconds left, it's really just a battle for scrap time. The main fight should be going on towards this top side of the map, towards this anti-air gun as we look to go back towards our first hill rotations.
Ethan's going to go down. The scrap time looking to go the way of Penn State, but Swiro, one last hit, and it's going to pay off. Takes out the players of Penn State now, looking to fly to hit this rotation as well, but with that kill, it might give them the scrap time, but Penn State are going to successfully have AA gun.
Oh, no. That's a 4-man down, and you've got a full spawn trap engaged now for Penn State. And we saw what happened inside of the control when you got that spawn trap locked in. This is when you start to see Penn State really take over this game. But Swiro, he escapes out. He opens it up. Everybody on West Virginia now able to get out of that. But still, this P1 hill still mightily in control of Penn State.
Shades is watching. The kills around the outside is going the way of his teammates. Toxic in for the contention. TASE finds him through the middle. There's still time for Penn State here. 112 and counting. Looking to close this lead. And you still have this strafing around for TASE. Slides on the outside. It's going to get the better of Bruford. With the help of Epics, it's 2 down. Trying to get into this are the last players of the Mutineers. In for the 17 seconds. Mr. Toxic trying to make the play, but a stun from Shades is going to take Epics down. It's going to do the job for Mr. Toxic.
Epic's must have been like 3 HP, because since that nerf to the stun has come in, it does not do nearly as much damage as it did off the start of the game when it did like, what, 30 damage? That was ridiculous. Nonetheless, though, he still gets it done. And, you know, it's an unfortunate situation. TASE also just found another one with a stun. So, you know, maybe stuns, maybe the patch has been reverted in the most recent patch here today.
Ooh, don't say
that. We definitely don't want to see that one come through. Look at the right side of the mini-map, though. You can see Penn State, they're putting a lot of pressure on this right-hand side, but still not able to flip those spawns out. West Virginia holding on to South Jungle spawns.
TASE wins 2 on the inside. Still holding out on things are Penn State, having a perfect hill so far. TASE on 5 in a row, makes it 6. Doubles up on the strafing run, but it's not going to matter because you only allowed to have 1. Look at that glide bomb now. And there it is. Glide bomb going to be locked in for TASE around the corner. Still tearing up these spawns of the Mountaineers. Penn State now flipping the lead. We're going to see a change after the second set. West Virginia, they're going to be here, but TASE still alive on 8 in a row, dethroning the spawns of the Mountaineers.
We said TASE is a big impact player, and you need to find a way to shut him down, but you can't shut the man down on 10 in a row. Popping off again here for Penn State. They were down 40 at one point in this game, now up 20 as we hit towards the back half of our second set of rotations into Hill 3, into the West Beach. And it's, again, another great setup here for Penn State. It was a full 60 hold for them the last time through, and a difference maker from West Virginia this time. They're going to try to hit for the South Jungle spawns instead.
On the inside, big contention. TASE is dancing right now. This guy's a ballerina on the map, and he can't be stopped. Bruford's going to win the fight for Epics, but 34 seconds that you're fighting for, and you got to get through TASE, and that is the hard part so far for these Mountaineers players. It has been nothing but perfect since the second set of rotations for Penn State, and really, they've come alive. That's the scary part for the Mountaineers. Now, you need to get this rotation, and you need to set up like you did last time.
Yeah, but the problem is you're spawning up on the right-hand side, and everybody on Penn State knows that. They're making their push through, but one player has snuck through. It's Mr. Toxic. He has a huge job. He needs to not only find 1, but probably find 2 if he wants to secure these spawns here for West Virginia.
Toxic finds 1. It's 2 down right now for Penn State. They're spawning up deep in that beach still. Player number 3, Ethan, has a lot to work on right now in that back line. he still hasn't flown, and the respawns are going to be there. In the back, Johnson gets into it, pinches him through, so the kills are going to ring out. 4 down again for the Mountaineers, and with 45 seconds on this hill, you can put this away if you're Penn State.
Yeah, win condition absolutely in full effect here for Penn State, but the hit from the front from West Virginia, it will be no good. All 4 players go down. So now, like you said, Penn State really looking to try to put this game away here. It's basically the reversal of the spawn trap that you can put in on control on Gavutu. This is looking like an amazing setup, an amazing hold from Penn State.
You gotta go, and you gotta go now. Player number 4 in the AA gun is gonna be the closest one to make this happen. 10 seconds to touch this hill, 10 seconds to stay alive. Taze is gonna cut them off. Player number 1 on the outside, he's going to drop another 3 down. Penn State, they take the Mountaineers, they drop them in the blender, they make Gavitu their own, and they're going to win this series 3-1.
And a well-deserved map win there for the likes of Penn State. I mean, you go into that map, you just played the Berlin earlier on, and it felt almost exactly the same. It was a very close game through the first set of rotations, and even a big lead at one point for the likes of West Virginia through that first set of rotations. But Penn State and Taze just took over the second half of that game. What did he go on, a 13 to finish it off before he finally fell? I don't know. He was alive forever inside of the LTS ship. Then he was in South Jungle. Then he was inside of the West Beach Hill, and he was just sitting inside the boat, killing anybody who came towards him. Nobody could drop him down. He used 1 glide bomb earlier, used the 2nd glide bomb to full effect later on in the game. And I mean, just a perfect map out of Tased, and it's something I expect to see from the man. And this is why I'm such a big fan of this Penn State team.
I mean, it's fantastic to see the way that they're playing. I mean, it was near flawless out of the Mountaineers to start off that Gavitu, and then just something switched in this team. You know, you can see that as soon as those players come alive, as soon as they start to get going, they have no need to stop. They have no want and desire to stop. They just want to keep going, and they want to make it look as good as they can. That comeback into the second set, I mean, it was the bounce back that you needed from them. As soon as they broke that 5th hill inside docks, there was no turning back for them. They were already in the driver's seat. They were already in autopilot, and Mountaineers, they just couldn't fight back. They couldn't find their way back out of the stomping ground that they found themselves in.
And streaks are so hard to combat on that map as well, because if you start dropping streaks on the opposing team, it just opens up a lot. But unfortunately for West Virginia, you didn't even need streaks, because Tased, like you called out earlier on today, is basically like a streak himself when he's going off on the map, because he was just finding every value kill he could on the rotations from hills 2, 3 to 4 into that second set of rotations. I really thought that West Virginia had a good shot to hold down Radar Station and bring us back to a tie game. The thing was, though, Mr. Toxic, he had to win 2 gunfights in the back. He won the first one, took the second one, but when he won it, it was just 1 second too late. It was the 1 second that Pennsylvania really needed to close out the search and destroy. They got that second back there inside of the hard point, because it was a spawn up that ended up coming in the back because the second player was still alive there. Mr. Toxic didn't get the job done fast enough, and realistically, once you get that spawn on the back, Pennsylvania just had to push out. They got the spawn trap locked in. Well, it was a reverse spawn trap, like we said from before.
It was.
They were in the back, and West Virginia just had to keep it from the front. They had no choice, and Penn State was able to close out the game.
And that's going to mean that the Mountaineers are now 0-2 against Penn State inside Collegiate Call of Duty for the 2022 year. And that is a tough kind of situation to be in. You know, the silver lining right now is that it was a 3-1 and not a 3-0. So there was an an adjustment from the Mountaineers this time around. It's the respawns, though, that need to be worked on for this West Virginia University. They look good, you know, in certain situations, and I'm enjoying what I'm seeing out of the squad inside the search and destroy, and small little bursts of energy inside the hard points. The control needs a lot of work to be kind of taking maps off of top teams like Penn State. And now you get to look back again at it like, hey, we look a lot better against Penn State this time around. What's next?
Yeah, that's the big question, right? Like, what is next for this roster? Because they're not in an easy division right now by any means either. You still probably have to face Bay State later on. I don't think they've played them yet. You already took a loss to Shenandoah, which is just not a good loss in all honesty as well. For West Virginia, I feel like the fight for them right now is for that third place spot, and they have the tools to do so. And I'm right there with you, where it's just if they can improve and like maybe take a hard point here and there, maybe take a control, because control seems to be their weakest mode by far right now. And I think what it's going to come down to for this roster is really counting those players on the map. We called it out in map 1, where they kind of lost control And if I was listening to their comms as well, I have a feeling like they're not kind of calling out the small things on the map, which you need to be calling out in a lot of situations. So it's a tough spot for them to be in. Third place, definitely not out of the cards yet for their team. It's just probably going to need to be a win out from this point on of the year.
It's going to be, indeed, but I know you're a big fan of them. A lot of people are as well. Let's bring Taze on in for the interview and see exactly how they're doing. Taze, I mean, congratulations. You guys look great out there.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate that.
You know, we got a lot to ask for questions after that series, but I'm going to toss you to Jesse. He seems like he's a big fan. I'm sure he's got a lot to ask.
I mean, Taze knows I'm a big fan of this team. I've talked to him a few times, but I mean, Pennsylvania State, you guys have been killing it, honestly, throughout both CCL and throughout this league as well. I think my big question for you though is, what's kind of that next step for you guys? Because I got you guys listed as a top 5 team still, but I'm just kind of curious as to when you go up against those other top 5 teams, like Bay State, like those other like big pro team players. What's that next step for you guys? What do you think you guys need to work on still?
We need to screw it in the S&Ds for sure. I think our hard points definitely need a little bit of work, but I'm more focused on that S&D gameplay. It definitely requires a lot of precision, so you got to tee up there.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it's... Yeah, it definitely does, and I definitely think that's what the small little bit that you guys need to work. I mean, you guys were what, a tenth of a second away from being able to close that S&D out today in a 3-0. I mean, it was close.
Yeah, it was crazy. I thought we had it. Like I died and I came back off the death cam and I was like, oh, we got that. Let's go. But it is what it is. COD is great.
You know, sometimes it feels that way. You know, I think everybody out there understands what you guys just went through in that series. But you know, you guys come through this, like Jesse said, you guys looking to improve certain things. Like you're talking about that, thinking about the search and destroys and fixing that one. But when you're looking at, you know, certain game modes that you want to improve on, maybe teams that you can improve on to beat them. Or, well, actually, forget about the game modes. Let's talk about the teams that you want to look at. What team really do you have your eyes on that you guys want to step up to?
Honestly, I mean, it would be great to step up to Northwood, be able to play at their level, low-key. That'd be pretty dope, but it's going to take a lot of grinding and just digging in and just staying focused.
It's definitely a good goal to set against the the number 2 ranked team. That would be quite the adjustment to see out of that one. So I'm excited when you guys get there. You know, it's going to be quite the banger if we get to see that Penn State versus Northwood game indeed. But I mean, for tonight, 3-1 victory. You guys get to enjoy it. Go celebrate the night. Anything you want to say before we let you go?
Not really. I mean, like, it's just Penn State on top, pushing PSU. You know the vibes. Come on.
Oh, yeah, of course. We know what's going on, Taze. Anyways, enjoy your night, man. You guys earned it.
Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good one as well, all right?
Take care. Pushing PSU, Jesse, as always. it is A1 out there for Taze going on. After a 3-1 victory, I mean, it is what it is for them. They're getting the job done. Like you say, I mean, you have them ranked number 5. You know, right now they're number 10 in the power rankings. They are a strong team in the CCL, and a few things tighten, a few things fix. They might as well be going toe-to-toe with a team like Northwood.
Yeah, I think they've got it in them. I really do think that this team's got it in them. And if Taze can keep taking over maps like that, it's going to be very, very tough for a lot of these other teams within the top 10 from that 5 to 10 region to be able to go toe-to-toe with this PSU team. We'll see what can happen later on in the year, but I'm very excited to see the way that this roster develops as the season goes along.
Well, folks, that's going to be number 2 match done and dusted here in the Call of Duty Vanguard Varsity League. Coming up next, we got Texas A&M International going up against the Oregon Ducks. It's going to be a big one. You don't want to miss it. We're going to break. We'll see you in a bit. Folks, welcome back to the Call of Duty Varsity League. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Crozen. We're here to bring you through the third match of the day. University of Oregon Ducks versus the Texas A&M International Squad. Now, this is going to be a big one, Jesse. I'm super excited. We've seen the University of Oregon on stream prior to this one, so going to returning back to this to see what they have to offer against Texas A&M International Squad, who had a really strong showing last year.
Yeah, a very strong showing for Texas A&M International last year. But like you said, we did have Oregon on stream earlier on in the year. Actually, their only win of the season so far. But let's take a look at the head-to-head between these two teams, because, I mean, it has been a good season for, I want to say a good season for both teams, but Oregon kind of had a rough, kind of start to their season. It says 2-1 there. I believe they're 1-2 on the season, though. They had a loss to New Mexico University in week 3 last week and a loss to Westcliff Warriors in week number 1. And Texas A&M International University, they do come into this one with a 2-1 record. And I mean, we got to be looking at one player in particular on Texas A&M International, 100K, very talented player on this team. I remember him a lot from last season.
I mean, if it's not him, it's going to be Cetra. And if it's not him, it's going to be the rest of the team really to step up to the plate. But when you look across from Oregon and you're really highlighting, Zips to go toe-to-toe with the squad. I mean, this Texas A&M International squad was, in our eyes, looking to be the redemption for the school, to put the name back on the sheet of collegiate Call of Duty. If it was once a dominant kind of organization in Texas A&M, now Texas A&M International, trying to be that squad. I mean, what can they offer this season around? I mean, so far it hasn't been too bad of a run, but a win against Oregon tonight is just going to push you even farther.
And for this Texas team as well, I think a big thing that we need to really kind of look at, and I agree with you, but also they had last year, I think, finishing 4th place inside of the NACE Varsity League. I think it was an undersell for this team. They looked very, very good throughout the regular season. So, I mean, yes, 4th is impressive in itself, but it's not as good as I think they really could have finished their season off last year. So they're looking to improve upon that going into this season. And what's kind of funny for them is their same loss is also to that New Mexico State University team. So clearly New Mexico State this season in this division, in this West division, has come out to play, and they might just be the top dogs.
They just got their number. I mean, that New Mexico squad, they have been looking lights out as well into this season of collegiate Call of Duty. So a lot of names right now in the division trying to put themselves on the map, and a lot of them succeeding in this sense. So International, let's see if they can jump that rope right now. Let's take a look at the maps for the series, though, Jesse, because if anything's going to go the distance, we both had a feeling that it was going to be this one. We're looking at Tuscan for that map number 1, Berlin map 2, Search and Destroy, Control, back to Tuscan, then map 4, map 5, a double dose of Bocage to close this one out. So if it does go the distance, we finally get a Bocage hardpoint. But right now, seeing that we start off on Tuscan, which we've seen before, we get to know, exactly what we're running through. The fact that we saw it on stream already today, a big change up for today is going to be that Berlin Search and Destroy, which we will see for sure.
Yeah, we haven't seen Berlin S&D on stream yet today, but it was something that we did see a few weeks ago when we had Oregon on for their win. It was a Berlin Search and Destroy in game 2, and Zip absolutely took over that map. It was I think he had dropped 17 in that map, if I remember correctly, and he played lights out, and he can really be a pop-off impact player on Berlin Search and Destroy. So that's something I'm going to be looking forward to if we do go out throughout the rest of this series. But like you said, we start off on Tuscan Hardpoint again, and I say it a lot, and I'll say it again here. I think Tuscan Hardpoint is the perfect way to start off a series. You really get to learn how both teams come out and play. And with both these teams having a loss to New Mexico State University, University of Oregon already having a loss to the Westcliff Warriors, Texas A&M hasn't played Westcliff yet. But this very well, with the way that this division is looking, could end up being a game that ends up deciding our third place team, Colin, this early in the year.
As much as I agree with you with Tuscan being a perfect way to open things up, and as much as I dislike Bocage Hardpoint, I have to say that Bocage Hardpoint is the best way to lead off a series against a team. I mean, you just learn a lot. You go through a lot. It's an experience playing Bocage against another team, and you really get personal inside that map. So
I mean, it'd be hard not to get personal inside that map when you spawn up inside of other players sometimes.
It's one of those things that, yeah, Tuscan's good. You get to learn how a team works in the long run of a series, but Bocage, you really get to know someone on that map. So, I can agree with you in certain aspects, but I still put Bocage in that spot for the icebreaker map inside a series. But we are going to get to see Tuscan this time around, not till later will Bokash be on the menu. And we're going to hop on board with 100K into the hour right off the bat.
Zips gets tagged up right away from that stun, so it's going to slow him down. He gets dropped right off the rip as well, but the push from Oregon largely coming through the middle of the map, trying to shut down anything that Texas A&M International have, but not going to be the case. A big four-man wipe ends up coming through, and Texas A&M International, they're going to start off with early time.
Early time, good time. Yet to see break just yet. Drone's going to find some Semaj. Did hop into that hill for the moment being, but Texas A&M International, they deal with it, and honestly, solid break as well into the spawns, Jesse.
A really good break. Everybody on Texas A&M International, they push forward, and what this does is it completely flips those spawns, and we head towards column. You see that lock on the bottom right-hand side of the map, and that's going to be where our next hill is, and another perfect setup looking right now for Texas A&M International. Oregon, though, they do get the back, a little bit of scrap time there, so they're going to keep themselves in this game, but a break early would be nice here.
Zip up top. Into the hill now. Break from the docks, and Zip's just going to fly to the spawn. Tried to work Texas A&M into a corner through the back end. Taking out Kevcan's a good start, and good time being picked up on the inside as well. Closest players from Texas A&M is going to be Cetra up top burning, but waiting for the players to set up for this break. And here it comes. Around the outside is Kevcan. Drone's going to find the opening. Cetra spikes it out, and the break's going to go through.
Daddy Skillful got some of the worst timing I may have ever seen there for himself. He was watching up towards that little stair cutout and unfortunately was not able to find anything. And now you can see the focus from Oregon. Zip's going to push the aggression, try to get right back inside of this hill, maybe throw one more body at it in a maze. He'll end up falling, but the main focus you can see is holding onto those left-hand side spawns. We head towards our Fountain Hill next. And with Kevcan, he has something to say here for Texas A&M International. He might just be able to shut down this push coming in from Oregon.
Kevcan has no idea, or Samash has no idea. They're literally holding hands. Now Peekaboo found out pretty fast. Cetra in the back line looking to pick off these players. Dips on down, allows for the teammates to deal with it. And Zip in the back, about to get overwhelmed. Able to take care of one player, but needs the teammate to go big to find the rest. Daddy Skillful breaks on in. Samash finds a second. It's 4 down around the outside. You see player number 2, 100K, who came off that respawn, drops as well. So a solid break into the Ducks.
Can't underestimate how big Zip staying alive in the back there is. What that does is it continues to hold on to those spawns for the likes of Oregon and allows them to be able to reinforce from the roof side of the hill just that little bit quicker. You will see a fight for scrap time come through here. 100K wins that one out. We might see a few more players on Oregon hidden, but again, because the hill's on the opposite side of the map, you're going to see largely both teams now putting focus on the new spawns.
46 to 85, like you said. 3 kills out of Zips on the inside of Radio. And this might be the opening that they needed. Field players here from the International, 100K working the backline. Zip, 4 in a row. Make it 5 in a row, actually, after taking down Kevcan. Make it 6 in a row. That's going to be Streaks. Not able to find the glide bomb, though, and Cetra is going to take him down before that happens. 100K on the inside, but Amaze is going to shut him down. So Oregon are going to be collecting this time, but collapsing. Our Texas A&M for the break. Amaze finds 2 up tops. Kevcan to answer back with 2 of his own. Now in for the break, and the contention is going to be on out, but trying to live is Zip. There's too many players to deal with.
It's going to be a big back 30 here for Texas A&M International. It's what they're doing so well right now is they're always getting the back time, it feels like right now. But Samaj, he'll be able to push in and actually contest through this time. Him and I believe it's Amaze who's over there still as well, hitting for this scrap time. So keeping things a little bit dicey here. And when you look over at our next hill, we're heading back to P5 or to P5 for the first time. And it's going to be early setup once again here for Oregon. The last time they got an early setup, they were able to convert into a good amount of points on that Fountain Hill. This hill, though, it's a little bit harder because you get a ton of stuns and nades coming in from both sides.
Yeah, utility. It's going to be a tough one. 3 players ready to break. Door goes open. 100K through the wall. It's only a little bit of a tease. 2 kills, making 3 kills.
Shot through the door.
For Oregon. Shot through the door is Samaj, but the teammates are there to clean it up, Jesse.
Absolutely are, but you can already see Texas A&M International, they're setting up to try to hit this again from the exact same side. This time, though, you also got Kevcan hitting from the middle.
You do. He's going to drop, though. Samaj watching out for his team from below. Amaze, can you take care of the players on the front line? 100K again, same place, same outcome, but it's still Ducks in control of this time, soaking up as much as they can. Zip takes down Kevcan once more through the pit. In comes the break. Drone's going to lead the way here for the bait and switch, but there's still players of Ducks working behind Daddy Skillful to take it. It's up to 100K to make it happen, and he's able to find 2, but Amaze keeping his team on in for the scrap time.
That might be one of the better holds I have ever seen on that map from Amazing himself. I think he stayed alive throughout that entire time. I'll have to go back and watch, but I don't think he died throughout that whole hill. He's 18 and 10 right now, really stepping up to the plate, helping out Zip in that killing column. And on 4 in a row right now, I think the big focus for him is trying to find those streaks. He'll find 5. He needs 1 more to get that streak to run.
Streaks would be great right now for the Ducks. I'm gonna keep my eyes on Amaze right now. Players gonna be flooding on in. Is able to. Oh no, Kevcan! He just dunked on him. Absolutely world started for that streak to be nullified. And that is a big kill of International.
Not only do you shut down the streaks, but you also get a 5-man push inside. But Zip does get a strafing run for himself as well, like you called out earlier on. And honestly, I might even see him invested here on this hill just to kind of get Texas A&M International off of it. Not going to be the case, and they're nowhere near this next hill as well. I mean, they got a break early on in the last set of rotations, but it's looking like Texas A&M International, it looks like they have a much better setup going for themselves, and they're pushed out much further on the map this time, so it's going to be harder for Oregon to get a break onto this P2 hill.
It looks like the Ducks, they want to go around the north side of this mini-map. Kevcan's going to be here, spots number 1. In fact, turns away, and Zip getting the heavy aggression on in is going to be have to follow up. Nobody in the hill just yet. As it's Texas A&M, they know they had to take the kills. 100K, good for 1. 4 players go down off the respawn. It's Kevcan up top into the hill, drops on down for the contention, and Kevcan finding the kills on the inside, doing what he needs to do to keep Texas A&M in control of this, and that is a really good hold from Texas A&M, who are coming off the respawns in a less fortunate situation.
And the win from Drone inside a church, what that does is it actually locks down those spawns, so 2 more of his players can spawn up in the back, and who more important than 100K spawning up in the back, and he's gonna find 3 off his new life and guarantee scrap time to himself. He'll have 1 more fight for it here, but still even getting those 10 seconds, very important. And the kills on rotation going the way of Texas A&M International.
Back again. I mean, International setting up so early into this one. Ducks just... they can't keep up in that. Kevcan again shuts down another rotation. It's Amaze this time. And that really is the pillar right now for why Texas A&M International are in this. Look how far pushed up they are, Jesse.
And when you can spawn teams and push teams out this far, what it's going to cause is it's actually going to cause Oregon to spawn up on that top right-hand side of the map. And you are just so far away from the new hill. Look where player 7 just spawned outside of church.
So far away, and Kevcan on 5 in a row, finally going to drop to Samaj. Satra to back him up. Set nade from Daddy Skillful is going to break that hill for now. 208 to 127. Amaze opens up the window, but he finds a player he does not want to go up against. Zips to follow up. 100K on the inside. Too many players to deal with. Zip, what did you just do? It's 4 in a row inside that kill feed. Drone may have broke it, but even still, very tippable out of the guy.
Speaking of players spawning far from the new hill, look at where International is spawning right now. Oregon is very close to this new hill. I think the thing they need to watch out for and be careful of is 100K is making a push to the back to try to get spawns.
On the inside of church, last time Oregon, they had the early time, but the break came in from Texas A&M International, and Ducks weren't able to get in after that. Escher wins the fight on the outside, hops on in, doubles down onto Amaze, so the break comes through for Texas, and now they're in control.
And again, like you said, exactly the same thing happens. You have the spawns, you're looking good for Oregon, but the first opportunity of a break comes through in International. An instant break through from the back. They got the spawns early on, but Amaze and Zip will combine for 3. They can now make a hit from the front here. But again, it's just close spawns for Texas A&M International. They can keep reinforcing this hill, and they can't win it here. But they can get mighty close if they break back in. But at this point, what's even the point of pushing in? Just maybe rotate towards the new hill. You got a huge winner's advantage. And they're going to get the scrap time as well. This is looking like it's everything against Oregon right now.
Just make it look as clean as you can. On the rotations, it's Kevcan, who's been the demon in the closet of Oregon. Daddy Skillful has to get into this window, finds the better of him, snaps to the second, just can't make it happen. And that's going to be the 250 mark pushed for Texas A&M International. They're going to take map 1, and they are going to do it with a 100-point lead.
Yeah, Oregon kept it close and respectable through that first set of rotations, but it was really that kind of map, what was it, Hill 4 and Hill 5 in the first set. That's where you really start to see Texas really start to take over, and then it was Hill 5, Oregon brought their way back, but as soon as the second set of rotations started, Texas A&M International just they hit another level. And really, I think what that kind of goes down to was Kevcan had a really slow start to that game. I think he was like 7-14 at one point, finished above positive as well. So that little spree he went on through the middle of that game really turned the game around for Texas A&M International. And not only was he finding a lot of kills on the map, but he was finding really good influential kills towards winning his team spawns constantly.
There were just like a ton of situations where, I mean, not just the rotations going to their hands, but a lot of the Ducks were kind of in la la land. It seemed they weren't like all together. They were all so separated in trying to break these hills, and those rotations are hard enough to break out of a team that's so systematic and fundamental like International. By the time you let them set up, if you're just doing it one by one, you need to do it together if you want to break this hill. And if you go to a map number 4, you need to see that change.
Yeah, you absolutely do. You need to make sure you're hitting it as a full man unit. And when they did, they were successful in breaking. But when they were pushing one by one, that's when you really saw them start to struggle in terms of trying to break hills. That, and I think the rotations is where they kind of struggled a lot. It was a lot of gunfights on rotation where they're hitting hill, and they were sending Zip and Amaze constantly towards the back half of hills trying to hit for scrap time. And I think that was what was kind of losing them those hills. I think luckily, though, for this Oregon team, we go to a map where we've already seen them have a lot of success on inside of Search and Destroy. We go to Berlin S&D. They're a 2-1 in S&D record right now, but this is a map that we've seen them be able to win on already.
Yes, we have. So, I mean, talk to me a little bit about Berlin Search and Destroy, because we haven't seen it just yet in today's matches, and a lot of players, teams, or a lot of viewers might be seeing it for the very first time. So, I mean, anything new that we're going to be looking at here in Berlin?
Well, I mean, new-ish, I guess you could say, is that the fact that we haven't really seen, or that we've seen smokes now get G8 as well. So the push towards B is a little bit more difficult now because you can't smoke off that street on offense. You have to push straight through it, and we're still seeing teams do it to a great success. But the fact that you can sit a player top third and you can watch over it in the top of fire and really get a good eye on where everything is, that's where the struggle can really start to come on from. If you set a sniper up there and he hits the shot, that's where the struggle can come. But it's all about just kind of moves and counter moves inside of Search and Destroy. And this is one of those maps where the sites are a little bit distanced from each other. So A is on one side of the map where the P1 hill is inside of the offices. B is on the outside of docks, so they're quite distant from each other. So if you can throw a couple of baits towards one hill, and we see that happen a lot at the professional level, where you throw a lot of stuns, smokes, and nades towards, or not smokes anymore, but stuns and nades over towards one hill, and then you run towards the other site, that's when things can really, you can keep your opponent on their toes and guessing.
I mean, if you weren't going to type with the snipers, I was going to type with the snipers, because the fact that smokes aren't here in Berlin means that, I mean, the snipers have a lot to work on, or a lot to work with, not work on. I mean, you can work on sniping in your own free time if you want to. Really, inside these maps are where, most notably in Berlin, is where you're going to be seeing those snipers lock down that B site. But on the attack even, I mean, without those smokes, you don't really have a good retake option for defense. So if you get that bomb down at B early, get set up inside the warehouse, you have full sight lines on the post plant.
You know what I really wonder here is if 100K is going to be able to completely shut down Zip, because they run very similar roles on their two teams. So that'll be a battle I'm looking at often here inside of this game. But speaking of a battle, Maze, he's kind of in a one-man army right now, and he'll find the first and actually stay alive here. Gets the second as well. So that's bombed down in a really rough spot now for Texas A&M International.
If you want to go into the offices, you better get ready to work. Maze, he was, and Zip through the flank finds a third. So 100K, like all of a sudden, 1v4.
What do you even an auto?
And what do you even do in this situation?
I mean, right now you just got to try to play for a pick, right? You try to get one and then try to stay alive. But the fact that they know that that bomb is down on A, it's almost an impossible spot, because not only does he need to find a few kills, but also pick that bomb up. And now him and Daddy Skillful pretty much side by side here. Might be able to find the first, but no, I think he's going to run right into the back of Daddy Skillful, get shut down. And I'm a little surprised to see him with an automaton out in round number 1. He was holding a long range lane of sight, so I kind of understand it. But that is the battle I'm looking for, between him and Zips. That SMG battle. So to see him with an auto, a little surprised.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you really wanted to touch on that earlier into that one, but maybe, you know, Berlin, a map where you can take out that assault rifle, especially if you're hitting a B hit. I'm surprised that they took out an automaton and didn't go to B. That's what I'm surprised about.
Yeah, well, I think what they were trying to set up for there was a quiet plant at A, and then once you get the bomb down at A, you can really just kind of set it up and hold in the post plant setup in the back, but it's not going to be the case here. And speaking of not having smokes covering over towards the B site, look at this, 100K able to find that long range line of sight and able to shut things down already.
Zip somehow able to finesse a kill onto Cavcam, but 100K finds a second for the trade. And up is Samaj. Cetra closing the line now. Samaj, are you ready for this one? No, Cetra up close and personal. Amazed in a 1v3. Able to find one, but that is about it. Bomb's going to get defused, and Texas A&M International, they're going to put themselves on the board.
Yeah, so far, defense holding strong here inside of this map. Texas A&M International, they'll be able to tie us up at 1-1. And that was an interesting hit. I mean, it just felt like at no point in that round were they feeling scared to go towards that B site, but maybe they should have a little bit, because you hit towards it, you lost one immediately, and just all out hit it still there inside of that round. Zip did find one to tie it up, but it was just not enough when you have 100K set up in the position he was in with the automaton. It's a pretty lights out gunfight for him to have in that situation. We'll see what we get from Texas A&M International this time. It's looking like a different hit coming through, but again, it's going to be 100K the player set up in the middle of the map, so he's going to be running on auto on this map.
Oop, spots out Cetra. Kind of a bait. Smosh has an idea somebody might be on the flank, but instead everybody just pushing through the front line. Smosh able to find one. Shots onto Kevcam, but the pre-fire a little bit better. Bomb gets recovered at Amaze through the back, keeping things a little bit mixy. Slides on out and works drone. 1v2 now, 100K last alive again.
At least it's only a 1v2 this time, not a 1 versus 4. But yes, that bomb plant hit over towards the A site has just been shut down constantly now from these Oregon players. 100K just going to throw a nade, see if he can find information. Does not find anything. So, but he spots Daddy Skillful now. Takes the shots, but unfortunately doesn't take the shots while he's standing still. Must have been a little bit hard to spot the player out there. Doesn't have the X-ray like we have, obviously. So 1 versus 2 situation for him now. Bomb still down over at this A site. 20 seconds left to try to get the 2 kills and get the bomb plant.
Daddy Skillful should spot him out. And even if he goes down, Amaze is going to be there. Tucked away in the corner. 100K, are you going to check it? Nope. And Amaze is there to close things out once more for another defensive win inside of Berlin. Keeping it back and forth. They're going to go back into the lead.
It's a really good defense there, too, again, from the likes... Sorry, from the likes of Oregon there to really be able to shut things down. And I think that as international here on your defense or on your offenses, you can't be pushing towards A the way that you have it. It's been a little bit like of these staggered pushes. I feel like A, when you need to hit it, you need to hit it like the hard point, just as a 4-man unit. And then after you find the kills, that's when you can rotate players out to set up post-plant setups.
Kevcam in behind with the player Zip. Is he going to get spotted out here? Trying to make a play through that. Pistol out and caught swapping Cetra. Basically a free kill.
And they didn't spot the player on rotation this time over to B either. So the post-plant setup could be good. I think the big thing here is if Kevcan can find the player in the back warehouse.
Oh, that is free. With the capital F. Mace finds a second. Samaj around the outside. A third goes down. Now last alive is 100K. Once more in a 1v3. Really stuck out of hands. Gotta take down Daddy Skillful before you even find that defuse or even have a chance for that defuse. And with that head glitch, it's near impossible.
How many times are we going to say that in this game? It feels like every round that you have lost as Texas A&M, it's been 100K in a 1 versus 3 or a 1 versus 4 situation. So see if they can start to, maybe stay alive a little bit longer here in these rounds. Help your man out here. But it will be a 1-3 score line now for Oregon. And defense has been what's been their strong suit so far. Even that offense didn't look the greatest off the rip, but they were still able to close it out and get that bomb down. This time through, though, very different looking hit. We will have the player still hitting in towards this A site here for Texas A&M International. Actually, I think he's just going to sit a corner and see if anybody overextends here from Oregon.
Zip is in a really cheeky spot. And basically out in the open, Cetra finally going to spot him. So first blood to International.
That gives them the go-ahead to go to A.
Samaj is here. Ready and waiting. Last time, was able to find one before dropping. Could find the equalizer. Shut down this total. Through the door they go. Kevcan's going to be there. A little bit awkward. Daddy Skillful for the trade. From behind. So excellent 1-2 punch. And it's amazing to close the door.
So huge. Samaj finding that 1 kill is just incredibly huge, because what it does is it allows Daddy Skillful to get that trade, and it just basically leaves it in a 2-2 trade and still leaving you with numbers in your advantage here for Oregon. And now Jerome by himself needs to pick this bomb up, needs to get it down. But Daddy Skillful still has it. Watch, he'll win the one, but he's going to have instant pressure from Amaze from behind.
He has to know Amaze is back here. A drone.
Oh, he's getting out of dodge.
No way he makes this.
Needs to get the bomb down with 5 seconds left. As soon as Amaze makes that chow and checks that bomb, he needs to know that this bomb is not going down at B, and Drone will get across the map in time. So if he can get now over towards the right side of the map, he's not going to play for Warehouse. He's going to play for Docks. So this is going to be a much harder hold from this side of the map.
Amaze is making the right call, in my opinion. You know you got to check Warehouse. You know you have to just cross off this checklist of ideas. But even still, Drone is in such a key position. Should be able to spot this one out. As soon as he opened this door, Amaze comes crashing on out. Drone playing on the opposite side of the 16 seconds to make this one play. And Amaze should spot him on the other side of this. But instead on the inside, he's going to take it. Shot's going to ring out, but Drone with the snap at Texas A&M International. They're going to put 2 on the board.
That's the opposite of the Automaton versus that MP40. It was in a close range, but Automatons can still reign supreme. It has that heavier hitting, so it only took the 3 bullets at that range to close that gunfight out. And I do like that play a lot as well, because you fully expect Amaze to be set up in that position on the map in the back of Warehouse, and it just was not enough there. And Texas A&M International, they get it done once again. Finally, a different hit from Oregon coming in on offense. It's going to be a hit towards the A site. Largely has been completely shut down every time we've seen International try it, but this time we'll see how they can hold on defense.
100K finds first. Maze answers back. Bomb going down, but Blair's going to be here. Oh, there's no way that Nate is going to hit, and no, it's not. Still 3v3, but the bomb goes down. Oh, no way you just did that, Kevcan. Right through the window, and Smosh had no idea. The trade still ringing out here from Daddy Skillful on the inside. It's Amaze to win a crucial 1v1. Now 100K again against the ropes. And he's going to be shut down by Daddy Skillful this time. No chance to get that 1v1.
Every round, 100K has been left alone by himself. They have lost in this game. I don't know if maybe 100K needs to be just playing more with his players instead of playing so much on an island to just try to follow them up in these situations. But the team is not getting trades right now, and I feel like you need his gunfire on your side to be able to get some of these trades so you can win some of these rounds out. Because right now, having him being that island player, he might win his one to start the round off, but you still lose the round there again. But no change coming in from them. He's going to spot the cross. He does see a Maze cross there, so that should be instant information that only one player is here for the likes of his team. And International, they should have the man advantage.
Amazed. It's in pretty right now. Gets spotted out from Cetra, and 100K to get 3 in a row for the team. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, if you missed it, well, Daddy Skillful in a 1v4.
That's been the hit that Texas A&M International have wanted to do every single offense so far. It's finally successful here. And I put a large part of that on 100K. He spots the first initial push across, gets the college to his team like, hey, I only see one here. And even with Cetra pushing in from the bottom side of the map, I'm sorry, not Cetra, even with Tavin pushing through the bottom side of the map, you're able to shut it down. Did I say Tavin? That was their player that played for them the last time. Samaj pushing through the bottom side of the map. Cetra shuts him down, and that completely slows down Oregon here. So good plays out of Oregon, but better plays out of International as they were finally able to get that bomb down at A.
Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Mace is there for the trade. Bomb's going to go down Jesse now. As soon as it does, you know, you failed at taking this B site or retaking this if you're Texas A&M. Where does this spring from?
Well, they get the first player who's on the site, so that's a big opening here. But the doors are broken, and you can watch this still from back Warehouse. Daddy Skillful still has all eyes on in terms of the bomb. Cetra needs to make a player to get this player out of this position.
Oh, shots were out. It's going to take him out, but Daddy Skillful loses the gunfight. And that's going to be all 3 down, so... Holy, Texas A&M International, they made that look so clean. I mean, those shots were there from Daddy Skillful. He just needed to hold out on it. Going to stop shooting at the wrong time. And you see the readjustment from Texas A&M International. They're able to take him down. Cetra doesn't even need to take a shot. And that's going to even us back up.
The big thing here in that round for me, when I'm looking at that and when 100K finds that final kill and he's now on 3 in a row, he's playing a lot more with his team in these last 2 rounds. Even though the first round he kind of spotted the players out, as soon as he spotted that cross out, he pushed up and instantly got with his team towards that A site. And that was the adjustment I was calling for. It's the adjustment we're seeing now. He doesn't need to be the first player in, but he needs to be a player who's there to help get the trades for his roster. It's helping them get these wins and helping them get these round wins. Hopefully trying to get this game back in their favor. But Samaj, through middle of the map from top third, finds a first blood. And that's going to completely slow down any type of push you get from International here in this offense. It'll be interesting to see what they decide to do with the bomb because, I mean, going towards B doesn't seem largely available right now with the position in where Oregon is.
I must have saw like the slimmest bit of that shoulder from the player to take that down. What a cheeky angle. And a Samaj it again. Had to see the toe on Kevcan. I mean, Samaj is on one right now.
It's off to Cetra and 100K though. They do have the bomb in hand, so not in the worst spot. 100K will fall. Does not expect that. He's skillful in that situation in that area. Now Cetra in a 1 versus 4 gets shut down as well. And Oregon, when they get the man advantage, Colin, they're doing a great job of closing these rounds out. But if they don't get that man advantage, it really feels like that's when the rounds are really falling away from them. So first bloods, the later and later this game is going along, is proving to be more and more important inside of this Berlin search and destroy.
I mean, I don't know what's more impressive. The fact that Daddy Skillful gets into that position unchecked, or those shots from Samaj. I mean, both of them were key to finding that round. And Texas A&M International, after getting first blooded, they were trapped. So can't see that again. If this goes around 11, if you're on the attack, that needs to change. And looking to close this out are the Ducks as they're making a hit towards A. Amaze with the bomb in hand. Cetra's going to be here, tucked away to hopefully find a kill. Here comes Samaj through that. Cetra finds one. Slides on across. Amaze for the trade.
The Ducks have largely ran this A site. Bomb will go down here as well. I don't think Kev should have an angle on this. Zip finds one through middle of the map as well. So big kills. And Zip's in a really annoying spot here. He does get sent out though. So it's going to be a 2 versus 2. But with that information, you should know both players on International are on this left side of the map.
This is to send it to around 11 for the retake. 100K through the window. Maze is going to find it now. Kevcan from upper courtyard is looking for the trade. He's going to find it, but you got to take care of Daddy Skillful, and you're going to know this AR is going to be set up to watch this push. He's got eyes on him. Kevcan has no idea. He knows he's going to slide on in. Daddy Skillful is going to tie the series up 1 apiece.
6-4 win. Oregon. Again, they get the first blood in that round. Actually, I don't think they got the first blood, but they got the trade immediately and then eventually gave themselves the man advantage. And then Texas A&M in the man disadvantage inside of the search and destroy were just kind of incompetent in terms of trying to retake sites and play together once they got inside of that man advantage. It just felt like they could never really get back in full control of those rounds at any single point there. So a good match and a good game from Oregon to get us back into a 1-1 series tie here. And like we said, largely this match could end up deciding who gets third place inside of this division. Two teams widely regarded as very good teams. 2 teams that were also inside playoffs last year that might not be able to make playoffs this year for the Call of Duty Varsity League.
And with that map, it's just going to push us all the way to a map number 4. So a lot of the line, and you're going to go a little bit farther if you're going to want to take this. If you're either one of these squads, and we talked about if it does go to the Bokosh hardpoint, you are going to need to see some changes out of the Ducks inside the respawn. But to be honest, Jesse, they looked really good in that search and destroy. And if they can walk away with this control, they don't really have to worry about the respawn. They can just bank on their search and destroys to, like we said, the Tased, win championships.
The only thing that scares me is I don't know if they have the slaying power inside a respawn to go toe-to-toe with this Texas A&M International team. Because you saw it in map 1, it was a Tuscan hardpoint. It was 100 points that A&M International was able to win by. But it just felt like throughout that whole game, even though the rotations were always on point for International, the fact that they were always winning their gunfights on rotation is the bigger thing, right? Because you can rotate all day, but if you're not winning your gunfights on the rotations, you're going to lose the game every time. So just the slaying numbers that you saw from 100K, Cetra, and even Kevcan towards the end of the game when he was struggling in the upper half, he really picked it up in the second half of the game, and that's what won them the game here. So I think if you're Oregon and you're going into this control on the same map that you just lost, I think it just comes down to just trying to make the right hits at the right time and making sure your slaying is on point with this international roster.
Well, let's take a look at the maps for this series, Jesse, if we can, to see this map number 3 that is coming up next. We start off in the Tuscan, like you said. Just saw the Berlin search and destroy. Almost went around 11. That was the Ducks taking it in round 10. Tuscan control up next. And one thing I want to talk about is Samaj inside of that search and destroy, bringing out that automaton. If this was to a Gavatu control, you might be looking at one of these teams to flex to a triple auto setup, but now in Tuscan, you're going to be looking at those AR players. You're not going to have as many ARs, so they're going to have a big job at locking down those spawns in the back of the map, making sure that things are anchored for them. We saw a lot in our last series with Tuscan control that a lot of times you would see the attacking team, somebody would get in behind, take control of the Godhead on the tank. All of a sudden, the defenders are spawning outside to the north side of the mini-map, outside of that church, and you're kind of in shambles. So I'm going to be really looking towards Samaj to keep up what I saw in the Search and Destroy. Really key player to finding those first bloods. And if they can keep that up, that automaton could be big for this Tuscan.
I couldn't agree more. I really couldn't. And I've been very impressed with Samaj as well, because I think he's the new kid on the block for this team. If I remember correctly, he was not in the roster the last time we watched this team play. It was Tavin who was inside of the starting roster. So I'm not sure when that change got implemented here for this University of Oregon Ducks team, but he has definitely come in. He's made a big impact, especially inside of that search and destroy. A large reason as to why they were able to win that one out was because of Samaj. So nice to see the man stepping up to the plate when he gets his number called. And Oregon, if they want to win this, it's going to come down to teamwork, playing together a little bit better than what we saw inside the hard point. And it's absolutely possible for this roster. But if you're international, it's just business as usual. You need to just get the job done. You know what you need to do. Let's see if you can get it done once again here.
Let's take a look at Tuscan control now. Map 3 in the series, a swing map. Decide who's going to take back control of this lead. It's Oregon for a hit towards A right away. Very patient at a Texas A&M International, but we've seen this before. It's going to be off player number 6 to lead the way. 100K is going to get spotted out. 2 kills go down. Zip's going to sneak into the church, and this is flawless so far from Oregon.
Really is a very good break. They stacked the point as well. This should be a completely closed out for this roster, and you've only lost 1 life. You've got all 4 players up on respawn now. The big thing is just not losing every life on this rotation. They actually find 2 in a row onto international, so this is a great chance at a break.
Big chance for a breakthrough church. Trying to put pressure on the spawns. Kevcan's going to win a big one on the inside. Dad's skillful on the escape, chasing his Cetra. That is a huge kill. 3 down for Oregon on that first wave of attacks. Samaj to the closest one pushed out with an MP40 as well. So it looks like Oregon opting to go for the triple MP40 setup for this attack.
And what that just tells me is that they want to really get and push up a lot of pressure on this map. But now you're in a situation where you have no map control. International has widely ripped all of your players. They've got a 3-man lead, and they've got you pinned in the spawn. We've seen this spawn trap coming earlier on today, and it was absolutely detrimental to the team that was put in it.
Definitely was. 100K gets picked up. That is going to be a window of opportunity, but you still have a few players to pick off if you want to get comfortably towards that side. A life deficit, 21 to 17, make it 16. Now the Kevcan's found Samaj down out towards that monument. As soon as that happens, you can see that Kevcan's just flying in the back. Finds Samaj once more off the respawn. Daddy Skillful goes down, and another wave taken down from Oregon.
One player has snuck through in Zip. So Zip's going to have a big job here. He needs to not only stay alive, but also find a few kills. But he falls immediately as soon as I bring him up. And now, spawn trapped, re-engaged. Oregon just absolutely get put in a blunder in this round on defense. And a 9-life lead already in International. It was looking so good off the rip for Oregon, but International to do their job. They just needed to defend B.
It's hard, winning these attacking rounds. It's not the easiest, especially when these teams are neck and neck inside this placing. So you can see that Texas A&M International, they had the right idea. Kevcan's been putting so much pressure on those respawns. Now last chance to hit this. 7 lives to 17, a 10-life lead. Cetra 100K, they find 2. Should have taken care of it. Smosh on the inside is going to stop the clock at 14, but you got to find these kills. But Cetra's going to shut him down now. Amaze, the only one up here for the team, is able to find 1. But again, the trades from Texas A&M International, it's been the reason why they've had so many leads into this round number 1. And it's the reason why they're going to put it away.
This plays so well off each other's backs. You saw it there all throughout that round. You saw it inside of our hard point. But every single time this team got into a spot where they could just pinch out the Oregon players and really put them into a rough spot, that's when you saw this team really come out on top. And the slaying numbers, I said it going into this, but international slaying numbers are just on another level right now.
Let's see if Ducks can mimic that on their defensive side. They are going to be putting pressure immediately through the back line. It's Samaj for the flank, and somebody is watching this. It's Cetra, and Samaj, as soon as you peek out, Cetra's going to shut that down. You need these players in the front line to go big, but Amaze is going to go down. Daddy Skillful has been spotted. It's flawless this time for International, and they're going to be putting pressure on this A side. It is gone.
That is amazing awareness from Texas A&M International. As soon as they realize, hey, the pinch isn't coming in from the front or in from the side, instantly turn around, find Samaj on the flank, able to find that final kill. And I was right there with you. I didn't think anybody was watching it, but they turned around. They watched it at the perfect time there. But Zip finding 2 in the back will completely mitigate the push from Texas A&M International. And now Oregon, their job is to try to find one more wipe here and then lock in that spawn trap for themselves.
Zip. Oh, almost got shots onto the second, but 2 players lined up and had a trouble deciding which one he wanted to shoot at. Amaze picks up where he left off and is going to find those 2. Cetra's the farthest one pushed up for International, and with that, it is going to be putting some pressure on the respawns of these Ducks players, but another hit from International setting up. Let's see if they can execute this one, Jesse. Here we go. Cetra's going to find Zips. Kevcan puts down the glide bomb now. That opens up the back spawns to allow International to start running at them. But Zip, Samaj, 2 big kills to slow this down. Oh,
Cetra's still in the back. He's going to be so annoying here. But unfortunately, they lose all the gunfights in front of him like you were alluding to. So now him back here is kind of just being a nuisance to his team because he's in no position to help his team. And they are just getting ripped off spawn by Zip and Amaze.
I mean, it's not always easy to get this. What's Cetra? Wow, nobody's looking. That is the freest kill I've seen.
Why would you look, though? You've got everybody completely pinched in their spawn for these international players at the moment, but actually Zip's going to get a rough read off the left side of the map, and as soon as he realizes, hey, like, I haven't found anybody in a bit, he's going to make the call out to these international players and let them know, like, hey, yo, you guys need to be ready, because these guys are absolutely coming off spawn towards you now.
Zip finds Cetra, so no reinforcement for Drone out here. Samaj takes him down on the heady. Last one again is going to be in the back line. It's 100K. And can you stay alive? 22 seconds. Realistically, you have basically 2 hits. At the side, it's going to be over, but with how slow you're playing this, you might only have 1 hit to get onto the side. Kevcan's inside radio. Shot's going to be ringing out. He's going to go down. Daddy Skillful finds 2. Samaj up top, making sure that nobody's inside this hill. And with 6 lives left, if you're International, you might just want to kind of play it slow. Don't allow any more kills to go the way of Oregon. You had a really good round 1, but the Ducks just answered back.
They did answer back, and answer back in a big way. It was a 10-life lead for Texas A&M at the end of round number 1. Only a 2-life lead now, as Oregon was able to outslay by 8 there inside of that round for themselves. So that's a big differential brought back there, and it's really on the back of Amaze and Zip inside of that round. You're looking at Samaj and Daddy Skillful at 6 and 11 and 5 and 12. We were hyping up Samaj. You need to pick it up a little bit here inside of this game, because kills and defense inside of round number 5 is so important. And how do you get that final defense? You need to outslay the other opponent.
Cetra finds Zip. Looking for the flank. Amaze spots him out. You know the pressure's going to be coming through. Cetra, nice shots. A jump shot to take him out, and it's 3 in a row for Cetra now to open up a flank opportunity towards the A side. 100K is going to hop on for the contention. Daddy Skillful being collapsed on, being surrounded, and you're going to check every single angle before 100K finally finds him, sniffs him out, and takes him down still off the respawns. 3 kills in retaliation. Oregon are going to hop right back onto A.
And again, they're not on the zone and stacking the points, so they're not getting this point as quickly as they probably could be. But once they find those final 2 kills, this should be the okay, like, hey, let's stack, let's finish A, let's get forward as quickly as possible, because you want to try to drop these players off spawn, and they get all 3. Look at how much blue is in that kill feed, and they should force that spawn out top, and this is a crazy spawn that just came in.
Samaj is going to find 100K through this. Kevcan has to take down Zip back here. Gets the stun, but Zip the shots. So good for the Preyfire now. Daddy Skillful is going to hop onto the B side. Cetra looking to set up a pinch now onto these players inside platform. He has no idea the Preyfire is going to be there. Amaze gets the burn, but Cetra still finishes the kill. 18 lives to 20. Here comes the retake from Texas A&M International. 100K is going to take down Daddy Skillful and droned into the site, looking to nullify all the progression that was made.
That was such a crazy spawn that came in. Oregon, they did everything right, but get the spawns on point. And what that allows is it allows International just to push forward and completely mitigate that push that came in from Oregon. But it was looking really, really good off the start of that. I think the positive here for Oregon, you still got a minute and a half. That's a solid couple hits at this hill, and you're still in the life lead for the time being. But it comes down to needing to make these hits as a full team, and that was what you wanted to highlight seeing into this game. This is their best chance of getting an offensive round win. You need to see a full man hit.
A lot of one-on-ones now. It's brought us back to an even 16-16. Nice shots from Kevcan. So Zip now gives them the advantage. Oh, lay there. It's dangerous. Samaj's going to sniff you out. Drone, nice shots to trade. Keeping this even is International. When slipping the line, Cetra here gets the shots rung out. It is going to be in a little bit of one-on-one versus Samaj, which does go the way of Oregon. There's the opening three. Go down. It's time to hop on this. Kevcan, the only one here who can spoil the fun, is up onto that platform. Can he find any kills up top? Nobody's looking his way. So, yeah, find Samaj, but the trade from Amaze.
But the spawns are just so close for International. They can keep reinforcing and keep reinforcing. They will get one tick of progression in for Oregon. Zip is trying to play on that back heady. It's not going to be enough.
Whoa.
He's not going to be able to find anything from that situation. It leaves Amaze all by himself, but he'll get two for the time being, and that might just give his team enough time to come off spawn and help to reinforce.
Amaze finds three. Daddy skillful here now. No respawns for International. We might be looking at an offensive round, Jesse, from Oregon. They've made the right adaptation. Zip takes down Kevcan. Daddy skillful is going to stop the clock at 23 seconds. And you see Zip still flying on the outside. Gets into the Godheady. Drone shots him down. Do you have any idea where these players are set up? 100K is going to find that. Samaj finds two. One player left. It's 100K. In a 1v6 this time. We saw it a lot inside the search and destroy. Can he make it happen? In the control, gets stunned up on the chase. B-side's getting put away, and 100K just looking to close out on Zip. He's going to allow this to go through. It's an attacking round from Oregon.
I was going to say, as the likes of 100K there, as soon as, or sorry, as the likes of Oregon there, as soon as you realize that 100K is in that position, you need to just fly forward, get onto the point, puts you in your best spot to be able to close that round out. And they do stack the point finally, and they do close it out for themselves.
What a way to make some changes, especially from that hard point, Jesse. They're doing a great job at communicating the missing players of International, and they are getting the rotations that they needed and working as a team, something we didn't see inside the hard point, but in Tuscan, it's very much showing.
I hear something even crazier, Colin. I was just doing the quick math. Is a 1 kill differential after those first two. So not only does International need to win this, but they need to win it with a good amount of kills on their defense. They want to be able to at least win this offense out by a slaying differential of 2 for their side to guarantee themselves that final defense.
It's exactly what you're looking for if you're a Ducks fan. Maze on the cutoff is going to find one onto drone. Trade from 100K is going to hop into the A site, stop the clock at a minute at 6. Working on the second tick of progression, and going to need some players here. Stack the point if you want to put this one away. You don't have that nice setup that you had in round number 1 where you had the ability to let it go slow. Zip starting to work this flank, and Samaj and Maze, it's all 4 down.
At this time, the hit from middle of the map actually works for Oregon, even though it was being watched from International. They get the job done this time, and Amaze going to be pushed very far forward. 30 and 16. The man is having a map right now here in this control.
I don't know what to say about this Texas A&M International squad. They're getting the setups, but Oregon, they've come alive. A-side's going to get secured.
But Oregon is just knocking them down. That's the issue right now.
They really are, Jesse, and it's amazing to see. It's specifically out of, well, Amaze, no pun intended, 32 and 17. Crazy game so far. Samaj keeping up with the chaos as well. 4-life lead, minute 30.
Oh my god, and they've got International pushed so far back. This might be really 1 or 2 solid hits for International to push forward, and Amaze is going to completely mitigate this push again for himself. 34 and 17. The kid is having an amazing game here for himself. It's the name of him. It's how he's playing. I thought he was going to find another one there for himself. It doesn't even matter, though. You get shots on a 1, you tag them up, you get the information. Still a 5-life lead here for Oregon. 1 minute left for International, and they still need 3 ticks of progress onto that B site.
Here comes Samaj. Nobody's looking. Finds one around. The second one just next to him. Takes down Cetra. Last 2 players going to be in the spawn for this first attack. Drone's going to find Daddy skillful and stay alive, but realistically, you need to stay alive for your reinforcements. And Samaj still hunting these teammates. Finds his third onto 100K. Now drone all alive on an island in the back here. And you can see that Oregon, they know this. They're trying to trap him, but drone's still alive, Jesse.
This is big kills. Big kills for International now. You get one player on the hill. You've got the spawn out as well, exactly where you want it. This is where they might be able to set in a spawn trap and pick these players one by one off spawn. This is probably your only chance of winning this game here for International.
Zetra finds one. You need to stay alive here. One take's going to be locked down. Daddy skillful makes the rotation, takes him down. 23 seconds, 4v3. And here they come. Zip from up top in for the contention. Not even looking. He's kept can into the backline. Shots on a drone. 100K comes to the rescue. 100K comes to the rescue. A 2v2, Jesse. Make it a 2v1. You need to make this play right now. If you're player number 5, drone, rotating on into this church. Player number 3 just below. 6 seconds left. Both players on 2 separate angles. You can get this crossfire and Amazes up top. Drone's getting shot in the back, and Texas A&M drop. Oregon, they find the respawn. They're going to be taking the swing map.
Yeah, that's really big because the hard point didn't seem like a strong suit for them. But you know that once the pace of play slows down a little bit, that's when this Oregon team really starts to come alive. They're only 1-1 in control going into today, but there were 1-4 in hard point. So you felt a lot more comfortable going into the control and possibly taking the win there. And if you allow a maze to pop off like that inside the hard point, I could even see Oregon taking a hard point off this international roster.
Well, we say you got to look out for Zips. He's the guy to keep your eyes on. You know, Tavin was into this roster, but Samaj coming into this, you know, it just seems like it's the chef's kiss. It just seems like he works so well with this squad to make sure that you're cutting off the players from international. You're keeping up with the slang, and you're making it consistent across all 4 players. And when Amaze is going off, I mean, we highlighted Zip, but Amaze is the guy to look at right now as he's having quite the series against a team who realistically could be winning this a lot more smoother when you look at it on paper. But Oregon, they are showing up. We wanted to look at some adaptations going into the respawns, and we just got them.
Yeah, we really did. And I mean, job's done if I'm Oregon here. Yeah, you would love to win this hard point. If you don't, it does not even matter because you took a search, you took a control, and your bread and butter is search and destroy, and that's the last game mode. It will be on a Bacage for a double dose after we come back. But I mean, what a series so far here, Colin.
Yeah, you said it yourself. He has a chance to go the distance. Now, Bacage is in the way of Texas A&M International in a map number 5. We haven't seen it yet, neither of you, but we're going to get that after this break. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, folks, to the Call of Duty Vanguard Varsity League. My name is Seymour. Alongside me, Jesse. We have quite the match going on right now in our third match of the day between University of Oregon Ducks and the Texas A&M International squad. This has been crazy so far. You and I both thought that Texas A&M International were going to come out and win the respawns, but a control going the way of the Ducks has shaken that completely up, Jesse.
We knew it was going to be a tight one. We didn't know who exactly was going to come out on top. And we said the big swing mode was going to end up being that control. We saw a dominating hardpoint in map number 1 from Texas A&M International. We saw a very good search and destroy win on Tuscan for the likes of University of Oregon in map number 2. And then Oregon, they were able to steal away that map number 3 in honestly quite dominant fashion as well. So heading to map 4, heading to Bacage hardpoint now, this is where it's really going to come down to the nitty gritty. I don't know if Oregon has the slaying potential to keep up with International on a map like this, but if a maze pops off the way that he did inside of our map number 3, anything is possible.
Let's take a look at the maps that we've had so far, Jesse, for this series, because like you say, I mean, it has been quite the ride. That Tuscan hardpoint, very much in the way of Internationals. Search and destroy, almost going to round 11. Control, very dominant from the Ducks to answer back in. You're talking about Bocage in the way that you don't think the slaying power is going to be there for the Ducks, but what I just saw inside that control, I saw the complete opposite. I saw that they were able to find the slaying potential to go toe-to-toe with Texas A&M International, and Amaze, yeah, was the key player to that one, but in my mind, for Bocage especially, it's going to be Samaj, the new kid on the block, you know, running that third MP40 inside Tuscan on that hard point, or in that control, you have to be looking at Samaj to be the player, again, to flex to that MP40 and try to keep up with Texas A&M International.
We'll see if he can do it. It's going to be the big question, right? Can you keep up to this lane in a hard point, though? I think when you're looking at control, the pacing is still quite different from hard point, but they might just be up to the task. They might just be able to do it again here for this Oregon Ducks roster.
First hard point, you don't normally see a lot of time between teams inside of it. It's just mostly going to be slaying out, gaining map control, and burning that time clock. But right now, Oregon in control of it, very smooth so far off the break. Setro is going to be looking for that break on the side. Swings on out, looking the wrong way. It's the fight on the outside that's going the way of Texas A&M International. Allows 100K into the mix, allows them to break that hill. 13 seconds inside this hill 1. We're looking at tank side.
You got a big... I don't want to say you got like a big amount of time there, but Oregon off the start of that, they did a great job of just not allowing International to really be able to push forward and get into any of these powerful positions. And I was going to say they did a really good job of being able to hold on to the spawns as well, but Cetra finds 3 in a row through the middle of the map, and that just really shuts down the spawns you had from Oregon. But Oregon, they're not going away without a fight here.
100K is going to find Amaze on the inside of Barnes. Samaj, oh, the trade's supposed to be there, but shaky shots, and Cavcan comes swinging, comes flying to make that happen. I saw full streaks on the board. I think that was 100K, who's 7-3 right now. Big eyes on Drone, dropping a donut right now after 2 kills into Bocage. 5 deaths. With Texas A&M International, after what was a very clean hill 1 out of Oregon, it bounced back.
Absolutely have. And I mean, they bounce back, but Oregon, again, though, will be inside of this hill, will be holding on to the remainder of this time for the most part. You might get one more fight for the hill here, but the main majority of focus is back over towards Grandma's, towards this new hill. You do keep the lead here if you're Oregon by right around 15 points, but you got to keep your eyes on the spawns, and Kev can pushing through the back. He might just be able to flip these out.
Yes, he can. Skillful. On a 5 spree. Ace loses the fight on the outside of Grandma's. Nobody inside the hill right now, Jesse. So it's uncontested time. Backlock seems burn. 100K comes down the stairs, but that is skillful in the chase. Finds his 6 in a row, so strafing run is going to be picked up. Oregon, they can't hold on to this hill, but they do get the flip for the spawn, so they're going to be able to reinforce this hill, but still on the outside. Drone, he's come alive. 3 kills in a row now to lock things down for Texas A&M.
I mean, Colin, we are 2 hills, almost 3 hills now completed into this game, and we've got 1 minute and 20 shaved off this game clock already, so got to keep an eye on that as this game goes along, see if that comes into factor into the later halves, as it usually does so often here on Bocage. But 1 minute 30 now left or been taken off of it, and we need to look at the rotations over towards this barn hill. It will be 2 players for Oregon trying to lock them down, but Texas A&M International, they've just got so many more players over here.
Samaj in for the detention. MP40 in hand, but no. 100K is going to find the kill from the outside, trying to still slay out for the rest of the Texas A&M International players that are on the inside of this barn. It is going to happen. 100K swings to the other side. He's going to find a maze. Still with those full streaks as well, Jesse. And you got to be looking at these streaks. Be big for the 5th hill. 33 seconds into this one, so you don't want to give up just yet. A maze around the outside. Daddy Skillful to help. Is break back in for Oregon.
Now Oregon, they can keep hitting this from the left-hand side. They do have those closer spawns, but Texas A&M International looks like they want to hit it one more time. This could be detrimental, though, to International. They flip the spawns out. You don't want to hit with that much time left, because now when you look at the next hill, the river hardpoint, Oregon will have the spawns, and they can set up for a good hold here, possibly.
K's on the case right now, trying to get there. Still has streaks, so yeah, you lose these spawns, so those streaks get you right back into things, Jesse.
Yeah, but you got streaks on the side of Oregon as well, though, so the streaks might not be that big of a factor here.
Here they come. Line bomb dropping right down. Spots all the information that you need, but you're hunting for this player that's inside the hill. Smosh is going to eat that. It's okay.
Everybody died around it, though. He
That's
eats
gonna-
the streak, but everybody dies around it, so the streak really gets nullified there. You really don't find much value out of it.
Well, 100K gets back into things, Jesse. So falls up with that streak by himself. Still Samaj is there. Kevkin trading for Texas A&M International. Small lead, but it's a lead nonetheless in Bocage. They flip the spawns into the back for Oregon, and so far they've been holding on to that. Now, you got to be careful if you're Oregon. You want to make sure that you're nullifying this time out of International. You want to make sure that you're not getting trapped here.
Skillful stays alive. Can't win the gunfight out on Kevkin. Kevkin actually wins a huge 2-piece, but unfortunately, a maze will find a third, and that's going to be scrap time going back to Oregon here. And we're going to be at basically a 10-point game at the end of our first set of rotations. 2 full minutes shaved off that game clock as well, just to keep our eyes on it. But I mean, a really, really great map of Bocage here so far between these two teams.
It is just haymaker after haymaker, Jesse. Back into the second set. Yeah, small lead. 100K is going to lock these down to the back. Still a player for Oregon. It's Zip. Where's it? Zip going to be back here. Amaze back up and into the hill they go. Oregon, they found their way into this hill number 1. Daddy Skillful is trying to play around these teammates right now, and they're going to be doing exactly that. Outside of Shed, Cetra in for the contention, checks the corner, takes him out, 90-86. Now, I said that we don't usually see a lot of time in this first hill, Jesse, but these teams have been doing a great job at finding as much as they can.
Well, yeah, they hop into it, but like you said, though, I mean, we really haven't seen much time still come from this hill. It was a 10-point game going into it. It's a 10-point game still here, and yeah, you might get these back 10 now for Oregon, but International is so close, they're going to be able to run right back towards this hill. We might actually be in a tie game as we head into the new hill towards that tank side of the map, and Oregon should have a much better setup here than they did on our last set of rotations. I say that, but 3 are going to fall. You get it instantly in the hill for International.
So you are 100K now looking to pick off these players off the respawn. Nice timing from Samaj to look the right way. Now nobody in the hill for this take one. 3-point lead. Samaj is able to find 1 on the inside. Still trades ringing out from either end. And now it's going to be Oregon on the inside to soak up this time. You can see the spawns coming out from International, from Grandma's side. And they're going to need to hit this hill soon, because there's going to be a lead change in the way of the Ducks.
Well, to hit it back on our point, Colin, I was saying when we came into this map, I was a little bit worried about Oregon being able to go toe-to-toe with the Slade. But when you look at the numbers right now on this roster, Amaze is 26 and 18, Daddy Skillful 22 and 15. Yeah, you've got 2 players negative, but those 2 players being mighty positive is really keeping this game close for these 2 rosters. The rotation's going to come back in now as we head over towards the Grandma's Hill, and it should be Oregon early inside of this rotation with the early lead. You've only got 1 player here for the likes of Texas A&M International, etc., but he wins a big one-on-one on top Grandma's, and that might just completely negate this push from Oregon.
Samaj. There's a player on the staircase. Doesn't seem like the case. Just in and out, trying to keep the toe onto this hill. Samaj going to find Jerome, but Kevkin's there for the trade again. International looking to block Oregon deep into these spawns. Amaze in the inside is finding Cetra. Daddy Skillful to back them up. Still the kills, though, when it comes down to it. International finding the majority. You gotta have Zip on the pinch now. Is gonna find Cetra, traded out by Kevkin, back and forth. These 2 teams just throwing blows at each other. And finally a break from the Ducks. They're gonna get into this hill, but can they hold on?
I think International thought that they had the spawns completely watched there, and they thought they read the spawns right, but Oregon, they have never lost these spawns yet. One player always spawning up on that right-hand side will keep you those spawns here in this hill. And you know what? It's great to have those spawns. It is a little hard to fight this from the front sometimes, but International, you know what? They do the job from the front. They get it done very well as well. And they'll have a 20-point lead heading in towards hill number 4, back towards this barn hill, and they got a good amount of time on this barn hill the last time through. It was just unfortunate that they flipped the spawns out so late in it, and they give the spawns towards Oregon for P5. We'll see if they adjust this time through.
30-point lead into the barn. Amaze loses out the shot. Zip for the contention, but it's Samaj to find the kills. Break comes out from the Ducks early. Spawn's coming out for International through Grandmas. They're going to be able to hit this hill once more. Kevcan leading the charge. Finds one kill, but that's about it, Jesse. So far, Ducks doing a good job at finding time inside barn.
The hit for International. This is probably one more shot at this hill, but they might be making the same mistake they made last time. They're full on 4-man hitting this, and if they lose these gunfights, they will spawn out. But the gunfights, they go the way of Oregon. So Texas A&M International, they will hold on to those right-hand spawns exactly where they want for this next hill.
It's a good flurry of kills. Zip on 4 in a row. Amaze wins the fight for scrap. So we're going to not see a lead change right now, Jesse. But yeah, we're going to see a tie game going into the second set, 5th hill.
And Oregon actually somehow get these spawns up on the right-hand side. So they can still pressure this hill quite a bit. But this is the exact situation we saw the last time through to this hill. Texas A&M International, they did a really good job of being able to battle this and hold this from the top side of the map once they got inside the hill.
Etc. Slides on in. Finds Zip. Up top, it's Amaze. Trades once more, leading this hill. 100K. Slip the lines into Shed. Could be able to split these players. We're trying to reinforce this hill and get back into it, but it's a big break from International. They're going to hop into this hill, and what notably is a very back-and-forth game. I mean, this hill 5 definitely can be where you find your biggest lead.
And it's looking like that's going to be the case right now for International. And the bigger and bigger this lead grows at the moment is more and more of an advantage here for International when that game clock is winding down so much. Both teams need 60 or 80 points right now to close this game out. And what that's going to do is I don't think anybody's going to get that with a minute 15 left with how contest heavy P1 has been throughout this game.
Big couple fights coming up. Zip wins the first, but 100K for the trade. Do they pull the spawns in the back line? They do. So Oregon, they flip the spawns out into the back of it. They're going to be able to hit this hill from the more preferred side and keep Texas A&M International out of this. But Zips needs to be the one to lead it. He's going to find one on the inside of Grandma's. Trade from Kevcan. Nobody in this hill. Jesse, we need to talk about it because it happens a lot. Bocage, 1 minute in the time clock.
1 minute in the time clock. One thing I just noticed, and we need to absolutely talk about, is 100K has 54 kills right now with how long this game has gone along. Might even be able to break 60 the longer this game goes here, and the longer that this stays contested inside of this match. This is probably the longest Bocage I have ever seen in my entire life, in my entire time casting Vanguard. Absolutely unreal. Oregon, they're still only 30 seconds away from being able to tie this game with a stronghold here on this Tanks Hill. Something they haven't been able to do yet. They might be able to tie this game back up.
Your entire life. Yeah. We haven't even had Vanguard that long, Jesse. Texas A&M, they find the break into the second hill. Samaj trying to lead the charge through. Barn doesn't check the corner. 100K here, 56 now. He said might be able to break 60, and that would be something unbelievable. 222 for Texas A&M International. This is the biggest lead we've seen so far in a Bocage.
It absolutely is, but you need to find a way to shut this down. Zip's going to probably get aggressive here as soon as he gets reinforcements, but can't get aggressive when 100K's flanking from the back. He finds number 58 on the map, and you can still win this here if you're International, so Oregon can't give up this time.
You look up top, folks, and you look at not the time clock. You look at it's a best of 5 in Oregon. If they find this win, it is over. Texas A&M International are looking to push us to a map number 5, and they're only going to need a few more points to make it happen. On the inside, it's Amaze. He's going to be ready for this player who's on the rotation. No, Kevcan may have just spoiled the fun. Samaj off respawn is going to take him out now. Here comes Texas A&M International for this break. They're setting up. You see Oregon in here with the blue arrows. They are surging. Drone finds Zip in the back line. Trey's going to be there from the staircase. 100K on the inside for the contention. Trey's ringing out. Daddy Skillful on top, but the break's going to come through. 4 seconds left. Can anybody touch? Oregon, they need to get in. Cetra lines them up. He puts them down. One more goes away, and we're headed to a 5th map.
The insanity that is Bacage Hardpoint. I did not think that this one was going to finish off going to time with the way that that game started. But just like map number 1, it's going to finish off 250 to 150 here in this game. Or sorry, 250 to 200. I'm completely blasted looking at that. But I mean, 100K just went 62 and 30 in that
Right.
game.
Oh, I think he went 63 and 30. I don't want to take away from that one if I saw it right, but I mean, no matter what.
I mean, either way,
either
60
way.
kills plus.
Wow.
Talk about-
just take a second, everybody, and think about that. 63 kills. Yeah, it's Bokash, but we don't even see that in pro play. Usually players are like, what, 40 something, maybe 50 is rare, but 60 is unheard of on stream. And, you know, Oregon, they made the changes, Jesse. They made the adjustments, and Bokash definitely looked a lot closer than the Tuscan, but it's just they haven't found a way to beat these teams at a hard point. And you can see that international, their hard points are just so clinical in certain situations.
Yeah, I remember a conversation that we had earlier on in the year, and you kind of pulled up a stat, and you were like, "Yo, this guy just dropped 40 on Bacage." I'm like, "Well, it's Bacage. It's not even that impressive." But 60, I just need to hit on that one more time. 60 is unreal. To your point,
Wow.
Oregon absolutely needs to still work on hardpoint. I feel like the setups were just not very good. Even when they early rotated to a lot of those hills, it looked like they could hold down and lock onto a lot of time. Now, note, it is Bacage. It is very tough to be able to get a good amount of time and a good amount of lockdown on these hills. But the way that Texas even played hill number 3, I think is the clinical hill for me. They fought it from the front every single time, never had the spawns, but easily won that hill over Oregon. Oregon never really got a good chunk of time on that hill, and we even saw it on the last break of the game when we headed to it for the third time. I don't think we've seen grandmas or the game go to grandmas for a third time very often either. It does there. They close it out. They win the game. And what does that set us up for? It sets us up for a game 5 year, one of our first ones in the Call of Duty Varsity League this season on stream as well.
It was the same thing with last year. We didn't see a lot of Game 5s last season with the NACE or with the Call of Duty Varsity League, and this year it's been the same place. But we're not going to stray far away from that hard point. We're going back to Bokash for the search and destroy, Jesse. And I mean, when you look at what happened back in that Tuscan search and destroy, I mean, this series has been so neck and neck. And I mean, search, it has been as close as ever for these two squads.
Yeah, it was a 6-4 victory for Oregon in the first game. Honestly, I feel like it probably could have gone either way still. You had a few players kind of take over on that map. I think the big thing is we're going to see 100K probably with a sub on Bacage. The last time it was in Berlin, he wasn't running the sub, and I feel like he just needs to have an SMG in his hand to be playing at the highest level. We just saw it on Bacage Hardpoint. He dropped 63 with the SMG. So if he can pull in an SMG and run rampant here on Bacage, I think that's your answer. The big thing is how will Amaze respond after he didn't necessarily even have a bad game himself, but it's hard to really say that he had a good game when you just saw the likes of 100K running around doing what he's doing.
When you look at the way Oregon was playing into Bokash, and nobody on Oregon had a really bad game. It was very consistent out of the Ducks. All 4 players were really playing at the same pacing, and that's why they were at 200 at the end of it. They weren't too far behind because all 4 players were playing together in that situation. You just have 100K putting 63 on the board. It's hard to kind of work around that one. So, I mean, really going into this search and destroy, I didn't see anybody slowing down from the Ducks. So that's going to be a big key going into the search and destroy. If all 4 players could be online again, you might be able to sneak away another search and destroy.
Yeah, and it's by far their strongest mode, 3-1 now on the year versus the record for Texas A&M International now 2-2 after the loss earlier on today in that map number 2. So clearly a good mode for Oregon, and a mode where they can kind of, if they're on their back foot, they can rely on to take a couple to get themselves back into a series, and it's exactly what happened in this series. I mean, Bacage is just always so crazy, though, that it's hard to be able to tell what's going to happen on this map. But nonetheless, we rotate in game number 5. Oregon starting off on offense, and it's looking like a mid-map hit right off the rip here. This is going to be fast and heavy.
Oh my God, player number 7 is on top of player number 2 right now, Cetra. Has to have an idea that somebody slipped through the lines. Amaze finds first blood. Where was that? That's all the way deep in their own spawn. So 100K tries to make the play, and it fails.
He gets a little over aggressive there. And they have no presence at B right now for International. So Bomb Oregon, as soon as they realize Bomb gets put down over towards that site, Amaze does end up falling, but you should be able to get a good post plant set up here. But
No.
Drone finds two.
Drone just went absolutely huge, Jesse, with that whole setup. I mean, Oregon had what looked like, on paper, if you took a screenshot of that mini-map and enlarged it and looked at the post plant, it was perfect. It was a perfect setup where Zip was sitting. But Drone just absolutely worked him.
And they didn't get the trade. That's the big part, right? Like, even if you get the trade there, you're not in a terrible spot because you can rotate out. But nobody gets the trade. Drone stays alive. Drone absolutely takes over round number 1 there. And it was a man advantage for Oregon. But as soon as Amaze fell, 3 versus 3 retake onto that site. International, they got the job done. We'll see what they decide to do on offense. It looks like an A hit initially coming out here, but a fight down towards this river side of the map could end up happening. This was where we could see that first blood end up coming through, and Amaze is going to have to back up.
Yep, forced on out. Zip's going to have a big job if he takes that 1-on-1 against 100K on the outside, but instead 100K gets the lineup of Amaze all the way up top inside that addict. He's going to pull first blood. Now the trade comes through from Zip. Bomb goes down. And here comes the retake. Kevcan's going to find Samaj, so it's a little bit of an exit strategy, but Zips again finds him through the door. 2v2, Jesse. 36 seconds to work with. And both players on Texas A&M are very disconnected. So Drone in the back line might be able to find Zips right through there. Setchel finds Daddy Skillful. Zip's going to go down. And the setup, it is perfect.
Absolutely is. And I really figured that this could be a good map for International on Search and Destroy. Their S&D hasn't been the greatest, but this is one of those maps where if you run together as a unit, your Slane is on point, you can really take over the map. It's exactly what we just saw in their first offense. They get a good amount of a push over towards that A site, get the bomb down almost immediately, and it just made it very tough for Oregon to be able to get the retake. Oregon, they kind of threw away their round number 1. Easily could have been won outside of Drone popping that 2-piece. They need to be a little bit better than that heading in towards this round. It's going to be a B hit or an A hit for themselves this time. And you don't have a ton of pressure here from International, so this bomb should be able to go down.
Should be able to. Look at the mini-map, and you can see that Texas A&M, they want to set up a flank. Player number 3 is in a great position. Daddy Skillful can end this round, but no Drone reads it. How do you even check that or expect that? The bomb goes down, but 4v2 on the inside of Maze. Zip, they trade it out. They even us up. 2v2. Here comes the retake from Texas A&M. Drone's going to hop this bomb. Is anybody here to check it? Is anybody going to check this whatsoever? No, Drone hops off of it, so you don't have to worry just yet. He's going to hop right back on in. Here comes the players from Oregon. Amaze is going to take down Drone. 100K now, 1v1. Zip just needs to play the time. 15 seconds left. Goes on the outside. I'm pretty sure he saw him. So he's going to get out 11 seconds. You don't even have time right now. If you're 100K, you have to hop on this or you have to take the kill, and it looks like the time's going to go through. Zip's going to check it, and Oregon get on the board.
It's a great round from Oregon. You get that bomb down. It was looking rough in the 2 versus 4, but the post plant setup that you had from Zip and Amaze, your 2 powerful SMG players inside of that Bacage, inside Grandma's house. What that really does is as soon as players slide in, you're pretty much dead to rights. If you slide in, you don't know exactly where they are. It's exactly what happens. 2 players push in, 2 players fall. Zip was able to clutch up at the end there too. Gets a good timing on 100K. Is able to win out that 1v1. That was always going to be a hard 1v1 for 100K to be able to win as well, because you had so much time against you in that situation where it was just kind of hard to find that last kill. But looking very similar to the first time we saw an offense here from International, wanting to head towards A, but this time there's a presence inside the A site from Smaj.
There is. So it's not going to be easy to get in. With the way they've been slaying, it might just be that, oh my word, they're so close to each other, and it always gets the hairs on my arms sticking up. In this one, door's going to open. Samaj took away. And the shot's going to be there. Zip's going to take him down. He did have a trade out of Drone through the middle of the map, so we're seeing even 3-on-3.
And Zip actually slowing things down in this round too. He actually is playing and pushing in the back of those hedges. So completely trying to mitigate any push from International. 100K has gotten into a good spot though too, where he can just really shut things down and talk about players side by side. Once again, Zip and 100K right on each other's tails.
2v2. Bomb still yet to go down. In fact, it is inside Grandma. Samaj still tucked away here.
Oh, the trigger discipline, please.
You would have liked to see it. Now Zip in the back line is going to have to put the shots through. Is able to find Drone, knows the second one's there, tags him up, and Samaj is going to shut him down. So Oregon answer back.
Ends up turning it into a little bit of a bait and switch because they know Samaj is in that corner now. They want to make that challenge, and 100K, unfortunately, not ready to have Zip shooting his teammate, then eventually him in the back, leaving Samaj with an easy cleanup on site. Tying us back up at 2-2 here. And just as good as is looking for Texas A&M International off the start of this game, Oregon has battled back very hard. Zip is on 4 in a row as well, so definitely need to keep our eyes on that. If he can find 6 or 7, that's streaks for the team. And streaks on this map can be really, really powerful towards that Riverside.
Oh, Samaj running right down the middle of the map. He's going to find Cetra. Zips for the follow-up. It is absolutely perfect break for the Ducks, and they're going to get this bomb down because of it. 100K, you need to find this kill. You know Amaze is in here, but really nobody in Texas A&M International is in a position to find these kills.
Zips in the exact same spot he was in last round, up on this back tank. 100K knows it too, so he's going to get the kill, get out with his life. Leave us in a 2 versus 3 now. Post-plant setup, though, still looking very good here for Oregon with the way that everybody's positioned.
Samaj still on the inside of the bomb. Maze up top gets spotted. You know Drone's going to be there. Samaj pre-fires the door. He's going to find Drone now. 1v3 for 100K. Slides on in. Is he going to hop this bomb? They have to know it. Daddy Skillful's in a position where it doesn't matter what you do if you're 100K. You're going to drop no matter what. Oregon, they pieced together 3 rounds in a row, and now they're in the lead.
And it's really the aggression you're seeing from Oregon in the early portions of the round. It's something that you kind of expect to see from Texas A&M International, but Oregon is doing a very good job of winning the early gunfights, giving themselves a man advantage, being able to get that bomb down for free, and then just completely shut down any retake potential that you get from International towards the later halves of those rounds. 100K is doing everything he can, but the rest of the team, they absolutely are going to need to step up to the plate here. A little bit of a different offense coming in from the Texas A&M International players this time through. You have 2 players hit out towards the tank side of the map, but it's Zip again, finding first blood from the back spawn.
That's what you want to see from your main Slayer. Numbers now to the Ducks. It's Texas A&M. They have to make a move into this one. Cetra's going to get into the A side with this bomb. But gets right back out. You know, it's a dangerous situation. Kevcan's going to find a maze, but all up to nothing. Cetra and Kevcan both going to line up for Daddy Skillful to place Drone in a 1v3. And look at this setup from the 3 players of Oregon. There's no stone going unchecked right now.
Somehow Drone will be able to push back at this bomb, though. We've seen some amazing things from him here, but I believe Zip just spotted him on that cross. Should give Samaj the okay to just sit back here, not have to really do anything. And yeah, Zip, if you didn't know where he was before, you absolutely know where he is now. And look at Samaj. He's still just sitting in that corner.
Yeah, I couldn't rhyme somebody's name with an elf on the shelf there, and I remember that corner very well, but Daddy Skillful knows to check the bomb, too. And he's going to get right back in there. He's going to check it, and he is going to put Oregon now into a 2-round advantage. Now, this is big, Jesse. It is absolutely huge for the Ducks because you went from being down 0-2 now to being up 4-2. You've put together 4 rounds in a row. Texas A&M International, this is a Game 5 that you don't want to lose. What do you need to see out of them?
It's hard. It's really hard. I mean, International, they looked really good off the start of the game. I think that it's going to come down to really putting better pressure onto this A site and not throwing our lives away so early on in these rounds.
He's got to be up to that, etc. A couple free fires. Samaj is just window peeking, shoulder side to side. And again, first blood to Oregon. And a second one, Amaze.
It's the early lives, man. They're throwing them away way too easy. Bomb should go down. It absolutely does. And now Oregon again in a 2 versus 4. You keep throwing lives away early, you're going to keep being in a man disadvantage. 100K will be able to get 1. But now a 2 versus 3. Bomb down. And again, a great post plant setup here for Oregon.
Oh, Daddy Skillful. He spots 100K. It's still around the outside. 100K expects it. 2v2, 25 seconds. Drone's found his way into this bomb site. 100K still ripping them apart. It's 3 in a row. He says, you know what? If we're going to need to take this distance, I'm going to need to step up here. And in fact, 100K decides I'm just going to get an ace.
I was going to say, when I saw him get the 3rd, just get him to hop the bomb, have 100K watch over, because 100K is not missing on Bacage. I believe he pulled out the auto on this hill, or on this zone as well. So clearly I made the wrong the wrong choice. He doesn't need just the SMG to do it in his hands. The automaton getting the job done here as well. And that round was looking so good for Oregon. Very similar to their other offenses. Get the man advantage, get the bomb down at A. This time through, though, 100K had different plans for himself. And I don't think this series could get crazier here, Colin.
I mean,
it has been absolutely unreal.
Surely we had to expect 100K to pull that out at some point. He rocked it in the Berlin, and he didn't look too shabby with it. So pulls it out at an ace. I mean, what a statement right there, saying I can rock more than just an SMG, Jesse.
Really slow hit coming in from International. Kev is going to try to get aggressive, just break that wall down. And they know Samaj likes to play in there, and they'll actually find Zip on the outside. So this might even be able to open it up so they can push in and now find Samaj. But Samaj playing a different corner will find one and even us up in a man advantage.
Oh, slides out for a second. Bomb down. 100K, 6 in a row. Strafing run's going to be picked up. 2v2. We need that bomb to go down at some point, and he's going to see him. He's going to run right out there. He's going to beat him in the middle of the map. That's bomb down again. He shuts down the streak. Drone in a 1v2 to deny Oregon of match point. And International to tie this one up once more. You need to get a big play out of Drone. But he doesn't have bomb. He's going to have to rotate all the way back around. Win 2 separate 1v1s, but instead he peeks on out. That is skillful to be there. Drone, what? 1v1.
4 HP.
Amaze on the other side. Bomb still down, Jesse. 19 seconds to make this play. Drone's going to cross right through the middle of the map. Amaze doesn't spot him. He's actually slipped the line, but Amaze, it's a gamble right now. You have eyes on the A site. You have to know B's the site.
You have an idea. And Amaze peeks over the top. Amaze finds the kill, and that's going to be another round to Oregon, putting themselves on series point here. And Colin, I think this whole round goes to that 1v1 in the middle of the map between 100K and Amaze. If 100K wins that 1v1, it's a full streak, so you get glide bomb, and you'll probably win the round because you're in a 2 versus 1 at that point. Instead, Amaze not only pulls out that kill, but also gets the final kill in the round, now giving us a 2-man advantage. You still need to deal with the strafing run from Texas A&M International, but the strafing run is not nearly as powerful as that glide bomb could have been.
I mean, 9-0 last year. Texas A&M International now getting pushed against the ropes by Oregon Ducks. 1 round, and they're going to take this. Amaze opens up onto 100K. Zip spikes it onto Cetra. Bomb's going to go down now, 4v2.
Kev's going to try to throw a nade in there, but gets absolutely no value from the nade. And in a 2 versus 4 with the post plant setup, we have seen Oregon lock this down so many times. It was just a 100K ace the last round, which was able to break this setup.
I didn't know if Amaze saw him. Yeah, he did. A Kevcan gonna go down now. Drone last alive in a 1v4. 27 seconds to ace in the Iceman clutch factor. Can he make it
Wait.
Oh, he's not gonna hop this one. He knows he's gonna stick there. Drone's gonna find that. Now you see all these arrows surging on the position of this one last player, and it's gonna be Samaj. Oregon, they're gonna take the round, they're gonna take the map, and they're going to take the series, Jesse. 3-2 in a game 5 fashion. And it's Zip, this guy right here on screen, 10-5, making it happen.
I hate to say I told you so, but I did say that Zip is a pop-off player in Search and Destroy. It's where we see him at his absolute finest. We've seen him do it on Berlin before against other teams. He does it here in the Game 5. I don't think he was the best player on Oregon today, but he definitely showed up in that final map. Him and Amaze really running things with those SMGs, especially on the maps where this team was able to find success and where this team was able to win their games. It was that Berlin S&D, the 2 of them popped off. Tuscan Control, the 2 of them popped off. More so Amaze in that map, but in this final map, it was really just a playground for Zips. He found so much value running this SMG, running the automaton. Whatever lane he was holding down, he was shutting down the opposing team with, and it was a great game out of Zips. It was a great game to close this game out, and I mean, congratulations to Oregon. You guys take your second win of the year, and that's a big win, a big resilient win for this roster who pretty much needs to win from this point out if they want to make playoffs.
It's a big asterisk on your resume for this season, being like, we took down Texas A&M International, who were one of the top dogs last season inside this the Call of Duty Varsity League back in Cold War. And now Vanguard being a total different case. Ducks just leveled up their stocks, Jesse, inside that. And I like how you're kind of putting this on, like, Zip may have not been the best player throughout the series for the Ducks, but you get it done inside this Game 5. You really turn up to help the teams, and a lot of players, they're going to sit there and they're going to say, you know, you just got to get me there. As soon as you get me there, I'll pop off. And Zip, they got him there, and he put it away.
Was also really impressed with the new player on the block as well. Samaj absolutely showed up here. I mean, the presence that he had inside of that A site throughout that entire Bacage was immenseful. I mean, every time you tried to see Texas in and push in, he was the player who found the first blood. He was playing either in behind the bomb, playing a different corner inside Grandma's, but his presence with the SMG, inside of the control, inside of the search and destroys, was so positive for this team, and that's really what helped them win. And even a 100k ace, a 63 kill game inside of the Bacage could not get the job done here for this team today.
I mean, could you ask for a better series out of these two teams?
No,
It was, we kind of hyped this one up at the start of the day as there's a lot of matchups with teams who need to prove themselves inside collegiate Call of Duty. And I think that University of Oregon, they were one of those teams. You know, they had a lot to kind of step up to. They had a lot to prove. And right now, I feel like they just did.
They absolutely did. This team is playing on another level here. And like I said to you, Oregon, it's really going to come down to if they can win from this stage out, they're going to put themselves in a great spot to maybe grab and steal that third place slot. And then if they have to go up against New Mexico again later on, if they have to go up against the Westcliff Warriors later on, they can learn from their mistakes, maybe come back, battle their way. And we saw a lot of upsets inside the play-ins in the last season inside of the Call of Duty Varsity League. I would not be surprised if Oregon can make some waves once again. And winning this match gives them like say they tie at the end of the season with International, now you've got the man advantage in terms of you have the tiebreaker because you beat them.
Well, Jesse, we have our interview ready for this matchup. We're going to bring Skillful in for this interview, man. Congratulations on that. I just want to kind of break this up, like slow things down. How does it feel, Game 5, to win like that?
It feels insane. It feels so great. We were in our lounge, so I got my guys right next to me playing, and just the energy throughout the entire area here has just been absolutely crazy.
You know, I know we had you on last time you guys won to win this out, and one of the things we usually ask is just things you're looking for as a team to get better, and I think that this is one thing that you can look at to get better. And, you know, were there changes that you guys made that you really saw reflect today?
Yeah, I mean, our normal roster has Taven in it, and unfortunately he got pulled into work, so we got an emergency sub involved. And Samaj just absolutely was crazy today. He is so good. He really did pop off. And then I got my boys Amaze and Tuck, Amaze and Zip, which is just the two guys that really carried us through that series. And with their help, like, we were able to just really fulfill what we needed to get done today.
Well, that's amazing. I'm glad that, you know, a substitute comes in and you make it happen. I'm going to give you over to Jesse now, as he's probably raring to go with some questions.
First things off, Skillful. I'm going to be honest. I'm a little disappointed. I'm not seeing the green Oregon Duck jersey on you like we did the last time we saw the interview. That jersey is fire. So I'm a little disappointed we don't see that jersey come out. But then second of all, I mean, don't play yourself down too bad. You guys all played great throughout that series. Obviously, you had that big game from Amaze and Zip in that final map as well. But I think my big question for you is now, so you've obviously taken losses to Westcliff, you've taken losses to New Mexico, so probably it's a win from here on out kind of state of mind. So this game actually could end up being for third place. I don't know if you guys picked up on that or not with how good this international roster really can be. What's really kind of like the next step for you guys? Because clearly Hardpoint's been kind of a weak point for this team. What do you think is going wrong inside of Hardpoint?
I think one of our biggest things is, I mean, especially today in our showing, we just were not the team that we have been practicing and scrimming. Like, we really are trying to talk about what we need to do in terms of, like, how we're breaking, who's doing what. There's too many individualistic plays trying to happen. There was one time on Bow Cage when I dropped down, like, that was me solo challenging one versus three. Like, that just can't happen as a team. If we are really trying to compete for these top three spots, we just need to be able to be a cohesive unit, and that's what we're trying to really work towards in our hard points.
I absolutely love to hear it. And honestly, it sounds like you guys know what you guys need to do. I think the only other thing that I noticed from watching that is that you guys might want to, like, start counting out players a little bit better, because a lot of times a couple players were getting in and behind you guys, so maybe that might be something you guys look for a little bit more. But besides that, I mean, great games from you guys today. I was really impressed.
Yeah, it was very interesting losing those two hard points. Normally we were a very good hard point team, so when we lost those, we were just really concerned, and then we pulled it together in the S&D and were able to kind of show what we were able to do in those very clutch situations.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a great series for you guys, especially coming out. I mean, it's a big step forward, like you say, reaching to that top 3. So, I mean, you guys can just sit back and enjoy that. You know, substitute comes in, you get the job done. Might not have won the hard points, but you guys looked good in a lot of those search and destroy rounds. So, you know, you kind of like flipped the table today. And, you know, today you were a pretty good search team. Not to mention your control. I mean, you guys looked really good in control.
Yeah, the
so,
Tuscan looked really good.
But before we let you go, Skillful, is there anything you'd like to say to the stream?
No, I'm very proud of especially what Zippin and Maze were able to do today. Like, they really deserve all the props. I know I'm the one doing the interviews, but they are just doing so much for the team. I'm excited to have Taven back on our future games, and hopefully we can just start pulling more important games.
Sounds good. I'm excited to see those games come through, but enjoy your night. You know, have a great one. Go enjoy your win.
Thank you. You guys have a good one.
You too.
Man, it's always a treat having Skillful on.
But yeah, I really love Skillful.
It's so fun having. I was missing the jersey too, Jesse. I was missing the jersey. I'm like, come on. I was excited to see the colors. You know, I was excited to see him come on repping the school, but not today. I mean, it was all said and done. That game 5 was everything, and you know, doing it with a substitute too. Not even doing it with Taven. That is a big showing for the Ducks.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I didn't know if that was a purposeful sub or not, putting in Samaj. We were talking about it earlier. Obviously, we don't get all of that information here inside of just trying to figure out what's going on. There's so many teams to keep track of at all points, but still, Samaj came in. It was like plug and play. The man got the job done for the team in the exact moment that you needed it to. And Tavin, it will be nice for them to have him back as well. I know he's a very talented player. And honestly, this roster has gotten through the hard part of their season. They took in on Westcliff. They've taken on Texas A&M San Antonio, International, and New Mexico State University. Realistically, when you're looking at this West Conference and who they have left, maybe Keanu Huskies is a tough team sitting at 3-1 right now, but I think everybody outside of that roster, this team should be able to beat if they're on their game on their day. So this team, from this point on, you win out, you should be guaranteed that 3rd place spot.
I can't wait to see the underdogs that we do see throughout the rest of the season. But folks, we got one more match for the night. It is your returning champions, ICC, coming out for the last match, going up against Stephen F. Austin State University. It's going to be a big one coming up after the break. We will see you in a bit to close out tonight's stream. Welcome back, and you know, a short little break, but it's because ICC wanted to start this one very quickly. We got this Tuscan hardpoint underway. Already 60 points away of ICC as they're making this look good, but we're looking at their opponents, Stephen F. Austin, Lupin, Hugh Droma, Wreck-It Ralphius, love that name, and Simply the Chicken as their 4th.
It's some interesting names. I've heard of Mana Chicken in the APAC region, but just the Chicken here for SFA for their team. But I mean, a good start clearly for ICC, something that you expect to be coming through and through. And Jayzerk already with streaks as well on an 8-2 to start this game. I think one thing that because we didn't really get to frame up anything going into this one, Colin, something that is a big talking point that we need to talk about is Hyper, the new man coming into ICC. He's replacing Careless, who has been on this roster before. Excited to see if they do end up winning it out, to ask them why that roster change ends up coming through, because they have been very good throughout the season, but maybe just trying to play with a new player and to see if things are maybe even a little bit better for this roster.
It's going to be the case right now. Heading over to Church. First one's there is a sole player. Number 2, Cute Drama, quickly taken out by Big Head through the side door, who's on 4 in a row, let me say. Going to be in for the initial time as well. Break coming in from Stephen F. Austin. Front of this Church, but look at see those two players disengage instantly. They see the pressure coming out from ICC, Independence Community College, setting up now to hold this out. Alessio's going to find Wreck-It Ralphius, and that's 3 quick down. Last one there is going to be the Chicken, trying to play their life, but I mean, with your team all going down, it's only a matter of time.
This is just a big lead now for ICC, growing and growing here from this point on. And I mean, I hate to say it, but I kind of expected this. Coming into this one, we saw Drury University go up against ICC early on in the year, and it was just a stopping for ICC. Well, this SFA team was able to take a win off of Drury University, but it was very close map. So clearly, the two teams that were very kind of even, and ICC is just kind of one of those teams that's just above and beyond one of those next level rosters here inside of the Call of Duty Varsity League. We'll see though if FSA can bring their way back in. Roma's going to be inside the hill, but again, just an instant break in from ICC.
You got Q Droma 2-13, the Chicken 3-12. Not
Big
numbers
Head's on 10.
Yeah, not numbers you could be having right now against the returning champions. 10 in a row will give full shrieks to Big Head, and look at this setup right now. Hyper's going to be in the staircase. He's going to find the shots through the wall and direct it. Ralphius, Big Head comes in to help and close the door. One last player is going to be looping inside the stairwell, but Hyper is going to sniff them out. And give you the break back in for ICC.
A great break for ICC, right back into the hill again, and they're looking to try to get to 180 seconds at the end of our first set of rotations. Lupin will spoil the fun for a small bit of time here, but you can see they want this time. Lupin says, no, this is my hill. He'll get the remaining little bit of time here, so should be able to get to around 55 seconds at the end of the first set of rotations here for SFA. So, I mean, not completely out of this game yet, but you need to find a way to answer to the slaying power that you're getting from ICC. Otherwise, this game will get out of hand extremely quickly.
Alessio's tearing things up through the middle of the map, 4 in a row with a Lat and Phenom. Can you keep this around the back? Nobody's going to be ready for this one. Finds the first one. Second one just waiting inside the Church. Wreck-It Ralphius finally finds the trade, but a streak was picked up by Alessio, and that's just going to be more in the hands of ICC. 30 seconds still to pick up for this first set. You see this, the ICC just have quite the lead right now, Jesse. 183 to 55. Jayzerk, Big Head, they find a full wipe of 4 and now looking to push these spawns.
Yeah, this has been honestly another unreal game here from ICC, but it's something that we expect from our defending champions. Honestly, they built quite the reputation for themselves and living up to that reputation every single day. Big Head coming in from behind. He saw the information on that on Q Drama, and he's just going to push him, find that final kill, and this break from the front, it's looking quite good right now for ICC, but Jerome and Lupin actually find 2 as well, so it's going to actually slow that push down for now.
Alessio up top. Look at the last one there. It's going to be 4 down. Big Head off the respawn. Getting there as quick as ever. Still some kills coming through from Stephen F. Austin. So this has been the best kill I've seen so far from them, Jesse. But it's not over just yet. Jayzerk's going to get in, breaks the hill from the side. And off these respawns, Stephen F. Austin just stepping up to the plane and falling just as fast. In the back, the Chicken drops to Alessio. And you can see the rest of the red arrows. They're in no position to hit this once more.
2:12 right now, but with 20 seconds left, ICC going to be around 20 seconds away from being able to close this game out. They've got so many streaks. They could do it with Gunsteel. They could do it with streaks here. You will have SFA set up as the early team here on the rotations. But with so many streaks, I would expect to see them getting invested here, and they absolutely do. Big Head will invest the first glide bomb coming down from the top. He's looking for the player. He's going to get the player off the hill, and now the rest of the break, they're trying to do it from the bottom side of the map.
Hyper set up. Nice shots. Q Droma Looping in the back, it's overwhelmed. Another shot from Hyper. There's a break from ICC. 20 seconds left, and they got the back on the roof. Honestly, it's going to be a tough one. They're funneling one by one, and with Hyper set up, looks a full 4 down. Takes out the pistols 5 in a row. Just like that, hunting down Wreck-It Ralphius, and he is going to get that kill. 7 in a row for Hyper. Absolutely closing the map out with a bang. It's going to be 250 to 87 to open up this series. And it's all on the back of Hyper coming into this roster and making it look good there.
Hyper, the new kid on the block, absolutely tearing it up with a pistol at the end of the game there. And oh, we get to see it again, Colin. Best play of the game. Few kills come through, finds the next one. Oh, they don't even show the end of it, man. I absolutely hate it here sometimes. Vanguard, just give me what I want. I want to see the whole damn play come through. It's unfortunate, but
it was like straight up hyper in the kill feed. I mean, I've never seen the same name pop up so many times in a feed side by side. Not even in an old Pomage, you know.
I was literally about to
montage.
say, only time I can even think of
I
would
don't
be
even
a Pomage.
like that was absolutely insane. And only things you find at Vanguard with, you know, squad spawns, there's nothing you can do in that situation except outshoot them, and nobody can get the right shots on you. You don't want to shoot your teammates. They're all just standing in one line, and they're all lining up for the automaton, and ripping them apart is Hyper. So what a statement map at ICC. I mean, there's a reason they're the champions because they can do things like that.
I got one for you. I think the only other time I think I've seen a kill feed like that line up was when we got that amazing call from Miles on Seaside Hardpoint for Optic when he's just yelling Dashy while he was sitting in the corner on P4 ripping everybody down. That's the only time I remember something like that. But that was 5v5. This is 4v4, and he still found like 7 in a row. Insane stuff. Oh, man. I mean, you expect nothing less, though, from this ICC team. You bring in a new guy, you bring in Hyper to fill the roles of Careless, who is an amazing submachine gun player in himself. Hyper comes in, he gets the job done. And I'm not sure if we can take a look at our full-on maps and modes that we have coming in for this series, because I know we took just a short little break here, but of course we can. Pith's got us in the bag here. And it's a lot of the same, honestly, when you look at our overall maps and modes. It's going to be a lot of Tuscan and a lot of Berlin here.
Well, yeah, we never got a chance to set things up. ICC wanted to rush us. So, Hardpoint, Tuscan, been there, done that. Now Search and Destroy's up next. Same place. But you look at the rest of this, there's not a lot of variant to this whole series. It's Tuscan, and it's Berlin, and it's as simple as that. And if you're SFA, this is going to be a tough series. Probably one of your hardest series in your division. And you're going to need some big adaptations if you want to take down a team like ICC in a Search and Destroy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Search and Destroy is one thing, and it's very hard to win S&D at a high collegiate level. But winning S&D against Independence Community College is another thing. Like, you think they're good at just Hardpoint? No, you're wrong. This team and Search and Destroy, unreal. I mean, technically, this team has actually only had one match so far, and it was the match that we got to see at the early stages of the year. But here, let's go see, what was the score of that? I believe it was a Berlin S&D. It was a 6-1 over Drury University. So no slouches is this ICC team in any manner, in any state of the word. And it's going to be hard. I think it's going to be hard for SFA to take a map in this series, to be quite frank with you. But it's just tough.
It is. I mean, there's not a lot you could say when you're going up against the top team. But there's something that I say again, and I'll always say it right now. If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And right now,
that's true.
This is the best team to beat.
It absolutely is.
Well, maybe not that Northwood's in here. Northwood's definitely
defending champions. I stand strong with my boys at ICC. Big Head, Jay Zerk, Alessio, Hyper, now in the squad. This team is unreal, man. We'll get to see it here, though. SFA on offense off the start of this Berlin. Am I absolutely losing full? It's Tuscan. Bomb will go down. Jazerk not able to find anything with the sniper yet either, but first blood should go the way of Alessio. He finds one, and this is just the pinch completely coming in now from ICC.
Yes, it is. Drama last alive on the outside.
Peekaboo.
Finds Jazerk. That's it. That's actually going to be a bomb stopped, and trying to stay alive now. 2 players going to be here. Flies out there, but Alessio's welcoming. Open arms. Just jump into my arms. I am ready for you.
Literally, though. I can see exactly. I'm thinking of Oh man, I can't remember what movie it is now, but where he hoists her up, it's to the song "I Had the Time of My Life." I can't remember what movie that is, but that's what that felt like to me. He was jumping to get hoisted up by Alessio, but Alessio just guns him down. Instead, ICC, they're gonna come out, and as soon as that bomb went down, you saw the immediate collapse from the ICC players, just pinch everybody down. A good round win. We'll see what they decide to do on offense in this round here, though.
Got one for you.
Hit me
Blades of
with it.
Glory. When they're doing the move, you know, when they catch
I know exactly what you're talking about.
That's what I was seeing there. Wreck-It Ralphie's first blood. Jzerk this time to be the one to answer. Looking for the trade for ICC. Trying to get this bomb down at A, and Big Head, it looks like it is going to be open.
The bomb going down at this A site, like you said, and it's a free plant as well. Nobody even going to fall on the ICC side. I'm actually a liar. One did end up falling, but if they can get back into a post plant setup here, they could close this round out here. Qdroma is going to try to make the shots from the bottom, but the post plant setup is looking quite strong right now here for ICC.
3 go down just like that. A blink of an eye. Wreck-It Ralphie has got first blood. Now you're going to have to get the second, the third, and the fourth. Hyper's going to meet him on the other side of this. It's going to be information there. Alessio trying to sneak a peek at that player up top, but instead it's going to beat them on the inside where Wreck-It Ralph is ready for this one. The beatdown for Big Head, but Wreck-It Ralph, he's got hands too, Jesse. There's no time, but at least he's making it look nice. 1v1 from Hyper and Wreck-It Ralphius, and there's no time to get this defused, so it's going to be the round to ICC. And he's
I think
not even gonna give
ICC's
up his
trolling
leg.
a little bit there, to be
I
honest.
think they were, but you know what? That looked cool.
The way they pushed it. Yeah, you know what? You get the double beat down. And also, Colin, I got the name of the movie for you. I had to think of it real quick there, but it was Dirty Dancing. You don't put Baby in the corner. You don't, you don't let Wreck-It Ralphius get a 2-piece with it, or even a 3-piece beat down there towards the end of it. So you just don't put Wreck-It Ralphius in the corner. That's all we got right now. But
What is
SFA,
happening?
I don't know, man. This cast has gone completely off the rogue. I feel like I'm casting with McCornmeal right now because we're just all over the place right now.
We're just talking about movie references now. It's all about the movie.
I mean, I'm here for a good
Big
time,
Head
not a
doesn't-
long time.
Okay, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. 3v2. Qdroma. His eyes on Alessio, but the shot's not there. You got to finish those. Use Jzerk there to get the trade. Now Wreck-It Ralphius once more. 1v3. 52 seconds.
I mean, Wreck-It Ralphius is on form. Yeah, now Big Head. I mean, if he can find streaks, it would be huge. But Big Head says, no, sir. No streaks for you. And ICC going to take a 3-0 lead.
I mean, so far, it has been exactly what you expect of this team. Barring what we saw out of Wreck-It Ralphius back in round number 2, ICC have just been, you know, the usual, having fun with it, making it look clean, and showing just the pure skill that this team has in Call of Duty. I mean, these are 4 players who I definitely don't want to meet in ranked play as soon as it comes out. And a lot of people don't want to meet as soon as ranked play comes out. And right now, they are making this look like a walk in the park on Tusk. And Big Head again going for the quick plant. Nobody here to shut it down. Instead, it's Hyper and Alessio to find the kills. And 2 quick ones to open up complete map control. Finding a third is going to be Big Head through that church. And that's most likely going to put the nail in the coffin for this round unless Qdroma can make something happen. And no Jzerk, the bunny hop, and he's going to shut it down.
Again, Droma just wants to fly off the top of that monument. Can't find the final kill for himself. Actually, it looks a lot better there in the final kill cam than it did when we were on his POV. But Big Head, again, will shut it down. Like, what do you have to do to beat this ICC team? I think that's the big question. And I don't know if it really comes down to needing to go kind of man-on-man in it. Jzerk's negative in this game. That's embarrassing for you, sir. I expect better out of you, Jzerk. But I mean, realistically, though, I think to beat them, you just need to be able to fight fire with fire, and it's just SFA just does not have that same level of caliber player right now that you have on the side of Independence Community College. Another 3 down right off the rip here, and it's just going to leave Wreck-It Ralphius. I mean, how many times are we going to say it? 1v4?
He's in a 1v3. Challenge from Alessio. Bold.
To say the least.
Both players going to be there. Jzerk, a sniper, trying to make it happen. The lineup. Hypers, maybe a pistol's going to be popped out. Stun's going to be checked, and Hyper's running at him. No 20 HP. Doesn't check the right way. But he's got
Oh,
the
no!
Wow. Is that allowed?
It is. It is allowed. ICC and Hyper with the absolute disrespect pulls out the fighting knife. And I mean, Colin, man, you know what? I gotta give it to Wreck-It Ralphius, man. He is absolutely giving it his all here. He's got more than every one of his teammates combined here, considering that all of his teammates combined have 2 in the game at the moment. I mean, he's giving it his all. It is just not going their way right now for SFA.
It is not at all. Stun from Hyper. He's going to check them inside church. Again, no pressure to this.
It's
Big
literally
head
the
pushes out,
same
finds
thing.
Kudroma. It's the same thing over and over again. It's the same outcome. 2 quick kills. Wreck-It Ralphie is now forced to make a play through this church. Not going to find the kill into Hyper, and that's going to leave player number 4, the Chicken, last alive. And he's all the way deep into the enemy spawn. Jayzer's going to be here.
Come on,
He's
no
gonna
scope.
be ready for this one. Goes
No
from no scope to slide. Oh, I thought it was going to be there. No, Alessio's going to get the trade. And ICC, a 6-0 sweep in the search and destroy. They're going to go up 2-0.
Well, I'm glad to see that ICC has improved on their S&D because clearly the last time we saw them against Drury, it was not good enough when they won 6-1. This time they're going to improve with a 6-0 on a different map mode combination and able to
Leave
take
him alone, man.
that S&D. Oh, who?
You got to leave him alone. That one round, it's no different from a 6-0. Come on.
Hey,
6-0
they
and
won
6.
it though.
They did.
You
They
can't
did.
take it away from them. They did win it. ICC clearly improving day in, day out. This roster just getting better and better. I mean, maybe that's the change. You put Hyper in, this team gets better at S&D. Maybe that's what the roster change was for. But Careless is a very talented player. Again, like we touched on it a little bit earlier. I'm not on the roster right now. It is Hyper who's filling in. Not exactly sure why that roster change comes on through because I mean they were widely regarded as a top 5 team before that roster change came through, Colin. And I mean, with Hyper, I think they still look just as good if I'm being completely honest.
It could be some behind the scenes. It could be the exact same case as our
Maybe
previous
Careless
matchup.
might just be busy.
Maybe a substitute. Maybe he's working tonight. You never know. People got stuff to do sometimes. And ICC, it doesn't matter. They have a wide range of players who can come in here and just fill that gap. Hyper being it right now, 2-0 so far. Another Toscan. We got a triple dose of Toscan. And so far, ICC, they just look like the returning champs. Exactly what you expect from them.
They're a step ahead, right? And it's really going to take it to finding schools that are going to be able to catch up to this roster before we really start to see them get tested to their fullest level. I think that's the big thing for this Independence Community College roster. It's the fact that you've got so many players who have been running amateur leagues for so long that now have been able to go to college and still play together at a collegiate level. That's when things get really scary. And I mean, you heard it when we watched. I mean, what team was it that said that earlier? Was it Davenport that said that they all played together when they were younger and now they're out playing? And it's pretty much the same thing here. It reminds me so much of this ICC roster. And we'll get the offense off the rip here. Jayzerk's being disrespectful, still running around with a pistol off the start of this one. But we'll get an A hit right off the rip here from SFA. They do get a tick of progress, and they'll stack this zone. So see what kind of success can come out from the rest of this.
Lupin. Keeping themselves inside this A side. Here comes flying. Alessio clears it off. The neutral is going to be Hyper. Still trying to win these gunfights, but it's actually still a pretty good test from Stephen F. Austin in this A site. They're going to lock down a second tick of progression. Here comes Big Head around the corner, catches them from behind, locks down a second. That's going to clear the A site. 2 ticks come in, but that's about it so far.
And you got to keep your eye on Alessio. He's going to be making a big flank play in from behind. So even if you do get on this hill for SFA, you got to be watching your backs. And actually, they're not even going to make a play for it. They're going to make a play through middle of the map, try to get over towards this B site, maybe take some eyes from ICC off the site. Now, I mean, lives are still fairly even. SFA actually even has the life lead at the moment, and they'll be able to hop onto B. So, you know what? This should be able to at least get some pressure over here, maybe make ICC split the push a little bit.
Comes up the player from behind. Jayzerk in enemy spawns, finds 2.
Yeah, they
just farthest pushed up, but 46 seconds, and now you're seeing that comfort zone being acquired from ICC. Jayzerk still looking to cut off these respawns. Lupin's going to get cut from Big Head. Still no progress towards A. And this last little bit, a respawn comes up on the rooftop. So maybe Stephen F. Austin looking for that overextension to B once more. It is going to find the kill onto Hyper, so that's going to open it up. Stops the clock onto B. And Alessio wins the fight on the inside, so shuts it down.
feel like I'm gonna fall asleep tonight, Colin, and wake up with just nightmares of this spawn trap on Tuscan. We've seen it so many times today. Worked to such good factor here, but SFA, Q-Drama, in a situation we've seen him in quite often, up on this monument, not able to get the job done, and it's just gonna have to be a 3-man hit now from SFA over towards B. They need to stack the point, try to get this to get 1 minute extra added on. They will get the first tick of progression, and they actually do have quite a bit of lives over here, but the life count is what is really diminishing for this team at the moment.
17 seconds. Progress to A and B, but you need to get this A site done. Push this another minute.
Wait, I
There it
thought
is.
they were gonna get it. B, by the smallest thread, gets stopped from ICC. Hyper makes a big play, shuts it down. They do get the extra minute, but only 5 lives remaining, and you need to make a 1 solid hit as a team for SFA onto this.
Lupin might be able to make this. Wins the fight on Alessio. That's 3 down. 7 lives to 5. Nobody on the B side just yet, as Lupin very aware that the respawn's going to be coming up in the backside. Hops onto the site, stops the clock. Big head, wins a fight. No respawns remaining. Jazer doubles down. Lupin stunned up, is going to be dropped. So 2v6. Back on the respawns going to be the remaining Stephen F. Austin players. And you can see this. This is definitely a situation where I would expect them to back up and play their life for the next 36 seconds. But with that, I expect that it makes no difference. They're going to take another swing at this one from around the outside. You can see that the players in Independence Community College are hunting them down. Jazer's going to find the chicken. Wreck-It Ralphie is looking for the trade. It's not going to be there. ICC, they take home the defense.
Wreck-It Ralphius. I mean, again, the man gives it his all there inside of that round number 1. And you know what? They were like probably seconds away from closing that round out. If they don't get shut down at that B site, A was by 1 player by themselves, finished capping the 3rd tick on A. Felt like ICC, once they got split there, they didn't really know what they wanted to do, and they started throwing that round away a little bit there. But SFA just weren't able to get it done. Unfortunately, I would have loved to have seen that. That would have been absolutely hilarious for SFA to be able to close that round out in that fashion. But ICC now on offense. We'll see what they want to do. Wreck-It Ralphius will find first blood, but still you get the stack from ICC going over towards the A site.
So hard to break out of ICC. Hyper's going to find 2. Alessio cuts off the rotation, cuts off the flank, so all eyes on the front line. Stephen F. Austin looking to get this a stacked A side as well. This is going by fast. Droma's going to drop big head, pushes the aggression out, and the A side, it is gone.
Now, see how they decide to hit it. This is how you see normally a lot of the top teams try to hit towards the B site. You hit up towards the north portion of the map, towards that church. But unfortunately, it's not going to amount to very much here for ICC. And now SFA, they can actually reinforce this once again from the top side of the map where they're spawning up. And ICC, I mean, I feel like you need to hit this as a 4-man unit, but they'll actually win all 4 gunfights out now in a row, pushing up into the spawn trap as well, and just all you gotta do is stack the point now and just try to pull these players off spawn.
Wreck-It Ralphius finds 2. Loop in a 3rd, slows this down. The take gets picked up, Jesse. But Alessio now back in the spawn. I don't even know if they know Alessio's gonna be here. It's gonna be 4 and 3 on the inside.
They actually didn't get that tick either.
Cutting this one off. No, yeah, you're right. Tick's not going to be there, but look at this regress from ICC. It's going to allow Alessio now to jump into the action. Finds Q-Droma. Has flipped things out. Lupin's going to go down. They're going to hop into this B site. Finish off that first stick of progression. Now stacking this. This is going to be dangerous, but again, off the respawns. Wreck-It Ralphie is keeping them in it.
The issue is right now, though, for SFA is the lives. You're starting to really dwindle down in lives. You got Big Head pushing you from behind him. He finds 2. Can he get the 3rd? Big Head for 3. Switched off his POV. He still gets the job done here. And again, it's just Wreck-It Ralphius. I don't know how many times we're going to say that here tonight for this SFA team. The shining light on SFA. Can't get the job done by himself, though. And 7 lives left. ICC with 1:20 really just need to play team deathmatch from this point on, and you can close this round out.
Yes, they do. Second tick's going to be out. They're stacking for the 3rd. Q-Droma is here. Find a couple kills. And Wreck-It Ralphius into the contention. Is able to find 1 at least. But Jason for the trade. And that's going to be the B site gone. So ICC, 2 quick rounds. 1 more. And that's going to be all she wrote for the series.
Well, not yet. You got 1 more round still that ICC needs to take here to close this game out. But I'm right there with you. It's definitely very, very close, and ICC looking like they are a step ahead. We'll see if SFA can take an offense. They were very close in the first round. ICC notably was trolling a little bit there in that round. We'll see what they do off the start of this round. We will see a couple set nades and stuns come in over the top, seeing if they can shut this down. And Hyper actually will find one with the first set nade.
So kills ring it out for ICC. Looks like Alessio will take things into spawns, and that's where you're gonna see the chicken goes down. Now time to set up camp. You draw him with her in the middle of the map, finds one but two to trade. Now over the B side, clock's gonna get stopped. Big Head's on the chase, finds the gunfight, but low Lupin. You know, I have been semi-impressed from Lupin inside this control. A lot of players on Stephen F. Austin have been turning up in the slaying column. Yeah, they haven't been able to win a round or really find control into it, but they've been winning a lot of key gunfights.
The other thing I like is that they're not afraid to shy away from B either. Like, they go towards B quite a bit to really take the pressure off of A. So they're doing the right things on the map. It just really comes down to being able to win your ones. And right now, that's where the kind of the struggle for this team comes, is the slaying is just clearly not to the same level of the ICC players. They are just by far and away a step ahead of the game in terms of that regard. But the fundamentals are there for SFA. They absolutely are. It just kind of comes down to being able to put the fundamentals into the right spots with the right people. And it's kind of like me when I play COD. I know what I should be looking for and doing, but I just can't shoot to save my life. Sometimes it's just simple how it is.
Jay Zerk, unlike you, shooting them well. No flame. I mean, just following up with what you're saying.
Oh, I mean, you're not wrong. You are absolutely not wrong.
Big Head cutting them off, hits the cut, finds two. Alessio to finish it.
They're going to go to B
left.
again.
5 seconds left.
This team has no quit, and I love it.
No, you know what? You played to the end, and you make it look as close as you can. 1.8 seconds. Here comes the kills. Racket Ralphius, last one alive, and any ways to do it? It's going to be him. Hops out, gets back in. 0.5 seconds.
Come on, 2v15.
There's no way this happens. ICC, they find the kills. They're getting 3-0 in the control, 3-0 in the series, and, you know, yeah, it may have been dominant for ICC. It may have been a sweep, but hats off to Stephen F. Austin for not ever giving up. They just they played it out to the end.
Yeah, you gave it your all, and the respect I have for those players to do that and not just rage quit and leave that lobby is something remarkable, because I absolutely would have been out of there after map 1. I would have been like, yo, I'm out. Yo, see you later, ICC, because I am not a good sport when I lose. That is for sure. I just get very angry, and I cry a little bit in the bed right there. I cry all the time because I lose in video games. I'm quite bad.
Do you want to talk?
That's why I
about it?
cast. That's why I cast, right?
Yeah. I'm not in the same boat. You know.
Oh, Mr. Collegiate Overwatch player here.
No, I'm in
all
the
right,
same boat.
buddy.
I'm in the same boat. I'm in the same boat. You know, there's a reason I'm on the desk too. It's just, you know, I can't do what these guys can do at ICC, and they're making it look good. They're making it look classy. Another flawless win on the night, and it was dominant for them. 250 to 80 inside that hard point. 6-0 search, 3-0 control, and let's take a look back at the series. Let's take a look back at this map, Jesse. Just kind of talk about what we got out of this, because those Tuscans for this team, it seems like ICC, like you said, there's not a lot to improve on when you're playing against teams that are below caliber from yourselves, but they're looking a lot more clean. And even though they're messing around and having fun, they're still getting it done in like a really strong fashion. So they're having fun and they're making it look that easy.
I won't lie to you, Colin. If I'm going up against a team like ICC, I am never playing Tuscan. There is not a chance I'm playing Tuscan on ICC. That is my instant veto, because that map is easily the best map in this game. Let's be straight up here. It is the best map in this game. It is the map that most teams are going to be comfortable on. It is very similar to Raid from last year. If you remember, early on in the season, you saw a lot of teams, especially inside the CDL, playing that map a lot. As the year went along, less and less teams started playing Tuscan, or started less and less teams played Raid, because teams were just too comfortable on that map. ICC, if you want to beat a team like ICC, you need to veto out Tuscan, so then you put them on maps where it's not so easy to just run away with things and be comfortable on the map. You need to get them on maps where they might be a little bit less comfortable. Maybe a Gavutu, maybe a Birdland. You don't really know with this roster because they are very good, but I just can't see a world where I play Tuscan against ICC and ever really come out on top.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see how the teams adapt to that, Jesse. But for ICC, right now they're on top. And that's what's going to matter for them. Yeah, you know, when playoffs come around, you're going to have some tough competition against you to win out this season again and go back to back. But so far, so good inside your division. We're not going to have an interview for them, folks. So that's going to be it for right now for the Call of Duty Vanguard Varsity Series. We had quite a good showing today, Jesse. And honestly, a lot of these teams have impressed me tonight with what we're seeing. Yeah, we didn't see many upsets outside of the Ducks. I would call that a little bit of an upset, but more so not an
50-50.
upset, more so of them proving that they're a team that can deliver. And I think that was probably my favorite match of the night, and I haven't really been disappointed with a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it was honestly a really great night. I mean, we had some really good matches. Like you said, that Penn State West Virginia match went 4. It was a lot closer than I think we really thought it was going to be. I personally thought that Penn State was going to get a 3-0 in that match. That was my prediction. You can ask our producer Ben, who's in here watching everything over, and I said to him, I thought that was going to be a 3-0. Davenport came out. They got their job done exactly like we thought they were going to. But I mean, this ICC game, not exactly close, but wasn't really expected to be with how good ICC is. And then Texas A&M and Oregon, probably my favorite series of the year so far here inside of this league that we're casting. It's just been a great time.
It has been a great time indeed, folks. Let's take a look at the rest of NACE, though, for this week and the matches that you're going to be looking for the rest of it. Monday, Rocket League Overwatch. Tuesday, League of Legends. Wednesday, which was today, Call of Duty. So you look out next week. We're going to be doing this again, same place, same time. But on Fridays, still to come for this week, CSGO. You don't want to miss it. Big shout out to Vincent, good buddy of mine, who is going to be casting that one.
Love
so
Vincent.
Look out for CSGO on Fridays for that to finish up the week for NACE. And we're going to do it all again next week, Jesse. But that's all she wrote for today for Call of Duty, folks. So I hope you all have a great night. I can't wait to see you next week.
I'm going to go cry.